against Newcastle United. That's a 5:30 kickoff with John Murray and James Collins as the ball is put out of play, and there's going to be a stoppage here as the referee Darren England,
I think it's Maddison who's
just checking on Maddison. No, Kulusevski. Harrogate 0, Barrow 1 is the latest score in League Two. Harrogate, who were humped by Blackburn, they conceded 8 on Wednesday night, and they've fallen behind to Barrow. So not going too well at the moment for Harrogate Town. There's a stoppage in play here, a lot of liquid refreshment being taken on board. It means we've got an opportunity to go to Stamford Bridge and John Southall.
Well, we've played 25 minutes, Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Chance though for Chelsea, good move. Jackson through the middle, played it out wide to Sterling on the right. He whipped the ball across the 6-yard box for Chilwell, just needed a touch, couldn't finish it off. Chelsea 0, Forest 0.
England's women are 65-7 against Sri Lanka in the second T20. Commentary of that contest at Chelmsford is available on Sports Extra, and from 6 on Sports Extra there will be US Open tennis coverage for you after that has been finished, has concluded. Goals elsewhere: Leyton Orient 0, Stevenage 1, Morecambe 1, Salford 0, and you're up to date. Play back underway here at Turf Moor, 1-1 between Burnley and Tottenham. Chris Sutton.
Yeah, just wondering about the way you described the Harrogate defeat as humped. I mean,
it was a little bit of alliteration.
Yeah,
that was the aim.
Not so sure you got that.
Well, I did. There's Maddison threads the ball through to Kulusevski. Kulusevski in the penalty area, never really in full control of the ball. And Berger is back, but Kulusevski wins it back. And Kulusevski there to the area. Maddison back to Kulusevski. Kulusevski prods it towards Son, won't reach him, and it's cleared by Cullen.
Yeah, but Maddison half turn. Is there a more dangerous player in the Premier League than James Maddison? And he gets on that half turn and can slide a pass, couple of really good incisive passes. Kulusevski was fouled there surely by Connor Roberts. Kulusevski making the runs, but no real end product from Kulusevski on that Tottenham right hand side.
Would you have preferred hammered?
Hammered's a nicer word, isn't it? Although it's not a nice word if you're a Harrogate fan, but humped. You're better than that, aren't you?
Humiliated?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know who uses humped.
Well, you just answered that yourself, haven't you? Free kick. Chris, after this, double bubble today. He's on 6:06. He'll be taking your calls with Robbie Savage after commentary of Brighton against Newcastle United. 08085909693. Feel free to hammer Chris Sutton.
That's fine. Just see Sarr there getting cautioned. Does he throw the ball? Yeah, he throws the ball away. Silly booking for Sarr there. Put himself under pressure. Darren England, the referee, quite right to caution him.
I wonder if that will hinder Tottenham. We'll wait and see. He'll have to keep his discipline now, Papo Sarr in the midfield. Plymouth are leading Blackburn Rovers by 1-0. Madison lets it run through. Not necessarily sure if that was intentional or not, but Solomon has now picked it up back towards Madison, midway through the Burnley half. So Plymouth 1, Blackburn 0 is the latest score in the Championship. Chris Sutton's former side are behind. Kulusevski comes in off that right touchline. Basuma to Madison, quickly closed down, passes the ball back to Van der Ven, forward of the centre circle. And now it's with Romero. And this is Basuma, forward ball. Kulusevski running back. Burnley have everybody back behind the ball, bar Lyle Foster, who gave them a 4th-minute lead as we approach the half hour. Van der Ven has hit that too hard past Solomon. There's no way Solomon's going to hit that. He says that to him, and it goes out of play for a Burnley throw.
Yeah, what worries me a little bit about Burnley, they're trying to condense the game and they're really squeezing up from the back, but they're leaving space in behind. And that's all.
Poor clearance by Trafford. And Spurs will get the ball back. Here is Maddison. Sarr gets in his way. Maddison gets him out of the way, just outside the D. Solomon inside left channel to the penalty area. 1-1-5 live. He now finds Son. Son looks for that shooting opportunity. Pulls it back. Sarr tries to place it. Ricochet falls to Maddison. Takes a deflection. Spins goalwards. And is gathered in by James Trafford, who apologises.
Yeah. And I was talking James Trafford up, wasn't I? The ball at his feet, but got that one wrong. And Spurs miss a couple of real opportunities there. Maddison claiming after he got his shot off at last that that was maybe a handball from a Burnley defender. I didn't see it that way. But Spurs a little bit wasteful in that final third.
Half an hour played. Burnley have given the ball away again. Sloppy out of defence. Madison to Kulusevski. Tries to get away from Bayer on that far side. Bayer recovers, gets some sort of a challenge in, and Roberts as a left back for Burnley will clear the ball away. It remains 1-1. To Brentford we go. Chris Coles.
Signs of life from Bournemouth, still trailing Brentford by a 1-0, but Ryan Christie has just come close, finding space on the edge of the area. Left foot shot about a yard wide of the post. Brentford 1, Bournemouth 0.
Grimsby have increased their lead in League 2 at home to Gillingham. It's 2-0, and also in that division Accrington have equalised. Notts County 1, Accrington 1. That's fourth against third. Both teams have enjoyed decent starts to the season. In the Premier League, we now go to John Southall at Stamford Bridge.
Chelsea 0, Forest 0, but great chance for Forest. Best of the game, 6 yards out on one. You just slashed at it and smashed it over the bar. Chelsea 0, Forest 0.
BBC Radio 5 Live, half an hour played. It remains 1-1 here. Burnley with Bayer now towards O'Shea. Al-Dakhil. It looks at that instance there, they've gone to 3 at the back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's a goal at Man City. Hold on, come back to that. Will.
Yes, Manchester City 1, Fulham 0. It's a lovely worked goal. It's the first shot on target for either side. It comes from Kovacic to Haaland. Haaland's cross to Julian Alvarez, who just tucks it past Bernd Leno. City 1, Fulham 0.
Only side, of course, in the Premier League with a 100% winning start. There's been another goal at Brentford, Chris.
And it had been coming for Bournemouth. They've equalised. Dominic Solanke, ball over the top. He got the wrong side of Ben Mee. Coolly finished past Mark Flecken. It's Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1.
So, Chris, sorry, you were going to make that point, were you, about the fluidity of the system for Burnley?
Yeah, I made it earlier, actually. Obviously, you weren't listening.
Here is Solomon getting around the back of Al-Dakhil, sends over the cross. Kulusevski can't get their right-hand side. And now it's with Porro for Spurs, level with the penalty area, playing from right to left. 13 minutes to go to half-time. Madison, central area, probing. Passes the ball out to Kulusevski, level with the box. Son makes the run. He finds him, Son round the back. But the Bayer had gone with him, stride for stride, out of play, it goes for a throw. Goal at Portman Road now in the Championship. Flo Pollock.
Goal for Cardiff, Ipswich 0, Cardiff 1, and it's Aaron Ramsey, his second goal since joining his boyhood club over the summer. Slick moved, he just passed it into the back of the net. Ipswich 0, Cardiff 1.
I'm always listening, but as you may have gathered, on a Saturday afternoon it can be quite frenetic at times.
Yeah, I'll give you that. No, defensively at times, Burnley, when Tottenham have the ball, we see Connor Roberts dropping back into that left-back role, and they're more of a back four. But when they're in possession, there's no doubt they're a back three, and Goodmanson operating as a right wing-back, and Connor Roberts as a left wing-back. You see Spurs now, the longer this half has gone on, they're getting real control of this game. Just think that final ball, Solomon's been a big disappointment, had some good opportunities, good crossing opportunities, good shooting opportunities, not really come off yet.
Son lays it off to Basuma. Were you listening when Chris Coles gave us news of that Bournemouth equaliser? Here is Kulusevski to Madison, because he said he got on the wrong side of me. Don't you make that same mistake. Another goal at Man City, Will Perry.
And Fulham are level just after Julian Alvarez gave City the lead. It comes from a Fulham corner. It's a save from Edison from Raul Jimenez, and then there is Tim Ream, the Fulham centre-back, back in the team today to scramble past the Brazilian goalkeeper and level for the visitors. City 1, Fulham 1.
Back in the side after suspension. Al-Dakhil on the stretch, concedes a corner, and Spurs are enjoying this spell of possession. Chris Sutton.
Yeah, they are. Burnley started the game really well, but now it's Spurs in the ascendancy. Udogie making a marauding run, an underlap for Solomon, but Dakhil popping the ball behind for a corner.
Corner kick near side the left. 1-1-5 live in the World Service. Madison to take it, right-footed, in it goes now. O'Shea heads it away. It's a good header, gets plenty of distance on that. Basuma 30 yards out, central position, back then to Porro, forward there just outside the centre circle, spreads it. Madison waits on this near left touchline for him to come to him, now passes the ball in, the return to Madison, hits it first time, good save at full stretch by Trafford, parries the ball out towards Kulusevski, the threat remains, pulls it back, Porro drives it in, and that strikes Sarr, but the flag was up and he knew he was in an offside position. But a good attack from Tottenham.
Well, was Porro's shot creeping in? Porro's hammered the ball. He's 20 yards out right-hand side of the box. And Sarr standing in front of James Trafford. The ball hit him anyway, but brilliant from James Maddison out on this left-hand side. Pops the ball into Sarr. The left-hand touchline follows it. And it's a smart save. Maddison curling the ball towards that far corner just inside the post, but really brilliant save from Trafford.
Basuma, foul by Mduni. Referee Darren England will give that free kick. Let's get an update from Ellen Road. Betty Glover.
Leeds 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Leeds on top here, very calm, very confident on the ball. Couple of chances, Pirro going close, firing one wide before Ampadu fed Somerville a brilliant ball, who combined with Root on the edge of the box to beat the defenders and fired a shot over the bar. It's Leeds 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
1-1. It was good defending by Romero. They like that ball in over the top towards the flanks, in behind the fullbacks, don't they, Burnley?
They do, and of course, you know, we speak about Ange Postecoglou's style and Tottenham's style, where they have the inverted fullbacks and there's spaces in those channels. You've got to say, Burnley, Koleosho and Foster have great pace to maybe exploit Tottenham in those areas.
Bit of a surprise at the Hawthorns. West Bromwich Albion, who've won both of their home games, have fallen behind against a Huddersfield Town side who are yet to win. In the Championship, West Bromwich Albion 0, Huddersfield 1. Van der Ven accelerates forward for Tottenham. Solomon gets away from El Dakil, the right back, and now he runs forward. Does Solomon for Tottenham. Sarr bypasses Sarr, reaches Porro with his shot, and he's dragged it wide. And it will go out of play for a goal kick. 1-1, so we will go into the Championship. Stoke City, Preston, Charlie Slater.
Goalless, but I don't know how. 10 minutes to go until half-time. Andrew Hughes with a brilliant run into the penalty area, cuts it to the edge of the 6-yard box. Chance after chance for Will Keane, but Mark Travers, the Stoke keeper, keeps him out 0-0.
The Old Firm tomorrow is live on BBC Radio 5 Live. The build-up from 11:30. St Mirren avoid defeat. They go to the top of the Scottish Premiership. Gavin Wallace.
Still 0-0. Livingston 0, St Mirren 0 here. Best chance on 7 for St Mirren. McMenamin with the ball in. Bacchus with the header wide. And just a few minutes ago, Newbley at the edge of the box, but it was well blocked. Still 0-0 here in Livingston.
1-1 here at Turf Moor. 8 minutes to go to half-time. Oh, that was a poor ball. He really has hooked that. Has Amin Al-Dakil, Belgian defender, out for a Tottenham throw far side.
Well, we've all done it. We've all shanked a football or a golf ball, haven't we?
Certainly have the golf ball. Coventry 0, Watford 1 is the latest score. Watford without a win or indeed a goal in their last 3 games against a Coventry City side, unbeaten in 3, but at the Ricoh it's Coventry 0, Watford 1, Bolton 0, Derby 1 is a latest score. So Bolton having a little bit of an early season blip without a win in 3. Despite being third, have fallen behind there. And in the Scottish Premiership at McDermott Park, it's St Johnstone 0, Dundee 1 is a latest score from Perth. To West London we go. John Southall.
Chelsea 0, Forest 0. Chance apiece for Forest. Awonyi at the far post, held off Silva, volleyed into the ground and wide. At the other end, Fernandez, edge of the area, over the bar. Chelsea 0, Forest 0.
Burnley still looking to play out from the back. Berger was under pressure. He had Sarr right up, breathing behind him down his neck, but he still managed to lay the ball off. Foster collects it now for Burnley midway through his own half. Al-Dakil passes the ball back to Trafford, and Trafford just strokes the ball now into his own penalty area for Jordan Bayer, who they signed for £13 million from Borussia Mönchengladbach after a loan spell last season. So they have been busy with 15 players, but a combination of some familiar faces and some new faces for what has been an extremely busy transfer window for the Premier League new boys, as Goodmanson, one of the old guard, loses out in possession. Udogi, Basuma outside the centre circle. Solomon on this near side the left at a walking pace, passes the ball back to Van der Ven. Now Maddison comes short to collect it just outside the centre circle. Sarr on that far side. Porro's pushed on quite high there. We sense by the crowd reaction that they're realising that Tottenham are in control.
Yeah, I think they are now. I mean, they've had to earn it in this first half. You see that Vicario long ball again, Burnley's high line. Kulusevski making that run off the right-hand side. But Burnley are playing with a high line, and I'm sure Ange Postecoglou will be really sending the message to the Tottenham players, you know, get on the half turn. They're leaving space in behind.
At Edgeley Park, it's Stockport County 2, Crawley 0. That's the latest score in League 2. 5 minutes to go to half-time here in the sunshine at Turf Moor as Trafford, in a bright pink goalkeeping outfit away towards our left, chips the ball out towards that far side. Burnley gave it away, but Spurs unable to hang on to it, and now Roberts on that far side, the left, can run forward for Burnley. Koleosho onside, collects the ball, darts in field, challenge then from Romero. He rides that, does well to keep the ball. Referee has played an advantage. Darren England letting the game flow. Here now is Berger, just slows it down. Cullen, always tidy in the midfield. Koleosho, lively. Was that a foul from behind? Yes, it was. Kulusevski gives away a free kick to Burnley, and in fact Kulusevski has shown a yellow card for that. That's the second Spurs player to be booked.
Yeah, needless from Kulusevski. I say, Koleosho shown some great little bursts. Say needless challenge. I think slightly harsh from Kulusevski to see yellow for that, but just about within shooting range, would you say? Ooh, I wouldn't shoot from there, would you? 32 yards?
I knew you were going to try and be
what do you think?
Pedantic or particular or precise with the placement of this free kick, but it's certainly over 30 yards, shade over 30 yards out from goal. It's left of centre. You've got Cullen and you've got Goodmanson. Quite a high line from the Spurs back line to protect Vicario. Koleosho makes a run off the ball, that's not spotted. Goodmanson now clips it in the free kick. Free header that O'Shea knocked back towards the edge of the 6-yard area, and Spurs were able to clear. If somebody reads that, then you're thinking that Burnley could have had half an opportunity. There's been another goal at Rotherham. Sane Rugravajula.
And Rotherham United have taken a second goal here. It's Rotherham 2, Norwich 0. 5 minutes till half-time. It's a cross on the right-hand side, and it's ex-Norwich man Jordan Hugill with a diving header to make it Rotherham 2, Norwich 0.
Yet to win in the Championship this season. Norwich unbeaten. They've won 5 of 6. Oh, that was late. Foster on Van der Ven. Referee Darren England's had a good look at that. I don't think he's going to take any action against the South African international. It'll be a free kick to Tottenham as the Canary Chris Sutton is quiet and content.
Yeah, well, surprised Norwich are 2 down to Rotherham. Dear me, what's going on there? Maybe a surprise that Foster didn't see a yellow card for that challenge.
Play back underway. Under 3 minutes to go to half-time. Coventry City have equalised at home to Watford. Coventry 1, Watford 1 in the Championship. Risky ball towards Vicario from Romero. Foster was closing him down. Vicario reacted well, cleared it long, laid off by Solomon. Maddison gives the ball away. It might come back to Maddison. Goodmanson goes in for the challenge, and this will be a yellow card for the Burnley midfielder for catching Maddison. First Burnley player to be booked.
And I'm not saying Maddison's got himself to blame, but he hasn't given the ball away very much in the first half. Really careless pass trying to find Solomon, hits Goodmanson, and then as the ball gets away from Goodmanson, Maddison tries to make up for his error, and Goodmanson going for the ball, clatters into him.
He was a fraction late. Maddison's back on his feet. Free kick has been taken. We've got under 2 minutes to go to half-time. It remains 1-1. Spurs with the ball, with Porro in the centre circle, out to Kulusevski, over his head, and Kulusevski just watch it sail over his head and into the hoardings at the base of that Bob Lord stand, and it will be a Burnley throw. Have you enjoyed the first half?
I have. I didn't enjoy that pass from Porro. 25 years ago you could have got away with blaming the pitch, but you can't do that anymore. That was a mind the windows effort from Pedro Porro. But no, two teams, said before the game, similar philosophies, similar setups. They both try and play, bit of risk and reward.
If that was on the cricket field away towards our right hand side, it would have been a 6. It would have cleared the boundary ropes. As O'Shea, that's a corner kick, is it not? It looked like again he'd left it late before clearing the ball away. Goodmanson downfield. Here is Udogie. That was late by O'Shea. That was a clumsy challenge from O'Shea, and it gives Spurs a direct free kick 30 yards out from goal. Middlesbrough 0, Queen's Park Rangers 1. Middlesbrough have had a terrible start to the season, yet to win in the Championship, drawn 1 and lost 3, behind at the Riverside, and it's Portsmouth 2, Peterborough 1. So Portsmouth have turned it around after looking to maintain their unbeaten start at Fratton Park after falling behind to Peterborough. So this free kick, again, it's probably too far out from goal, would you say?
Do you think James Maddison is thinking that? O'Shea's had a strange first half. He's made some interesting decisions, hasn't he? He got a few of them wrong, and this is... Oh, you wouldn't put anything past Maddison in the form that he's been in this season.
Well, we're about to find out how much added on time as it goes the downward header for Romero. And we're 3 minutes of added on time.
You know, he just makes a run towards the far post. Maddison puts it on his head. Van der Ven standing free in the middle, and he headed it too close to Trafford.
Berger runs forward, runs into trouble, dispossessed by Solomon. Now he releases it to Sarr, midway through the Burnley half. He goes infield. Maddison leaves it now towards Son. Son shoots, bit of movement, took a deflection, and it will be a corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, Son 25 yards out, left-footed shot. I've got to say, I think Spurs have been very wasteful. Said that on a number of occasions. Just didn't make the most of that opportunity.
Crawley have got a goal back. Stockport County 2, Crawley 1 is the latest score in League 2. 1-1 here, 5 live in the World Service. Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1, Chelsea Forest is goalless. Manchester City 1, Fulham 1. Maddison with the corner kick, headed away out of that Burnley crowded penalty area, comes back towards Maddison, though, left-hand side. The angle is tight, down towards the byline, fires it over. Kulusevski controls it. It might break towards Sarr. Good challenge was made. Comes out towards Romero, who lashes the ball in from outside the penalty area, right-footed. And Tottenham Hotspur have come from behind. And in first half stoppage time, Tottenham now lead Burnley 2-1 with Christian Romero's second of the season.
Oh, this is special. The Romero rocket. This is some finish from Romero. Picks his spot. He must be, 20 yards out. And this is postage stamp stuff. It is. Feeds the ball at pace into the far corner. I just wonder whether there'll be an initial check on the ball going back to Maddison from the corner, whether Maddison was offside or not. I think that there's a debate to be had there, and Maddison eventually crosses the ball into Kulusevski, who can't get a shot off. But yeah, Romero, what a finish this is.
They are checking the goal for a possible offside. Whilst they're doing that, we're going to go to Brentford and Chris Coles.
Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1, but the chances continue to flow. Bournemouth, the better of them. Mark Flecken's just made a really good save to deny a dominant Solanke header. Into stoppage time, Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1.
Well, still checking for the possible offside. So you think it's when the ball goes back to Maddison?
Yep, when the ball comes back to Maddison. My initial reaction, honestly, was he was offside, but I often get things wrong. I think there was, Burnley players in the centre. Difficult one for the assistant to call. And when it's taking this long, what does that normally mean, Ian?
Well, they'll be looking for a number of issues in the build-up to it. Also, could you argue that once that ball has been crossed, that Burnley still had opportunities to clear the ball and to deal with the initial danger?
And that's a very good point. I think if you're Burnley, if he was offside, then you feel hard done by in that initial instance. But centre-half shouldn't be finishing like that, should they?
Well,
what a finish.
It certainly was rifled in by the right foot of Romero, and we're waiting still to see. I mean, at the moment, Darren England is the referee, and the goal stands. John Brooks, who's the VAR back at Stockley Park, will have had a good look at that, but the goal does stand after that VAR check, and in stoppage time, there was deemed to be no offside offence from Maddison. And so, therefore, it's a lead for Tottenham Hotspur by 2-1 here at Turf Moor. Burnley with Roberts, far side to left. Looking now to come from behind. Berger plays it towards Roberts. Interception from Porro. Kulusevski flicks it back. Spurs with Sarr. And now Porro play their way through the press, and Son's able to turn, and he has a glance over his shoulder. He'll see that he's being closed down by Berger, but Son swivels and holds on to the ball. His forward ball, and O'Shea, that was clumsy as well. Maddison goes to ground. O'Shea is suggesting that Maddison has made the most of that, but did he just clip him?
Well, I've got to say, I've seen Maddison dive before, but does O'Shea clip Maddison? Get his ankle. He didn't get any of the ball, but Maddison did look to go down.
Just to say that Bolton have equalised at home to Derby, that's 1-1. Doncaster are down to 10 men. Tommy Rowe's been sent off. They're playing Swindon. Leyton Orient 0, Stevenage 2. Charlton have equalised at home to Fleetwood. That's 1-1 at the Valley. Newport 1, Wimbledon 2 is the latest score in League Two, and there's been a third goal of the afternoon at the Etihad. Will Perry.
In first half added time, it's Nathan Ake who's given Manchester City the lead. It's City 2, Fulham 1. It's from a corner. Foden whips it in. Ake unmarked. Header into the bottom left. City 2, Fulham 1.
Kulusevski on the overlap from Solomon's pass inside the penalty area. Blocked by Al-Dakil. Kept alive though by Kulusevski for Tottenham. We're in the 5th minute of added on time. Of course, because of the goal that was scored, that VAR time would have been added on. We initially only had a minimum of 3, as there is indeed the half-time whistle. Burnley 1, Tottenham Hotspur 2. Your thoughts, Chris Sutton?
Burnley started the game superbly, didn't they? Foster giving them the lead after some really good work from Koleosho on that left-hand side, finding Foster. But then the longer the first half has gone on, Tottenham have gained the control. Son gets them level, and then a wonderful goal from Romero a couple of moments before half-time. I think on balance Spurs deserve it though. They've been the better team. They've taken the game to Burnley, but this will be an interesting second half.
Son's goal after 16 minutes and Romero in the 47th, cancelling out that early Lyle Foster opener. Half-time at Turf Moor. Burnley 1, Tottenham Hotspur 2.
Let's go back to the Etihad, because there's every chance that Manchester City goal could be ruled out. Will Perry.
Yeah, absolutely, because Manuel Akanji is standing right in front of the goalkeeper, Bernd Leno. They're still looking at this back at Stockley Park, but Akanji does everything he can to get out of the way of it. He lifts up his left foot. He's definitely blocking Leno's view, and Leno cannot believe it now. He's got his head in his hands because the goal has been given here for Nathan Ake. So City look like they're going to go into the dressing room 2-1 up against Fulham, Mark.
Are you surprised by that?
Me?
Yeah.
I am actually, yeah. You
yeah, I am, yeah. I mean, Akanji doesn't touch it.
Yeah.
But he has to be interfering, doesn't he? Because
100%. Yeah.
It goes through his legs.
It goes through his legs. I mean, look, whether it makes a difference, Leno was fully stretched, but he's standing right in front of Leno's view as well. Like I say, he does everything he does to get out of the way of it. Lifts up his left leg, almost skips in the air. Fulham's players, Mark, cannot believe it. Harry Wilson's remonstrating with the fourth official.
It's not Michael Oliver's fault, is it? I mean, they're remonstrating Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver's got no decision on that whatsoever.
No, it's Tony Harrington.
Yeah.
It's Tony Harrington back in Stockley Park, and we've got about 6 or 7 players around the referee now. There's probably going to be cards coming out for that because of the new rules. But Tony Harrington and Adam Nunn will have to explain that back at Stockley Park. Marco Silva is going quite rightly ballistic because, I mean, look, I'm a City fan. Everyone knows that. That shouldn't have stood, Mark. It's 2-1 City, that.
OK, we'll be back with you shortly. They still haven't resumed, actually, because of all the complaints at the Etihad. Remember, earlier, Sheffield United and Everton finished 2-2. Half-time at Brentford. Chris Coles.
Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1. Excellent watch this. Chances are plenty for both. Brentford in front inside 7 minutes. Matthias Jensen's free kick clawed out by goalkeeper Neto. A few seconds later, Bobby Madley's watch buzzed to indicate the ball just about crossed the line. Strange delay, but the right decision. Bournemouth level through Dominic Solanke's calm finish from 6 yards. Rolled his marker really well, kept his composure, took it well. Both sides have since squandered excellent chances to take the lead. It's unlikely the scoring has ended here. Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1.
John Southall at Stamford Bridge.
Chelsea 0, Forest 0. It's been played at a good tempo this. Chelsea 68% possession, but Forest have had the best chance. Awoniyi smashing over the bar from 6 yards out. Should have done better with that. Also volleyed wide at the back post from a tight angle. Chelsea been restricted to 2 20-yarders from Gallagher and Fernandes. The first wide, the second over the bar. Then in added time, Danilo pulled up on the far side, and it looks like he has quite a nasty muscle injury. He has gone off, yet to have a shot on target from either side. Half-time 0-0.
And not for the first time this season, and probably with good reason. Marco Silva is fuming at half-time. Will Perry.
And so are the Fulham players as they go down the tunnel here, but the half-time score, Manchester City 2, Fulham 1. Alvarez gave City the lead with 31 minutes gone. Haaland played in by Kovacic. His cross found Alvarez, who tucked away past Leno. 2 minutes later, the visitors level. Ederson parried Jimenez's deflected shot from a corner. corner, allowing Tim Ream to tap into an empty net. And then Ake scored in added time, controversially heading in Foden's corner. Ake unmarked, but it was Akanji standing in an offside position, definitely interfering with play. He was certainly in Leno's eye line. VAR checked it back at Stockley Park. It was given. Michael Oliver pointed to the centre circle. We played on for about 2 or 3 minutes before that half-time whistle, in which all the Fulham players went down to the referee, including Marco Silva, down that tunnel at half-time. I'm sure there'll be some bookings, but at the half-time it's Man City 2, Fulham 1.
3 early games in the Championship today. Birmingham 1, Millwall 1, Swansea 1, Bristol City 2, and Sunderland 5, Southampton 0. So Southampton's unbeaten start to the season has gone, and another unbeaten start to the season is in trouble. Leicester Hull, Pat Murphy.
Hull winning 1-0 at half-time due to a splendid goal from Delap. He cut in, ghosted past Doyle, left foot 20 yards out, took a slight deflection, but it was a fine individual goal. Leicester not really at the races. They've huffed and puffed. They've been siphoned off in the danger areas. Only Ingram, the goalkeeper, his lack of communication with the Hull City defence has proved a major worry for Hull. Leicester 0, Hull 1.
And the team in second are struggling as well. Sani Radravajala.
Yes, it's Rotherham 2, Norwich City 0. Rotherham winless, Norwich unbeaten. But it's the opener from 20-year-old Dexter Lembikisa was absolutely brilliant. He scored a goal that every fullback would dream of scoring. A corner comes to him on the edge of the area. It's bouncing and he strikes it into the top right-hand corner for his first ever career goal for the Wolves loanee. And then that was on 22 minutes. And then 5 minutes from time, a second. Jordan Hugill against his old side. A whipped cross from Cafu. Hugill heading to help it on its way. Miller's great value for the scoreline so far. Rotherham 2, Norwich 0 at half-time.
Goalless at Ellen Road. Betty.
Yeah, Leeds 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Leeds on top have had most of the possession this first half, Mark, but Wednesday have been defending well, preventing Leeds from finding any gaps. They have had a fair few chances though. Piero going wide, Somerville over the bar, and Ruter, who had his shot palmed away, but they're just lacking that edge. Sheffield Wednesday have that in common with them. It's goalless at the break.
Next, let's go to Portman Road. Flo Pollock.
Ipswich trail Cardiff by a goal to 0. Aaron Ramsey, the scorer. He started the move, made the late run into the box to tuck away the cutback. Aaron Ramsey, still an absolute joy to watch. Yaku Maitai should have doubled Cardiff's lead in stoppage time, headed over from 6 yards out. Ipswich too passive really in attack. Half-time, Ipswich 0, Cardiff 1.
Stoke 0, Preston 0. Details from Charlie Slater.
Yeah, and even first half though, Preston have had by far the best chance. 10 minutes before the break, dangerous ball into the edge of the 6-yard box from Andrew Hughes, led to an almighty scramble. Somehow though, Stoke's keeper Mark Travers has managed to keep him out. It's still goalless at the break.
Elsewhere, Watford haven't won or scored in their last 3, so at least they've put one in the back of the net this afternoon through Mileta Rajovic. That gave them the lead at Coventry. Coventry equalising through Milan van Uywyk, and so it's Coventry 1, Watford 1 at the break. Middlesbrough 0, QPR 1. They're yet to win in the Championship this season, and Michael Carrick's Middlesbrough and Andre Dazelle has given Gareth Ainsworth's side the lead at the Riverside. Plymouth lead Blackburn by a goal to 0. Finn Azaz with that, and it's West Brom 0, Huddersfield 1. Huddersfield, another side who are yet to win this season. Delano Bergsorg has got the goal for Neil Warnock's side. Let's go into League One, and we're with the leaders this afternoon. Oxford, Aaron Paul.
Oxford 0, Port Vale 0. Loads of approach play from the home side. No end result though. Tyler Goodrum has had their best chance denied from close range by Connor Ripley. Port Vale's best opportunity has come through James Wilson. Beadle with the save following a curled shot in from the edge of the D. Half time, Oxford 0, Port Vale 0.
Elsewhere in League One, Blackpool lead Wigan by a goal to 0. Jordan Rhodes got that. 2 penalties at Bolton this afternoon. Derby taking the lead through Conor Hourihane, and Dion Charles, 5th of the season, also from the spot, equalising for Ian Evert's side. It's Bristol Rovers 0, Lincoln 0, Burton 0, second place Exeter 0. Goalless as well between Carlisle and Shrewsbury. Charlton, who sacked Dean Holden last Sunday, the first EFL sacking of the season, a level at the break, 1-1 at home to Fleetwood. Cheltenham, who are yet to score this season, they're the only side yet to score in the whole of the EFL, are goalless again, but their opponents Barnsley are goalless as well. It's Leyton Orient 0, Stevenage 2. Charlie McNeil getting the first goal for Steve Evans' side. He joined on loan from Manchester United this week. It's Northampton 0, Wickham 1, Oxford 0, Port Vale 0, as we've heard from Aaron, and Portsmouth have come from a goal down to lead Peterborough by 2 goals to 1. Colby Bishop getting one of those goals, 3 for the season for him. We're with the League Two leaders as well this afternoon. MK Dons at Crewe, Nestor McGregor.
And at half-time, it's still advantage MK Dons. They lead Crewe Alexandra by a 1-0. 45 minutes, that honestly felt like 45 seconds. So enjoyable has the football been. The home side shading the possession stats, but nothing to show for it. 2 shots, neither of them have been on target. So Jonathan Leko's low strike from inside the box after 8 minutes, still the difference here. Crewe Alexandra 0, MK Dons 1.
In the early game in League 2, Wrexham beat Tranmere by a 0-0. It's Doncaster 0, Swindon 0. Doncaster down to 10. Tommy Rowe has been sent off there for Grant McCann's side. Grimsby lead Gillingham by 2-0. They had their first defeat of the season last week, did Gillingham, and they're behind again this afternoon. Harrogate 0, Barrow 1, Mansfield 0, Bradford 0. Michael Mellon's 4th of the season for Morecambe gives them a 1-0 lead over Salford. All about the top scorers in the game between Newport and AFC Wimbledon. James Tilley's got both for AFC Wimbledon, 7 for the season for him. Will Evans has pulled one back for Newport, 8 for the season for him. Notts County 1, Accrington Stanley 1. Stockport lead Crawley by 2-1. Louis Barry getting the first for Stockport there. That's 3 for the season for him. They've won just 1 of 7 this season of Dave Challoner's side. It's goalless between Sutton and Forest Green Rovers, and also between Walsall and Colchester. In the National League, Aldershot 1, Chesterfield 1, Altrincham 1, Bromley 1, Borehamwood 0, Barnet 0. Dagenham and Redbridge lead AFC Fylde 2-1. Goalless between Dorking and Eastleigh. It's Ebbsfleet 2, York 1, Hartlepool 1, Wealdstone 0, Maidenhead 0, Woking 0. Rochdale are behind at the break. They trail FC Halifax by a 0-0. The leaders, Solihull Moors, were behind at home to Oxford City, but they lead 2-1 at the break, and it's Southend 0, Kidderminster 0. In the Scottish Premiership this afternoon, Kilmarnock 0, Ross County 0, Livingston 0, St Mirren 0, St Johnstone 0, Dundee 1. In the Championship, Arbroath 1, Ayr 1, Dundee United 1, Adrionians 0, Inverness 1, Dunfermline 0, Morton 1, Partick 1, Wraith 1, 10-man Queen's Park 0. In League 1, Alloa 1, Cove Rangers 0, Edinburgh City 0, Falkirk 1, Kelty Hearts 0, Annan 0, Queen of the South 0, Montrose 2, and Stirling 1, Hamilton 2. In League 2 this afternoon, Bonnyrigg Rose 2, Elgin 0, Clyde 0, Forfar 0, Dumbarton 0, East Fife 0, also goalless between Spartans and Stenhousemuir, and Stranraer lead Peterhead by 2-0. In the cricket, in the men's one-day international, India 266 all out against Pakistan. In the women's T20 international between England and Sri Lanka, England didn't have a great time with the bat. Let's go there. I have no idea who am I talking to. Melissa or Daniel? Which one?
The score.
Melissa? All right, well, we can't get either of them. Anyone, 104 all out, England were off 18 overs. In Super League this afternoon, Hull 4, Leeds 18, Warrington 18, Castleford 6. You're up to date, 2 minutes past 4. Nick Hatfield has the news.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon. Rishi Sunak is facing calls from the Liberal Democrats to hold an emergency Cobra meeting to look at public buildings in England made from crumbling concrete. More than 100 schools and colleges have been forced to close classrooms because of concerns about the material. It was first used in the 1950s and had an expected lifespan of 30 years. The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has asked independent inspectors to look into activism and impartiality within police forces in England and Wales. The Police Federation is warning against officers being used as a political football. Police are questioning a 38-year-old woman and a 48-year-old man on suspicion of murder after the discovery of partial human remains in Boscombe in Dorset. The victim has been identified as a man from Bournemouth. And Sir Elton John has paid tribute to the US singer-songwriter Jimmy Buffett, who's died aged 76. He was best known for his hit Margaritaville. Sir Elton says he was a unique and treasured talent.
One of the biggest art thefts in Scottish history.
In 2003, the Madonna of the Armwinder by Leonardo da Vinci was stolen.
They obviously knew what they wanted and, took the painting and then it went quiet.
An investigation to reveal the truth.
It's crazy, this doesn't even happen in movies.
He got greedy. He was trying to do deals for himself.
Including previously unheard recordings of those involved.
I will do what you instruct in a letter.
The Missing Madonna. Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman on 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Teams coming back out at Turf Moor before we head back to Ian and Chris, to Ian Carter at the Walker Cup.
8 singles matches this afternoon after GB&I took a 3-1 lead from the morning foursomes against the United States. The home side only ahead in 2 of the singles, with John Goff 4 up after 4 against Nick Dunlap. The Americans ahead in 4 and 2 are all square.
Carlos Sainz is on pole for the Italian Grand Prix, so that means Ferrari on pole for the Italian Grand Prix, which you'll be able to follow with us tomorrow across the BBC. So in the Premier League already today, it finished Sheffield United 2, Everton 1, and at half-time in the 3 o'clocks, it is Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 0, and Manchester City, rather controversially, lead Fulham by 2 goals to 1. Tottenham lead Burnley by the same score. Let's go back to Chris and Ian.
Thanks, Mark. Both teams are out on the pitch. We're just waiting for the coaching staff to make that long trek from the tunnel area away in this bottom right-hand corner in a diagonal walk over towards the Bob Lord stand on that far side, and then referee Darren England, once the last stragglers have crossed that touchline, have gone over the way, will get the match back underway. And there has been a change. So Burnley have made one alteration. Didn't actually come on the field on the far side, did he? He's actually started in his starting position, but it's Delcroix.
Yeah.
Who's come on? Who's gone off for Delcroix? Is it Goodmanson? So they've gone with 3 at the back, haven't they now? So Delcroix, O'Shea and Bayer will be the 3 at the back. Robertson with a left wing back, El Dakil with a right wing back, and then in the midfield, and in fact there's another change as well, because that's Josh Brownhill, isn't it, who's out there as well.
Yeah, Sander Berger.
So Sander Berger has gone off.
Yep.
So it's a double change that has been made by Burnley. So Brownhill, Cullen, and then Foster and Amdouni make up the side, as well as Koleosho for Burnley. For Spurs, Vicario in goal, Porro, Van der Ven, Romero and Udogi, Madison, Sarr, Basuma, Kulusevski, Solomon and Son. Spurs lead by 2 goals to 1. And in the second half, they're attacking the cricket field end of the ground, so they're playing from left to right as we look in their charcoal grey away strip against a Burnley side in their claret and sky blue shirts and sky blue shorts, therefore attacking the Jimmy McIlroy stand. We'll get an early update from Brentford, Chris Coles.
Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1, but half-time has not curtailed the chances flowing. Brentford have just missed a glorious one. Bryan and Burmo 7 yards out, had all of the goal to aim for, and he inexplicably curled it wide. Still Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1.
So only now the substitutes being confirmed to the crowd here at Turf Moor. Burnley taking a 4th-minute lead. Spurs coming from behind. So Romero, his forward ball, helped on very well by Porro, and he pushes it round the corner, and now it's Kulusevski in towards Son, but it was a heavy first touch, and it allowed Trafford to make the save at the feet of the South Korean international.
What a chance for Son to virtually wrap this game up. Just such a heavy touch. Just needed a cleaner touch, keeping the ball closer to him. But too easy for Spurs to play through Burnley. Down the Spurs right, the Burnley left. Ball into Porro. He flicks the ball around the corner to Kulusevski, who waits a pass to Son. 1-on-1. Heavy touch, and well played James Trafford, reading that situation well, but Spurs should be virtually out of sight.
If Spurs had shown a ruthless streak in front of goal, then they could easily have doubled their 2-goal tally so far here at Turf Moor in the sunshine on a very, very pleasant afternoon in East Lancashire. Spurs lead by 2 goals to 1, as here is Sarr. Sarr to Kulusevski, looking to bounce back after that early defeat in the League Cup. Kulusevski takes it on, feeds it towards Son, first time shot, block comes in from O'Shea, Sarr reacts to it, Kulusevski caught by Amdouni, but Spurs win the ball back, and Burnley at the minute can't get out.
And you talk about the Postecoglou effect, just look where Pedro Porro his positioning at the start of this second half. Actually playing as a right forward. A couple of occasions there. Clever little ball back to Kulusevski, played a give and go.
Spurs looking good. Udogie coming forward and room to run into. He's got Son ahead of him. Son makes the run left-hand side of the penalty area. Spurs lead by 2-1. Son waits. Solomon is just to his outside. Now he slips it into the path of Maddison. Maddison checks back. Maddison looks for the shooting opportunity, and Trafford makes the save at his near post.
His first chop was brilliant. James Maddison, forward run towards the Burnley byline, shapes to whip it in with his left foot, chops back. I think it's Connor Roberts who he sells a dummy to, and then actually makes the wrong decision, goes to beat James Trafford at his near post, and Trafford makes a comfortable save down to his right.
There's been a goal at Stamford Bridge. John Southall.
What about this? Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 1 at the beginning of the second half. Through ball to Elanga. He kept his composure and tucked it into the bottom right-hand corner. Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 1.
Well, at home under Pochettino, they've won one, they've drawn one. That could complete the set if they were to lose one against the Nottingham Forest side that have lost both away from home so far. Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1. Manchester City lead Fulham by 2-1. Earlier it was Sheffield United 2, Everton 2 in the early kick-off at Bramall Lane. So both sides getting their first point on the board of the new season. In the Championship, Birmingham 1, Millwall 1. Excellent win for Sunderland at home to Southampton, whose unbeaten start came to a shuddering halt at the Stadium of Light. 5-0 for Tony Mowbray's side. Swansea 1, Bristol City 2. And in the early game in League 2, Phil Parkinson's Wrexham got a 1-0 win at Prenton Park at Tranmere Rovers. The goals as they go in on BBC Radio 5 Live in the World Service. We're here at Turf Moor, where Burnley trail by 2-1. And now there's a penalty at Stoke City in the Championship. Charlie Slater.
So Rotherham, 5 gone in the second half. Will Keane stood over the ball, but his right foot blazes it straight down the middle. His third of the season, celebrates in front of the away fans. Stoke 0, Rotherham 1. Rotherham 1, Preston 1.
I was going to say, yeah, so Stoke against Preston as the shot comes in from Brownhill. 30 yards out from goal. I thought that was a very good impression of Sani Ravagula when you were saying about Rotherham, but it's Preston then who lead at Stoke City, and Brownhill here from 30 yards out with a right-footed effort over the top of the crossbar. And would you believe there is now a goal at Rotherham, Sani?
Yes, it's now Rotherham 2, Norwich City 1. Work down the left-hand side, it's been stabbed home. Norwich players all congregating it together, grabbing the ball, restarting. They are still losing though. It's Rotherham 2, Norwich 1.
That Will Keane penalty for Preston. They're going very, very well. It would mean that they would win their last 4. Here is Foster for Burnley. Cut out by Basuma. Udogie passes the ball to Solomon. Just tries to slip out of the way there as the challenge then comes in on that far side by Al-Dakhil. And it goes out of play, and it's a Burnley throw. Derby County, incidentally, in League One are down to 10 men. They're currently drawing at Bolton. Bolton 1, Derby County 1. But Joe Wildsmith, the goalkeeper, has been sent off. As here now is Koleosho, holds onto the ball too long, put out of play. Safety first by Porro, trying to build up a head of steam, the home team.
I've got to say, he's been their most dangerous player, hasn't he, Koleosho? When the ball finds his feet, looks like something can happen, and that's where Burnley can be encouraged.
And here he is running at Porro, darting on the outside of Porro, and he gets away from Porro a second time, and he pulls it back, but on the stretch, right-footed, Amdouni couldn't control the ball, cleared only as far away as Bayer, out towards Al-Dakhil, far side the right, infield to Cullen. Always economical with the ball, passes it Brownhill, works it towards Foster, looks to try and create that shooting opportunity, forced away from goal. Burnley still have it. Brownhill now towards Bayer. Spurs are back in numbers, but Udogie just steps forward, then he's wrestled to the floor by Foster, and it will be a free kick to Tottenham Hotspur, who still lead by 2-1.
Well, how is that not a yellow card? When you think about the one in the first half of Kulusevski, I think Ange Postecoglou feels the same way. Foster has held back. I mean, it's virtually a rugby tackle. Udogie doesn't see yellow.
Cute little ball by Porro, the inverted right back, just to give space for Sarr to run forward on this near side, the right, and now it's with Kulusevski, right corner of the area. Kulusevski enters the penalty box, but is stopped, and Delcroix to Brownhill. West Bromwich Albion have equalised in the Championship at the Hawthorns. Said that they'd won both of their home games. They were behind against the Huddersfield side, who are yet to win. It's West Brom 1, Huddersfield 1. You're up to date with the goals as they go in on BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service here at Turf Moor. 8 minutes into the second half as O'Shea to Trafford, closed down inside his own 6-yard area by Son. Chips the ball out towards that far side, the right, but Spurs get the ball back with Udogie, and he feeds it towards Maddison. Maddison with a shooting opportunity. Oh, what a finish! Finishes with a palm, right-footed, past Trafford. Burnley never dealt with the danger. Maddison had the time. He picked his spot. They increased their lead. They lead Burnley 3-1. Fine goal.
Well, talking about shooting yourselves in the foot, Burnley, you cannot leave a player of James Maddison's quality and class 20 yards out with a free shot at goal. There was only going to be one outcome in that situation, and it's a devastating finish. It's Al-Dakhil who carelessly gives the ball away. Ball popped into Maddison, has the freedom of Turf Moor, gets his head up, has a little look, and bends the ball into the far corner. A long way for Burnley to come back from. We're just seeing this again on the monitor. It's a wonderful finish.
It's a fine goal from Maddison, but Burnley were naive. Coventry 1, Watford 2 is the latest score in the Championship, and there's another goal in the Championship at Portman Road. Flo Pollock.
Cardiff double their lead, Ipswich 0, Cardiff 2. A stroke of luck in the build-up as the ball was ping-ponging around in the box, but Joe Rawls with the finish for Cardiff. Ipswich 0, Cardiff 2.
The Spurs supporters are in full voice. That long trek from North London, navigating their way around the diversions around Turf Moor in the build-up to get to this game. But it's been worth the hassle as they look for more goals. Maddison left-hand side of the penalty area, and Bayer eventually will clear the ball away for Burnley, but only as far as Sarr. They've fallen behind, or they fell behind early doors, did Tottenham, but they have responded in a superb fashion and now lead by 3-1. How have Chelsea responded, John Southall?
Well, they're looking for some response here. Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 1. Casado, who gave the ball away for the goal on the edge of the area, deflected wide off Worrell, who has been colossal this afternoon from the corner. Disassi headed over. Chelsea 0, Forest 1.
What an excellent save from Vicario, and the sliding challenge by Romero. Foster's sent away. He's looking to try and get one-on-one, but Romero, the covering defender, slides in, and then Vicario with a fingertip save behind for a corner kick.
It's a brilliant save from Vicario. You're quite right, a ball in behind. Van der Ven, Foster had the pace on him, right-footed finish, took a deflection off Romero. Vicario left-handed over the bar. And what about his celebration?
Corner kick swung in by Brownhill, cleared away by Udogie inside the 6-yard area. Cheltenham 0, Barnsley 1, Stockport 2, Crawley 2. Stockport were 2 up at Edgeley Park in League 2, but that has been squandered. And you're right about the celebration.
Well, see, come on, are you having that?
I tell you, as a supporter, I think every fan, if they saw their team respond like that, as in comes the cross headed away by Romero, bearing in mind people talked about their weak mentality, the old Tottenham after the 9 changes going out at Fulham.
Where does it stop though? Somebody's celebrating a tackle?
That is
a throw-in? Where does it stop?
You
it's
are
his job, isn't it?
You're urging each other on as Brownhill catches Kulusevski, and the referee gives the free kick. Goal at Stoke, Charlie Slater.
57 minutes on the clock. Preston are 2-0 up. An all-time great ball down the right from Potts to Holmes. Holmes squares it to Will Keane. He's got his second of the afternoon, and Preston are going top of the Championship.
I forgot you were a part of the celebration police, aren't you? You'll no doubt mention that on 606 later on.
Well, that's his job, isn't it, Vicario? Good save as it was, but it celebrated like it won the World Cup. Come on. Just seeing the Brownhill booking, that's a ridiculous booking. He wins the ball against Kulusevski, but follows through, and that's what the yellow card was for. Harsh.
The woodwork has been struck again at Brentford. Chris Coles.
And once again struck by Brentford. This time Johan Visser. Lovely turn inside the penalty area. He just slipped at the crucial moment. It wasn't the cleanest left foot shot. Still beat the keeper, but didn't beat the post. Brentford 1, Bournemouth 1.
Newport County 2, Wimbledon 2. St Johnstone 0, Dundee 2. Dundee have a second goal at McDermott Park, and you're up to date with the goals as they go in on BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service. Take us with you on this pleasant afternoon on BBC Sounds as Udogie is forward. Solomon, left-hand side, left corner of the penalty area, now towards Basuma. Basuma looks for a shooting opportunity. Back out it goes towards Udogie. Spurs threatening once again. Udogie towards Basuma. Burnley have everybody back, defending very deep, but they work their way through that crowded penalty area, and Udogie then goes down to Bayer and buys a free kick. And it will be a free kick to the home side. Talking of BBC Sounds, it will be well worth, if you haven't already downloaded it onto your phone for the app for the Rugby Union World Cup that starts next Friday, because every match will certainly be live on there, as well as 5 Live, Sports Extra, or the BBC Sport app as well. Every game live on the BBC, the radio, as Redmond is going to be coming on for Burnley. The former Birmingham, Norwich and Southampton player, been relegated 4 times from the Premier League in his career, but all the noise is coming from the Tottenham supporters away towards our right, and 2 of the new boys, Burnley and Luton, look like they will be pointless after match day, I was going to say match day 4, but of course for those 2 sides that have only played the 3 games after that match that was scheduled at Kenilworth Road was postponed earlier in the season. But Burnley are looking at the prospect for only the 4th time in their history, in a top-flight campaign that is, for losing their opening 3 matches, 1920, 1927, 2020 and 2023, as we go to Manchester City and Will Perry.
Still Man City 2, Fulham 1. Foden with a first-time cross-come shot from a tight angle. It was held by Leno. City heading for 4 wins out of 4, but so far not convincing. Manchester City 2, Fulham 1.
Here is Roberts on this near side, plays the ball up towards Koleosho. Can't hold on to the ball. Now Basuma will run forward. Basuma, he's got Maddison going on ahead of him. Maddison's had an excellent game. Here is Son, who's looked lively. They try and interchange as Basuma then hits a right-footed shot. Came to him first time. Trafford make the save.
Just connecting really well in that final third now. If you're a Tottenham fan watching this brand of football, it must be exciting. I think Postecoglou made a mistake in the week with his team selection, albeit they still went out on penalties. But they are a good team to watch, and this is just the start.
It was Amdouni who's gone off for Redmond. So it's the 3rd substitution that Vincent Kompany has made. Signed on a free from Besiktas, as the ball clipped in by Porro to Son, off the chest, and on the cover was O'Shea to turn the ball behind for a corner kick. All Tottenham.
Looks a happier player this season, doesn't he? Son, greater responsibility as captain, really good run in behind, feeling in between 2 Burnley centre-halves, and good spot from Porro, well covered in the end.
Portsmouth 3, Peterborough 1. So Portsmouth look like they're going to maintain their unbeaten start to the season in League One. That will be a 3rd win, drawing the other 3 so far. Corner kick to Tottenham, leading by 3 goals to 1. Takes the acclaim of the away support. Does Maddison? Maddison swings it over now, headed out by El Dakil, and Basuma plays the ball back. Goal at the Etihad, Will Perry.
I guess this is what potential champions again do. Not convincing, but getting the 3 points. Manchester City 3, Fulham 1, and guess what? It's Erling Haaland with his 4th Premier League goal of the season. He's played in beautifully from Ruben Dias, I think it is, and then Haaland just turns and spins and tucks it past Leno. 3-1 City.
Basuma shoots wide, goal kick, goal at Ipswich, Flo Pollock.
Ipswich pull one back, a quality strike from Nathan Broadhead. Good footwork to make space on the edge of the box. His shot lashed home. Ipswich 1, Cardiff 2.
We've just heard from Manchester City, and one of Chelsea's acquisitions from City is making his Chelsea debut, John Southall.
Here's the Chelsea number 20 has just come on for his debut. Cole Palmer, after his £42 million signing yesterday from Manchester City, needs to inspire Chelsea. They trail Nottingham Forest by a goal to nil.
Our featured game in League One has just seen a red card. Aaron Paul.
Yeah, Oxford nil, Paul Burnell. This is damaging for the home side. Mark Harris, who's been a great spark for Oxford all game, has been sent off following an aerial 50-50 that went against him. Oxford nil, Paul Burnell. Oxford down to 10.
Tottenham Hotspur increase their lead. Solomon with the assist, passing the ball towards Son, and Son fired past Trafford, and Tottenham Hotspur, the 3 points surely secure now, and it's 3-1, 3 wins on the spin in the league for Ange Postecoglou and Tottenham Hotspur.
Well, Ange ball at its very best. This is a Tottenham team who are just growing in confidence under Ange Postecoglou. Said a couple of moments ago, Son playing with a smile on his face. It wasn't the same Son last season, but it's a really confident finish from 10-12 yards. Ball pulled back on the left-hand side. Has a little look up, he's in and around the penalty spot, and fires the ball into the corner, left-hand corner, past Trafford, who has absolutely no chance.
Very, very comfortable now for Tottenham Hotspur. 4-1 they lead against a Burnley side, well, who are finding life back in the top flight very tough. They conceded 3 against Manchester City, they conceded 3 against Aston Villa, and whilst the quality of opposition remains very, very high, they've now conceded 4 against Tottenham Hotspur, all at home.
I think it was Solomon who made the pass.
It was
to Son, who just lets the ball run across his body, opens his right foot out and just pops it into the corner. And from Burnley's perspective, you know, we've spoken about, and it's admirable, they want to play an expansive brand of football. That's a risk, and they have been ruthlessly exposed this afternoon.
They certainly have. Here is Roberts for Burnley. Slips it on the inside. Brownhill challenged by Sarr and Kulusevski. Kulusevski strong running, making a diagonal run out towards that far side, the right. They just can't get him off the ball at the moment. He's used his strength ever so well as Kulusevski. In the end, it is El Dakil who will dispossess him. That was good play by Kulusevski for Tottenham. Walsall 1, Colchester United 0 is a latest score in League 2 as the ball is chipped out towards that far side, and Tottenham are going to be making some changes very soon. We'll go to Leicester in the Championship. Pat Murphy.
It's still 1-0 to Luton, to Hull rather. It should have been 2-0. Connolly wasted a great chance, but then Fatawu, one of the 3 substitutes brought on, tricky run, lovely left foot shot, 20 yards out, hit the inside of the post. Crowd are getting behind Leicester now, but they're still 1-0 down to Hull.
Games don't get much easier actually for Burnley after the international break. After the away game at Nottingham Forest, they've got Manchester United at home and Newcastle United away. Really is quite a daunting start for Vincent Kompany and his team, the champions from the Championship last season. 4-1 they trail here at home. A goal at Crewe, our featured game in League 2. Nestor McGregor.
Yes, it's Crewe 1, MK Dons 1. A much brighter start after the break from the home side, and a goal to show good work from substitute Charlo Tracy down the right-hand side, beat his defender, crossed it, running onto it was Connor Thomas, low strike, corner of the net, keeper didn't move, all level here.
Son has just completed what is his 5th hat-trick for Tottenham Hotspur. Spurs are running riot at Turf Moor as the Burnley fans head to the exits in their droves. Ball played through, composed finish by Son. 5-1.
And what a call from Ange Postecoglou to start him as a central striker this afternoon. Devastating finish, ball in behind. I spoke about it in the first half, spacing behind that Burnley back line. Son will make those runs, and it's a composed finish, left hand side of the box, takes a touch and slides the ball past Trafford, who actually hasn't had a bad game, and he's conceded 5 this afternoon, but an absolutely devastating finish. And this is Spurs running riot. Great ball from Porro it is.
We said though at the start of the second half that if Spurs, who had that ruthless streak, had they taken their chances, those openings, then they would have doubled their lead. That was when it was 2-1. Now they are taking their chances and they're making Burnley pay.
Oh, absolutely. And the good thing about that, Ian, is Son is in my fantasy team and he's now got a hat-trick. Speaking selfishly.
Well, I thought that was the only way you do speak.
But you've got to say, this has been such an impressive performance, to think that they had to weather a bit of a Burnley storm in the early stages.
Yeah.
But they have been absolutely relentless in this second half. I mean, you feel for Vincent Kompany and Burnley, but Spurs so quick and incisive with their passing. Basuma is becoming prominent, and this is going to do Son the world of good, this hat-trick.
Well, it is, bearing in mind that he'd gone 8 games without a goal. His last goal was actually against Liverpool in April. Perisic has come on for Solomon. Pape Sarr has been replaced by Højbjerg. There are a couple of changes that have been made for Tottenham, and Burnley have just made a change as well. Brun Larsen has come on, and it's Koleosho who has gone off. So the Danish winger is on for Burnley, who are losing here by 5 goals to 1, and we're only midway through the second half. Elsewhere, Sutton 0, Forest Green 1, Crewe 1, MK Dons 1. We just heard about that from Nesta. Coventry 2, Watford 2, and you're up to date with the goals as they go in on BBC Radio 5 Live. But Tottenham Hotspur 5-1, rampant, absolutely rampant. Let's get the team news from the Amex. John Murray.
Brighton are without the injured Danny Welbeck, so Pedro comes back in, and 2 more changes at the back for Brighton. Milner and Webster are on the bench today, so Van Heck and Veltman are in the team. Ansu Fati is not available to play yet, by the way, and Joe Linton's fit for Newcastle, but Botman's not made it. That's their only change. Burn into central defence, and Target comes into the team.
Commentary to come with John and James Collins from 5:30. Redmond right hand side of the penalty area with a cutback. Foster. Seems a long time ago since he put Burnley ahead in the 4th minute, doesn't it?
Oh, it absolutely doesn't. No, it's difficult for the Burnley players. They have been absolutely outclassed in this second half, haven't they?
Yes, they most certainly have. A goal at Ipswich. Flo Pollock.
Ipswich equalised. Ipswich 2, Cardiff 2. It was a corner that was rolled along the turf and tucked in by Freddie Ladapo. Ipswich 2, Cardiff 2.
As for Spurs, well, they really are making an excellent start under Ange Postecoglou. And the Spurs supporters in full voice, making all the noise, as Maddison on that far side rolls the ball up towards Perisic, and now, of course, with the luxury to make the changes that he is, Ange Postecoglou, as Notts County are leading Accrington by 2 goals to 1. Stockport 2, Crawley 3. Stockport were leading 2-0 at Edgeley Park, as Højbjerg now towards Porro. Kulusevski, but Son revelling in that role through the middle.
Burnley still playing that high line.
Let's go to Chelsea. John Southall.
Chelsea have 20 minutes to try and rectify this. Chelsea 0, Forest 1. Nicholas Jackson's just gone down in the penalty area, but offside flag was up. Chelsea 0, Forest 1.
BBC Radio 5 Live, the World Service, with 19 minutes remaining. Tottenham Hotspur 5-1 up here at Burnley. A bedraggled Burnley, as Redmond challenged by Basuma and out of it. No, the referee will give the throw in favour of Burnley instead.
The issue Burnley have, I don't know whether you remember Norwich City coming up a couple of seasons ago, going to Anfield first game, and Norwich City had their principles of play under Daniel Farke, wanted to play out and take risks. Here goes Maddison going off, and they got hammered that night, but still got praised because of their style of football. I think the longer this run goes on for Burnley in the Premier League and they don't pick up points, then the confidence will start to seep out of the players, and that is the danger, playing this certain brand of football.
Well, if you remember the last time that they were in the Premier League in 21-22, they only had 1 win in their opening 21 games. They were picking up points. They did have 11 draws during that time and 9 defeats. But the writing was on the wall for a long time, and as we said, then games to come after the international break. That Forest away game is going to be huge, with Manchester United at home and Newcastle away to come hot on the heels. Richarlison has replaced the hat-trick hero, so Son has gone off, and Richarlison has come on with 18 minutes remaining.
Why is Postecoglou taking off Son? He's in my fantasy team. That's a big issue.
Well, maybe.
I think we get it. You've got to wrap him in cotton wool, haven't you?
Penalty at Manchester City, Will Perry.
Penalty for City after Diop shoved Alvarez. It's Erling Haaland. Here he is. Missed last week at Sheffield United. Doesn't miss this week against Fulham. Puts that one into the top left corner past Bernd Leno. He only needs 31 to equal last season's tally. Haaland's on a hat-trick. City 4, Fulham 1.
Middlesbrough 0, Queen's Park Rangers 2 is the latest score in the Championship, and Bolton 2, Derby 1 is the latest score in League One. I'll go through all the latest scores around the grounds very, very soon, but there has been a goal at Oxford United. Aaron Paul.
Oxford 0, Port Vale 1. Port Vale break the deadlock through Alex Iacovitti. It looks like the header took a final touch of an Oxford defender, but the visitors have the lead. Oxford 0, Port Vale 1.
No attempt to play the ball. Jordan Bayer has just been shown a yellow card for a pullback as Perisic was tried to get away on the left-hand side. But there is a real gulf between the two sides now.
Yeah, there absolutely is, and you feel for Burnley getting off to the start, which they did have. The support have really stayed with them, but they have been absolutely exposed and outclassed. You expected it against Manchester City, opening game. I thought they put up a spirited performance. Villa, difficult team, but this one is really going to hurt Vincent Kompany and his team, because I mean, simply, this second half, they haven't been in it. They have not laid a glove on Tottenham. It's largely down to that guy on the ball, James Maddison. He is just dictating the game, isn't he?
Yeah, Maddison has been so instrumental. He looks for the ball over the top. He runs into the penalty area, can't control it, runs away and out for a goal kick. Jack Corker's replaced by, that's been the final change they're made by Burnley, as the woodwork has been struck for a third time at Brentford. Chris Cole.
For the third time struck by Brentford. Keane Lewis Potter on as a second half sub. The ball rather hit him on the line, didn't know much about it, and it hit the outside of the post before bouncing to safety. Oh, Brentford, what do you have to do to score? Still 1-1 with Bournemouth.
Their previous home games, one of them in fact was against Tottenham, have both been drawn. Commentary to come from Brighton. Very attractive game it will be too. Brighton against Newcastle United at 5:30 after Sports Report, but Tottenham Hotspur have just completely bossed this second half, as here is Porro Kulusevski as the ball goes back to Torhibier, plays it through the middle to Van de Ven. Basuma out towards that far side. They're looking for more goals. Perisic looks up, sends over the cross, in it goes. Porro hits it on the half volley out for a goal kick, and now a goal at Brentford. Chris Cole.
And wouldn't you just know it, it's gone to Bournemouth. Brentford hit the post 3 times, but Bournemouth on the counter-attack. Poor error in the Brentford back line. Tavernier squared to David Brooks. The two subs combined. Brooks taps in for his first Premier League goal in over 3 years, and Bournemouth have turned it around. Brentford 1, Bournemouth 2.
Well, these are the latest scores then. Bournemouth now 2-1 up, as we just heard from Chris. It's 5-1 here to Tottenham. Forest is still leading at Chelsea, incidentally, by 1-0. And Manchester City, the champions, 4, Fulham 1. So they will maintain their 100% winning start to the season. In the cricket, incidentally, commentary this is on Sports Extra, the second women's T20 at Chelmsford. England were 104 all out, so Sri Lanka are 74 for 1, so they require 31 to win from 12.5 overs with those 9 wickets remaining. I'll give you the latest scores. We'll start in the Scottish Premiership. Kilmarnock 0, Ross County 1, Livingston 0, St Mirren 0. St Mirren will be going top ahead of the Old Firm tomorrow, just by a point, however. St Johnstone 0, Dundee 2. And this is a shot coming in from distance that takes a deflection from Cullen and goes behind for a corner kick. Chris Sutton. Oh, Charlton have come from behind. They now lead Fleetwood 2-1, and it's Plymouth 2, Blackburn 0.
Yeah, speculative effort from Josh Cullen. He's had a really difficult afternoon, hasn't he? Trying to get close to James Maddison. That's one of those, albeit it's Burnley's corner. Try and get a goal, but they don't want to concede any more.
Roberts, cross comes in, fired by Brownhill, who's coming in on that right-hand side. Took a deflection. Vicario made the save.
Didn't celebrate that one, did he?
That could, they never said that. It might have been a turning point for them after Romero and Vicario at that point, as the cross again is blocked on the right hand side. Burton 0, Exeter 1 is the latest score in League One. 5 Live and the World Service. 13 minutes remaining. Corner kick. We've got our Tottenham back, is the chant from the Spurs supporters. O'Shea's header back into the penalty area. Comes to Al-Dakhil. Back towards Al-Dakhil. Blocked by Romero. Another good block from the defender. Goes to meet it. Terrific header out. Full of determination from the Spurs defender, who then runs into to Cullen. And now Cork tries to carry it forward. But the game is gone for Burnley. They're just looking for a mere consolation. And they do get another corner.
Yeah, that was a towering header from Romero. As the ball went up in the air in the Spurs box, made it his great leap and determination. He's enjoying defending this afternoon.
Corner kick, right hand side, swung over. O'Shea tried to get on the end of it, comes out towards Cork, Al-Dakhil, and he's on the volley, put it well wide. So the result earlier at Prenton Park in the early kick-off in League 2 was Tranmere 0, Wrexham 1. Latest scores: Crewe 2, MK Dons 1. They were the leaders this morning, but Notts County are going to go top because Notts County leading Accrington 2-1. Elsewhere, it's Doncaster Rovers 0, Swindon 0. Doncaster, bottom of the table, still without a win, down to 10 men. Grimsby 2, Gillingham 0. Break on for Richarlison, it will reach Trafford first, who picks the ball up. Harrogate 0, Barrow 1. Mansfield and Bradford City is goalless at Field Mill. Morecambe 1, Salford City 0. Newport County 2, Wimbledon 2, Stockport 2, Crawley 3. They've come from 2-0 down of Crawley. Sutton United 0, Forest Green 1, and Walsall are leading Colchester United by a goal to 0. Latest scores in League 1 and the Championship to come. But here now at the moment is Burnley coming forward, and it's with Brun Larsen, the substitute, the Dane, to Brownhill, controls it, takes a deflection, and that deflection takes it wide of the left-hand post. Corner kick.
Brun Larsen driving down that left-hand side, finding Brownhill in and around the D. Didn't get great power on the shot, but Burnley have a corner.
The Burnley supporters who have remained still giving their loyal backing. Roberts with the cross. Header at the far side by O'Shea, off target, goal kick. Latest scores in League 1: Blackpool 1, Wigan 0, Bolton 2, Derby County 1. Derby did take the lead, but then of course down to 10 men after the sending off of Joe Wildsmith. Bristol Rovers 0, Lincoln 1, Burton 0, Exeter 1. Carlisle could be their first win of the season, leading Shrewsbury by a goal to 0. Charlton 2, Fleetwood 1, Cheltenham 0, Barnsley 1, Leyton Orient 0, Stevenage 3, Northampton 0, Wycombe 1. Oxford down to 10 men, trailing at home to Port Vale by a goal to 0. And Portsmouth will remain unbeaten as they are leading Peterborough United by 3 goals to 1. Latest scores in the Championship to come, but Burnley are attacking. Challenge on Redmond on the edge of the area, and the referee will give a free kick just outside the box. Chris Sutton.
Yeah, Højbjerg went to ground too early. Redmond driving with the ball. Good opportunity this for Burnley.
Yes, it is. Before it's taken, we'll quickly go to Flo, who's got a goal at Ipswich.
Ipswich 3, Cardiff 2. Funny goal, really. Shot came in, saved by the keeper, rebounded off the face of Freddie Ladapo from 2 goals down. Ipswich lead Cardiff by 3 goals to 2.
Well, to credit the Burnley supporters, you wouldn't believe listening to this, if you're on listening to 5 Live, that their team are trailing by 5 goals to 1. They now have a free kick. It's left of the centre circle, left of the D, just outside the penalty area. Brun Larsen and Redmond to take it. Spurs with that hat-trick from Son, 5-1 up. Redmond's going to walk away, and it is now going to be left to Jakob Brun Larsen, the Danish international, on loan from Hoffenheim, who's going to just try and get them another goal on the board with 9 minutes remaining. They've got 3 Burnley players in front of the wall. They've got Basuma in the draft excluder role, if you like, behind a 5-man wall. Darren England says now you can take the free kick. It's Brun Larsen who hits it right into that wall, comes out towards Roberts, who chips the ball back towards Brun Larsen, left of the penalty area on this side, and then he plays the ball back to Redmond. Cross comes in, and the header from Foster is easily saved. Let's get an update from Leicester in the Championship. Pat Murphy.
It's still Leicester 0, Hull 1, and the siege is definitely on the Hull goal. A lot of time wasting going on. Vardy's on as well. The chances are coming here and there, but Leicester, they're not at the best anyway. The main hope really is their winger Fatawu, who looks like he could have this Hull defence on toast. He's on the ball now, in fact. It's Leicester 0, Hull 1 still.
Burnley pressing high, so you've heard the latest from Leicester. We heard Ipswich 3, Cardiff 2 from Flo before that. The other latest scores are Coventry 2, Watford 3, Leeds United 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Leicester 0, Hull 1 we just heard from Pat, Middlesbrough 0, Queen's Park Rangers 2, Plymouth 3, Blackburn Rovers 0 is the latest score at Home Park. Kulusevski in the penalty area, in towards the near post. Perisic tried to get on the end of that. Rotherham 2, Norwich 1, Stoke 0, Preston North End 2, West Brom 1, Huddersfield 1. You're up to date, Chris Sutton.
Yeah, just how good has Maddison been this afternoon? Once again, dictating in that midfield area, going from left and popping the ball out to the right-hand side to Kulusevski, who's been very direct this afternoon. Kulusevski getting a cross in. I think it was Højbjerg actually making a run into the box, but Trafford gathered that for Tottenham, albeit it's about seeing it through now, of course. I mean, they're 5 up, but knowing Postecoglou, he will want more.
They might get more. Here is Kulusevski, holds off Brownhill. Brownhill, though, determined, gets a foot into the challenge and brings it away. Now finds Cork. Over the halfway line he comes. Burnley 5-1 down. Commentary from the Amex to come. Brighton against Newcastle United. 3 commentaries to look forward to tomorrow. The Old Firm from 12. As an outstretched foot from Højbjerg guides it to Vicario. Then at 2 we're at Anfield, Liverpool, Aston Villa, Arsenal, Manchester United at 4:30 to be dissected by Mark Chapman and the Monday Night Club at 7 on Monday night. But this has been a long second half for Burnley, and it might well be a long second half for Chelsea as they look to try and find a way back against Nottingham Forest. John Southall.
What a miss. Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 1. Nicholas Jackson with it. It was pulled across by Raheem Sterling, and there was Jackson. Must have been 3-4 yards out on his right foot, and he hit the didn't he? I think he just kissed the bar and over it went. What a miss. Chelsea 0, Forest 1.
Goal at Livingston, Gavin Wallace.
It has indeed, but we've just got a VAR check to double check. In fact, no, it's been called offside. Bruce Anderson had put the ball in the back of the net, and just as he came to me, VAR said no goal. Livingston 0, St Mirren 0.
That will keep St Mirren top. Maddison, lovely ball into Richarlison. Just gave it the little look, didn't he, and just slid the ball into the inside left channel. He really has adapted to this leadership role as well at Tottenham. Very vocal on the opening day at Brentford. But we knew that he had that creative presence from his time at Leicester. And while Son will get the headlines for the hat-trick, Maddison has clearly been one of the so influential, the orchestrator, if you like, for Tottenham Hotspur today.
Yeah, and for a player in his position to play in a team under Postecoglou and the way Postecoglou likes to play, I mean, that's a dream, and he is flourishing.
5 minutes remaining as a referee's assistant on the far side puts his flag up. Well, Postecoglou was talking in midweek. Maddison at the minute has just been told, I think, just to having a word with the referee. But Postecoglou said that when he grew up, he'd watched the football with his dad. He loved the entertainers, and Maddison is certainly an entertainer. But Postecoglou named Peter Lorimer and Eddie Gray, and if you remember, as Kulusevski's going to be coming off, Eddie Gray scoring 2 wonderful goals against Burnley, actually, the opposition in 1970. A chip from long range at the Cop end at Ellen Road, and then a mazy run at the other end as Kulusevski comes off and Skip comes on, and Maddison is going to get a standing ovation from them travelling supporters, because he is, by today's standards, an entertainer, and he certainly entertained those Spurs supporters.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful goal. Just an all-round brilliant display from James Maddison. High-fiving, little hug with his manager, job done.
So Emerson is on, Skip is on, and it's Maddison and Kulusevski who've gone off. Where will we go now on BBC Radio 5 Live? And it's Brentford, Chris Coles.
Andoni Iraola is 2 minutes plus stoppage time away from his first Premier League win as Bournemouth manager. Brentford 1, Bournemouth 2. Brentford, as you imagine, throwing everything forward now, but Neto in the Bournemouth goal, relatively untroubled. Brentford 1, Bournemouth 2, 2 minutes to play.
Elsewhere in the Premier League, remember it finished 2-2 between Sheffield United and Everton. Forest still lead Chelsea by a goal to nil. Manchester City 4, Fulham 1. And obviously Bournemouth there, have just been hearing from Chris, 2-1 up, which would be a first win for Andoni Iraola. The results and the reaction to come. Let's get an update indeed from Stamford Bridge with John.
Chelsea are pushing for this equaliser. Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 1. This time Thiago Silva on the right of the 6-yard box, saved by Matt Turner to his left-hand side. Chelsea 0, Forest 1.
This is the first season without European competition since 2009-2010, and that season under Harry Redknapp, Spurs finished 4th. They'll have no European distractions with Ange Postecoglou. A return to the Champions League, a top 4 finish could easily be within their grasp.
No, Europe, of course, is a massive help. It is. I thought we'd see performances like this under Postecoglou in a couple of months. I mean, it's pretty amazing what he's done in a short space of time. But should I say, let's not get too carried away. It is Burnley, a promoted team, a lot of changes over the summer.
Basuma gets away from a challenge, runs forward, Spurs lead 5-1. That was surely a penalty. Was that a foul on Højbjerg from Roberts? Referee says no. Why would Højbjerg go to ground? He's gone to ground inside the penalty area, inside right channel.
And he would have had a one-on-one, wouldn't he, from 10-12 yards out. They must be checking this. Højbjerg's done about 8 or 9 VAR signs to the referee. Maybe he just feels sorry for Burnley. But that looks to be a clip on Højbjerg.
The referee, of course, VAR will be having a look to see if it is a clear and obvious error. They will set that high bar, but as this game peters out, I'm sure that John Brooks, the VAR back at Stockley Park, is having a look at it. We're yet to have any chance to see it again here at Turf Moor, but 90 seconds remain. There will be a lot of added on time with the goal celebrations and the substitutions that have been made here at Turf Moor as Emerson goes in for a firm challenge on Cullen, and it gets a free kick to Burnley in the centre circle. And now we will see if there will be a VAR check that there's been a stoppage in play. Oh no, the free kick's been taken quickly already.
Stopped it again. Carry on regardless by the look of things. It's one of those Emerson Royal and is it Cullen or Cork? The ball's there to win. Both players make an attempt to win it. Royal goes to ground, does win the ball, but it's the follow through. Here we are. There we are. Højbjerg going down. Does look like he was clipped, but there you go.
VAR check complete. Coventry 3, Watford 3, a latest score in the Championship and a late equaliser for Coventry at home there. 5-1 Spurs lead.
Why dive, as you said, in that situation? He would have been able to basically walk the ball in.
He would. As Højbjerg, who could easily have left the club in the transfer window, but remains. Of course, after the international break, it's when the Premier League clubs have to name their 25-man squads to take us through to the next window. Spurs, I think, would have had a sense of frustration that they would have wanted others to have left during the window before it closed last night. 6 minutes of added on time, which we're now into. Burnley 1, Tottenham Hotspur 5 on BBC Radio 5 Live. Foster into Cork. Cork holds the ball up, chips, swivels, turns, heads it away. Udogie helped further away by Skip. Richarlison, he was being fouled a little bit by Delcroix. He'll be shown a yellow card.
Used his body well there. Richarlison rolled Delcroix. Delcroix takes a fair chunk of his shirt there.
But still there is that hunger and desire from Tottenham for more.
Relentless. The catchphrase at Celtic for Postecoglou, Celtic, was "we never stop," and Spurs have not stopped this afternoon.
First time since May 2022 that Tottenham Hotspur would have won 3 consecutive games in the same season. There's been a goal at Brentford. Chris Coles.
A stoppage time equaliser for Brentford. You have to say they deserve it. Brian and Bermo, who missed a wonderful chance just after half-time, takes this one really well. Through on goal, under Neto, and it's Brentford 2, Bournemouth 2.
Manchester City still lead Fulham 4-1. Chelsea, though, still behind at home to Nottingham Forest by a 1-0 as Emerson tries to turn.
Got away with that, didn't he?
He did get away with that. He went to ground far too easily under the challenge of Brune Larsen. Free kick instead for Tottenham.
Yeah, in that inverted role, Emerson Royal, that right back, not comfortable there. Looked like he's going to have the ball pinched off him and went down. to the floor. Won the free kick on the referee there.
If you had to name a man of the match, you could go. Would you go Son? Would you go Maddison? Would you go Kulusevski? Who would take your pick?
Well, strangely enough, I'd go with the guy who scored the hat-trick. Son. Maddison, though, I take your point. I don't know what you're talking about with Kulusevski. I don't think he's got an assist, has he? Why would we include him?
I don't know. I was giving you an alternative.
Vicario for his celebration when he made that save.
Goal at Oxford, Aaron Paul.
10-man Oxford equalise. Oxford 1, Port Vale 1. Stanley Mills with the cross on the right-hand side. It evaded everybody, giving Greg Lee the time to fire home on the half volley. Oxford 1, Port Vale 1.
Romero for his defending. Normally when you try and make a selection, you get multiple choice. It's normally about 3. Crossfield ball by Cork, blocked by Højbjerg. Porro, free kick awarded in favour of Tottenham into Burnley, just outside the centre circle. And we have 3 minutes remaining. Tottenham supporters aren't going anywhere, but they're making all the racket at that cricket field end of the ground away towards our right-hand side. The Burnley half of that stand is half empty, as Emerson back to Vicario. And then he clears the ball away. But the new signings have settled in well for Tottenham.
Yep, they have. I reckon Ange Postecoglou maybe would have wanted more signings than he got, but I think the whole Tottenham team has started well.
Ball threaded through. Brownhill gets a consolation despite the last lunge from Van der Ven. Brownhill, left-footed, guides the ball in, but that's all it is. It's a consolation. And it doesn't disguise the fact that Tottenham Hotspur have been convincing winners here at Turf Moor today. But it's Burnley 2, Tottenham 5.
Yep, good little give and go from Brownhill, left-hand side of the box, and then left-footed into the far corner. And then making a challenge, trying to block the shot. It's really well worked on the left-hand side. Brownhill takes a right-footed touch just near the corner of the 6-yard box. Clever little pass. I think it was Cork outside of the right foot, and then fires the ball into the far corner. 5-2.
So 5-2 here, 2-2 at Brentford against Bournemouth. Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 1, Manchester City 4, Fulham 1. You'll see the goals on Match of the Day, 10:30 tonight, BBC 1. Goal at Crewe, Nestor McGregor.
Yes, it's Crewe Alexandra 3, MK Dons 1. Never have I seen a game shift like this in momentum. It was all the away side in the first half, but Crewe have been outstanding in the second 45. Substitute Aaron Rowe with the assist. He crossed the ball and waiting for it was Chris Long, who had the easiest of jobs, and he passed it into the corner of the net. The keeper didn't even move. Crewe 3, MK Dons 1.
Perisic on the left-hand side. Looked like there was going to be half an opening there for Tottenham, just as they keep the ball in play on that far side. Stockport 3, Crawley 3. So Stockport have got an equaliser after leading that game 2-0. Wigan, Blackpool 1. Wigan 1 is the latest score. Leicester, Pat Murphy.
Leicester 0, Hull 1. The Leicester players surrounding the referee, John Busby. I'm sure they want to know why only 3 minutes were added on, which added to their sense of frustration. They should have equalised in the second half. Fatau did make a difference coming on as the winger after 54 minutes. But the only goal from Delap, fine effort by him, 20 yards, left foot deflected in the first half. Leicester 0, far from their best. Hull 1.
We're inside the last 30 seconds of stoppage time. 5-2 to Tottenham Hotspur. Here is Højbjerg, Skip and Richarlison through the middle. Looks to find Richarlison off the chest. Richarlison looking to finish it, just couldn't take it past O'Shea. Looks for handball. The referee down England had a good view of it and says no. Full time at Brentford, Chris Coles.
Great entertainment. Brentford 2, Bournemouth 2. Brentford in front, Matthias Jensen's free kick. Dominic Solanke levelled it. Brentford hit the post 3 times before David Brooks tapped in Marcus Tavernier's cross for Bournemouth. But Brian and Mbeumo equalising in stoppage time for Brentford, who remain unbeaten. Bournemouth's search for their first Premier League win under Andoni Iraola continues. Brentford 2, Bournemouth 2.
Carlisle are going to get their first win of the season. They've wrapped it up through Joe Garner. Carlisle 2, Shrewsbury 0 is the latest score in League One. Other latest scores: Cheltenham 0, Barnsley 2, and Notts County 3, Accrington 1. 5 Live Sports Report coming up with Mark Chapman. The results, as much live reaction before we get our next commentary from the Amex. Brighton against Newcastle United. Penalty at Oxford, Aaron Paul.
98th minute, it's a penalty to Port Vale. Greg Lee sent off for a second bookable offence for the home side after equalising for them. The referee just making sure everyone is outside the box. Here comes Alfie Devine. on loan from Tottenham. He'll go right-footed, sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. Port Vale have won it. Oxford 1, Port Vale 2.
Full-time whistle here at Turf Moor, and Tottenham Hotspur have run out convincing winners by 5-2. Chris Sutton.
Yeah, brilliant performance from Tottenham. Ange Ball flourishing once again. Went behind against Burnley, but then once they got the equaliser, they just went from strength to strength. Massive game for Son, I think, that hat-trick. He looked back to his best as a central striker. James Maddison really ran the show, but if you're a Tottenham fan, long drive back you've got this evening, but you'll be driving back a happy fan.
The goals for Burnley are mere bookends from Foster and Brownhill, because Tottenham Hotspur in between with a hat-trick from Son, Romero and Maddison running out 5-2 winners here at Turf Moor, and they're second in the Premier League. Mark.
Looks like Huddersfield are going to get their first win of the season. Jack Radoni, 6 minutes into stoppage time, has scored at West Brom. West Brom 1, Huddersfield 2. Late goal at Livingston, Gavin Wallace.
Indeed, Mark, and it's for Livingston. It was Louis De Lucas just getting himself on the end of a great cross ball in. It was a free kick, backstick, paid right across the face of goal, and the big defender was there to potentially give Livingston the 3 points. Still 6 minutes to go. Livingston 1, St Mirren 0.
Another one for Manchester City, Will Perry.
Yeah, still playing in time for Erling Haaland to complete his first hat-trick of the season. He got 6 last season. It's now Manchester City 5, Fulham 1. It's brilliant work from Sergio Gomez, the substitute. Puts it on a plate. Haaland lashing past Leno. City 5, Fulham 1.
In the Championship, Plymouth have beaten Blackburn by 3-0. Cheltenham yet to score still in the EFL this season. They've been beaten 2-0 at home by Barnsley. Final whistle has gone at Rotherham. Sani.
Yes, the first win of the season for the Millers. Rotherham 2, Norwich 1. Postage stamp finish from Dexter Lembagisa. His first career goal got them on the way, that from the edge of the area. And then Norwich old boy Jordan Hugill, glancing header, made it 2 at half-time. Christian Fastnax got a consolation, what would turn out to be in the second half. But Rotherham win this one, their first win of the season. First defeat of the season for Norwich is Rotherham 2, Norwich 1.
Still playing at Stamford Bridge, where Chelsea are a goal down to Nottingham Forest. Preston are going top of the Championship. Charlie Slater.
Stoke 0, Preston 2. 2 goals for Will Keane within the 15 minutes of the restart. The first from the penalty spot, the second a tap in from a lovely move down the right. There'll be some sunburnt Preston fans heading back up the M6 this evening. They're going top of the Championship.
Middlesbrough have been beaten 2-0 at home by QPR. Their poor start to the season continues. Coventry 3, Watford 3. Another final score in the Championship. Nottingham Forest pushed Arsenal hard. They pushed Manchester United hard. They got no reward out of those 2 games. Today at the Bridge, 3 points. John Southall.
And they deserve it. Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 1. Wild scenes in the shed end with the Nottingham Forest fans celebrating their first win here since 1995. The winning goal 3 minutes after half-time. Caicedo gave the ball away. Awoniyi picked out Elanga, and he scored his first goal for the club in the bottom right-hand corner. Chelsea missed an absolute sitter. Nicholas Jackson slipping, guilty party, hit the crossbar, 4 yards out. Matt Turner then denied Thiago Silva. Elanga hit the post for Forest, and Sterling right at the end pushed it past the left-hand post. But the Forest fans you can hear in the background, they've won at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 1.
England have been thrashed by Sri Lanka by 8 wickets in the women's T20 International, and Sri Lanka had nearly 7 overs to spare, all over at the Etihad. Will.
Man City 5, Fulham 1. Alvarez with City's first, tucking away Haaland's cross. Ream levelled with a tap-in. First half stoppage time controversy. Ake heading in a Foden corner, but Akanji offside and clearly in Leno's eye line, but goal given. Haaland with a second half hat-trick. 2 thundered in, the other from the penalty spot. City go top. Man City 5, Fulham 1.
Huddersfield have won at West Brom. What a comeback from Ipswich. Flo Pollock.
Another goal fest at Portman Road. Ipswich have beaten Cardiff by 3-2. Ramsey and Rawls put Cardiff 2-0 up, but Ipswich didn't panic. Freddie Ladapo making a real difference. He chipped in with 2 goals. Nathan Broadhead on the score sheet with a powerful strike. Great comeback from Ipswich, who are up to second in the Championship. Full-time Ipswich 3, Cardiff 2.
Bolton had beaten Derby by 2-1 in League One. Speaking of League One, Aaron Paul.
Port Vale 2, this only really came to life in the second half. Alex Ikaviti heading Vale into the lead 10 minutes after Mark Harris had been sent off for the home side. Greg Lee volleyed home and added on time to equalise for Oxford, then was sent off himself. Oxford down to 9. Port Vale awarded a 98th minute penalty. Up stepped Alfie Devine to steal the 3 points. It finished Oxford 1, Port Vale 2.
League One leaders have been beaten. League Two leaders have been beaten as well this afternoon. MK Dons have lost at Crewe. St Mirren's unbeaten start to the season has gone as well. Gavin.
It's just about to go, Mark. We've got about 90 seconds or so to go. If that... Oh, and St Mirren have just scored right at the death, Mark. I'm not entirely sure who it was. A lot of traffic up the back there. They've missed a good few chances, and right at the death, Livingston have conceded a goal. St Mirren have now pulled it back. Livingston won, St Mirren won.
Just to clarify, St Mirren's unbeaten record hasn't gone yet. They're still playing at Livingston as things stand. Elsewhere in League One, Portsmouth, despite having 10 men, came from behind to beat Peterborough. Wycombe won at Northampton, Stevenage at Leyton Orient. They're still playing at the Valley, but Charlton are on course to beat Fleetwood. They lead 2-1. Carlisle have got their first league win of the season. They beat Shrewsbury 2-0. Exeter are going well. They're in second and they've beaten Burton. That might take them top. I'll give you the league tables during Sports Report. And Blackpool beat Wigan by 2-1. Good afternoon, I'm Mark Chapman. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live at 4 minutes past 5, and this is Sports Report.
Got to turn the music off for that bit because I'll get done for copyright. Bloody mad YouTube, innit? Mad.
This Saturday tea time, Tottenham come from behind to thrash Burnley.
Son has just completed what is his 5th hat-trick for Tottenham Hotspur. Spurs are running riot at Turf Moor as the Burnley fans head to the exits in their droves.
Anthony Elanga gets Forest's winner at Chelsea. A Haaland hat-trick and a controversial goal helped Manchester City beat Fulham. Sheffield United and Everton pick up their first points of the season after an entertaining draw. A late Brian Mbeumo goal denies Bournemouth their first win of the season at Brentford. Our next commentary, Brighton, Newcastle. John Murray.
Two of the Premier League's upwardly mobile teams of last season, with European excitements to look forward to later this month. But strange to say it, they could both do with winning this after their mixed results in August.
Preston win at Stoke to go top of the Championship. Ipswich come from 2 down to beat Cardiff and go second. Hull end Leicester's perfect start to the season. Rotherham inflict a first defeat of the season on Norwich. Birmingham are held by Millwall. Sunderland, meanwhile, put 5 past Southampton. Exeter win at Burton to go top in League One on goal difference, and Notts County are top of League Two after beating Accrington Stanley. Livingston and St Mirren are still playing, and they are level at 1-1. Ferrari's Carlos Sainz takes pole for the Italian Grand Prix, and we'll have reaction to all the day's big stories to come over the next 25 minutes or so, and we'll have all of today's football results as well. There are 4 Brits, though, on court, or the first of 4 Brits are on court at the US Open. Let's just go to Abigail Johnson.
Yeah, good start here for Jack Draper, who leads Michael Moe by a set and a break in 3rd round action. Dan Evans will be starting up shortly on the main show court, Arthur Ashe Stadium. He has a fierce task in the top seed and defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. Cameron Norrie and Katie Boulter still to come later today.
England have been thrashed by Sri Lanka in the women's T20. Melissa Story. Melissa?
Hello.
Hello? Do you want to give me the details? OK, we won't. Anyhow, by 8 wickets, Sri Lanka won, and they had nearly 7 overs to spare. Right, let's do the Premier League scores this afternoon. Sheffield United 2, Everton 2 at lunchtime. Then Brentford 2, Bournemouth 2, Burnley 2, Tottenham 5, Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 1, Manchester City 5, Fulham 1. Let's start at Turf Moor, where Tottenham's impressive season, Tottenham's impressive football continues. Ian Dennis.
It certainly does, and it's certainly been a tough introduction to life in the Premier League for Burnley. They suffered a 3rd straight defeat, but as you say, Tottenham's unbeaten start continues with such a convincing performance. Spurs brushed off an early goal for the home side from Foster. First time actually they've conceded first under Postecoglou, but they responded in fine fashion. A chip from Son, Romero lashed in a second. Burnley's naive defending allowed Maddison a 3rd. Son added 4 and 5 for a clinical hat-trick. Tottenham ruthless in the second half. Brownhill added an injury-time equaliser. But as the Spurs supporters sang in a jubilant manner, we've got our Tottenham back.
So you can see all the goals on Match of the Day tonight, 10:30 on BBC One. Next, let's go to Stamford Bridge. As I said earlier, Nottingham Forest have pushed both Manchester United and Arsenal hard away from home this season and haven't got reward. Today they pushed Chelsea hard and did get their reward. John Southall.
They did, and rightly so. Their fans are just drifting out of Stamford Bridge now. Crikey, how they celebrated on that final whistle. 1995, the last time they won here at Stamford Bridge. For Chelsea, well, much has been spoken about the money, the £1 billion Chelsea have spent, and Mauricio Pochettino was keen to stress yesterday that money doesn't bring instant success. Today, a case in point. Forest, with their 13 summer signings safely in the hutch, had just 24% possession, but they defended brilliantly. Joe Worrell, an absolute giant at the back, and they took their chance. Caicedo gave the ball away. Awoniyi picked out Anthony Elanga, and he finished into the bottom right-hand corner. Simple as that. His first Forest goal. Chelsea had their chances in the final 10 minutes, and only Nicholas Jackson will know how he missed from 4 yards out, just stretching. His shot skimmed off the bar. Matt Turner also denied Thiago Silva. Raheem Sterling shot wide late on in stoppage time of the left-hand post, and Elanga hit the post for Nottingham Forest. It's one win in the last 9 league home games, 4 points from the opening 12. This rebuild may take some time for Chelsea. For Forest, as you say, having already played Arsenal, Manchester United and Chelsea, they will take their 6 points.
Bournemouth were oh so close to their first Premier League of the season. Wasn't to be, though. 2-2 at Brentford. Chris Coles.
Yeah, terrific game, Mark. On another day, Brentford probably win this comfortably, given the opportunities they wasted. The post hit 3 times, all excellent chances for Kevin Schade, Johan Visser and Keane Lewis Potter. There was almost an inevitability about what would happen next. The game level at 1-1 at that point. Matthias Jensen's free kick for Brentford, Dominic Solanke's tidy finish for Bournemouth, and with their post still vibrating following Lewis Potter's effort, Bournemouth struck. 2 subs combining, Marcus Tavernier to David Brooks for a tap-in, and given Brentford's chances, you couldn't begrudge them a late equaliser. It came in stoppage time, Brian and Bermo's smart finish, which extends their unbeaten start to the season. As you say, Andoni Iraola still waiting for his first Premier League win at Bournemouth. Good game this, Brentford 2, Bournemouth 2.
Manchester City are top of the table this evening, played for 1-4. It sounds quite comfortable in the end when you hear the scoreline of 5-1 at home to Fulham, but that's not really the case, Will Perry.
Yeah, it doesn't really tell the full story, Mark, because, 5-1 it finished. I'm just looking at Erling Haaland because he was walking towards us and he's going to come and speak to us in a minute, so we'll get him on shortly live, hopefully on 5 Live. But Manchester City with 5 shots on target, and they've scored 5 goals. It's not often you see that, particularly here at the Etihad Stadium. It all started pretty well from a City point of view. Alvarez tucking away a Haaland crosser. Haaland not only with a hat-trick, but with that assist for the World Cup winner as well. Tim Ream against the script, levelling with a tap-in after Ederson actually made a brilliant save. It deflected, and Ederson parried it, but only into to Ream's path, who tapped in. And then the controversy, the first half stoppage time controversy, which saw Ake head in a Foden corner, but Akanji was offside clearly in Leno's eye line. The goal was given, and that seemed to just make Fulham crack. They fell apart. Silva was incensed. He's already had 3 bookings this season, and he's had a touchline ban. He was lucky not to get another one today, but Fulham just fell apart in the second half. Haaland with that second half hat-trick, 2 thundered in, 1 from the penalty spot after Diop shoved over Alvarez. City go top of the table, early doors obviously, but they win by 5-1.
So VAR, the VAR hub have given us some clarification. They claimed they first checked for interference and decided there was no impact, and then made a second check to confirm that Akanji had not touched the ball. But the no impact one, first of all, is baffling.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Shay Givens in the Premier League production studio, and obviously down in Stockley Park, and he says from a goalkeeper's point of view, it just affects the timing of the jump as well. So, Leno could not believe it. Leno ran out his goal up to the halfway line and surrounding Michael Oliver. It's not Michael Oliver's fault. Tony Harrington back in VAR at Stockley Park. I just can't believe that decision. He's standing clearly in Leno's eye line. And look, you could argue 5-1, it doesn't mean anything, but that was so pivotal at that time because it was 1-1 just before the break. Obviously affects Silva's half-time team talk, and that's what Marco Silva clearly will tell us surely in the next few minutes.
So Manchester City have 12 from 4, Tottenham 10 from 4, and West Ham 10 from 4. Then Liverpool and Arsenal 7 from 3. Brighton, who go at tea time against Newcastle, 6 from 3. Brentford 6 from 4, Villa 6 from 3, Forest 6 from 4, Manchester United 6 from 3. Then you have Chelsea 4 from 4, Palace 4 from 3, and Fulham 4 from 4. Newcastle and Wolves both have 3 from 3, Bournemouth 2 from 4, Sheffield United and Everton 1 from 4, and Luton and Burnley, the bottom two, yet to pick up a point from the 3 games that they've played. Sheffield United and Everton both have that point after a 2-2 draw at Bramall Lane. Let's hear from Sean Dyche.
Yeah, somewhat. I don't think it's about progress. I think 2 out of the first 3 games of the season we've played very, very well. But you've got to score goals and you've got to keep the back door shut, and we didn't do that. So today we showed that we can still score goals, which of course is pleasing, and take chances. Unfortunately, 2 basic errors of the team, not individuals actually, the team way that we work defensively, because the rest of it was a really good performance. I mean, Jared I thought was really good today. Pato's coming back again. I thought he was alive second half, and he's had a bit of a wobble, but he's coming back. He's a young man earning his spurs and learning. Taki's a stalwart as he is, young, he does well, and actually the defensive unit was pretty solid, but 2 mistakes cost you, and that's the thing we've got to get out of the system, because that was 2 goals in the first 2 out of the first 3 go against us and we don't score, and that's how it affects you. So not really about changing anything in the sense of today, because I thought it was another good performance, but at least we do get a point.
Jordan Pickford obviously getting you that point right at the very end. He called it a step in the right direction, something to build on now. And as you say, you've got these players coming back too.
Yeah, I think the players coming back is going to be really helpful, because we've been limited all season, and especially off the bench, how we can affect games. So that'll be another step forward. But yeah, I mean, look, the players are aware of the situation, they're aware of the club situation, but equally they're aware of each other. And we've got some really good players here. I can't emphasise that to them enough, let alone everyone else. There's some very, very talented players here. If we iron out the details and get it right, then we'll be a fair side, I think.
Sean Dyche with Juliet Farrington. Let's go straight back to Burnley. Ange Postecoglou live with Matt Newsom after their 5-2 win.
Ange, how satisfying was that for you?
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, conceding early, it's away from home. It's going to be a challenge, but I really like the way the guys sort of, just stayed calm and, sort of fought our way back into the game, trying to play our football and still being aggressive. And I thought we really worked our way into the game. And once we got the goal, we really got dominant at that point. The first half maybe a little bit wasteful in the final third, but second half really clinical. And yeah, delighted. It's not easy against any team away from home. And Burnley work hard, and they really put you under a lot of pressure. And I just like the way we really sort of controlled and handled it.
It was like a goal of the season parade, wasn't it, as well? 5 beautifully taken goals.
Yeah, they were good goals. Like I said, I thought we were a little bit wasteful in the first half, but then all our goals were outstanding. And with Burnley being so aggressive on the press, whenever we kind of broke through, we looked dangerous. And again, credit to the guys that we were able to finish off our stuff.
How nice was it to see your captain sign off the mark today?
Yeah, good. Look, he's been great all year. I know he hasn't scored yet, but he's been brilliant for us. Not just on game day, every day, as a leader. But I thought today he was kind of the impetus we needed, because he really pressed hard, and particularly on their goalkeeper, who's very good with his feet. And I thought they gave us some real momentum in the game. And then he's just a quality finisher, he's a quality player, and delighted for him to get the goals. But he's been great for us from day one.
Thanks, Ange.
Thank you, mate.
Ange Postecoglou live on Sports Report. In the Championship today, 3 games early on. Birmingham 1, Millwall 1. Thumping win for Sunderland at home to previously unbeaten Southampton by 5-0. And Bristol City came from behind to win 2-1 at Swansea. Then at 3 o'clock, Coventry 3, Watford 3. Ipswich came from behind to beat Cardiff 3-2. Goalless at Ellen Road between Leeds and Sheffield Wednesday. Leicester's 100% record went with a 1-0 home defeat by Hull. Middlesbrough 0, QPR 2. Plymouth 3, Blackburn 0. Rotherham 2, Norwich 1. Stoke 0, Preston 2. And West Brom 1, Huddersfield 2. Preston, after the win at Stoke, top of the table, 13 points. Ipswich and Leicester both have 12. Birmingham have 11. And then Norwich, Hull and Southampton all have 10. After that home defeat to QPR, Middlesbrough dropped to the bottom of the table with just a point. That goalless draw for Sheffield Wednesday gets them their first point of the season, so they also have 1. Swansea, the other side, in the bottom 3. They have 2. Right, let's get details of England's defeat by Sri Lanka in the Women's T20 International. Here's Melissa's story.
Well, it's been a memorable afternoon for Sri Lanka. They've beaten England by
Brighton,
8 wickets, their first ever win against England in T20 internationals, and the third biggest T20 international win against England women's in terms of balls remaining.
some days
Absolute
are
slaughtering
just
to
perfect
Maria
for football,
Thapati, the
aren't
Sri
they?
Lankan captain,
Today's
55
just
from
been one of
31, leading her side to
Got a drink
victory.
in it,
It's been a pretty
brilliant.
historic day here at Chelmsford.
Let's go back to Preston, going top of the Championship. Details of their win at Stoke from Charlie Slater.
Stoke 0, Preston 2. It finished. Away days don't get much better. Will Keane will get all the plaudits for his 2 goals, but they don't happen without the impact of half-time substitute Dwayne Holmes, who first won a penalty that Keane smashed home and then set him up for a second of the game, this time a simple tap-in. Stoke have now scored just 1 goal in the last 6 hours of league football, while Preston have won 4 on the spin for the first time in over 2 years. Defeats for Leicester, Southampton and Norwich mean Preston go top of the Championship going into the first international break after proving they can do it on a sunny Saturday in Stoke.
Let's go to the Scottish Premiership next, where St Mirren are unbeaten and top of the table. Just Gavin Wallace.
Yes, absolutely, Mark. I think we all counted our chickens a bit too soon earlier on. A pretty poor game exploded at the end. It was Livingston 1, St Mirren 1, and we'll talk about leaving all the drama to the end. 89 minutes is when the first goal happened. Dominican Republic defender Louis De Lucas was on the end of a low cross to put the host into the lead. You might have thought that had been it, but the second came on 90 plus 6. St Mirren salvaged that point, and as you say, that unbeaten start to the season as Stav Namachi was on the end of an Alex Gogic low ball to across the face of goal to salvage that point and put St Mirren top of the league for now. It finishes here in West Lothian. Livingston 1, St Mirren 1.
Kilmarnock 0, Ross County 1 and St Johnstone 2, Dundee 2. The other results today. So St Mirren 8 from 4. Celtic, Motherwell 7 from 3, Rangers 6 from 3, Ross County 6 from 4, Dundee and Livingston both have 5 from 4, Hearts have 4 from 3, Kilmarnock 4 from 4, Aberdeen 2 from 3 and St Johnstone 2 from 4. And then Hibs are bottom. Lee Johnson lost his job this week, of course. They're yet to win. No points from their 3 games. Elsewhere today in Scotland in the Championship, Arbroath 2, Ayr 1, Dundee United 2, Airdrieonians 0, Inverness 1, Dunfermline 1, Morton 1, Partick Thistle 4, and Partick down to 10 in that. Ray 3, 10-man Queen's Park 2. In League 1, Alloa 1, Cove Rangers 0, Edinburgh 0, Falkirk 2, Kelty Hearts 1, Annan 1, Queen of the South 2, Montrose 3, Stirling 2, Hamilton 2, and in Scottish League 2, Bonnyrigg Rose 5, Elgin 1, Clyde 0, Forfar 0, Dumbarton 1, East 5 0, Spartans 0, 10-man Stenhousemuir 1 and Stranraer 2, Peterhead 1. In the F1, Ferrari's Carlos Sainz is on pole for the Italian Grand Prix. Harry Benjamin.
Carlos Sainz snatched his first pole position of the year from Max Verstappen in the closing stages of qualifying, and he will start the Italian Grand Prix on pole for the home team Ferrari, with the roar of the Tifosi in the background as he crossed the flag. Jolyon Palmer alongside me called all the action. Sainz and Ferrari had been looking strong all weekend.
They have. They've been absolutely on it on their home race, and Sainz took it by a hair's breadth. 13 thousandths ahead of the dominant Max Verstappen, and he was euphoric as he crossed the line, celebrating as if he'd won the Grand Prix. He's got a much tougher job to do that tomorrow, but today it was a really, really sensational performance.
Max Verstappen then will have to start alongside him in second, with Charles Leclerc making it a Ferrari 1-3, but it will be Verstappen who is aiming for his 10th consecutive Formula One race win.
The BBC Sport website and app to follow that tomorrow afternoon. In League 1 in England today, Blackpool 2, Wigan 1, Bolton 2, 10-man Derby 1, Bristol Rovers 1, Lincoln 1, 10-man Burton 0, Exeter 1. Carlisle beat Shrewsbury 2-0, got their first win of the season in doing so. Charlton beat Fleetwood 2-1. Cheltenham 0, Barnsley 2. Leyton Orient 0, Stevenage 3. Northampton 0, Wickham 1. Oxford were reduced to 9 as the morning leaders were beaten 2-1 at home by Port Vale. And Portsmouth also reduced to 10, beat Peterborough 3-1. It's tight at the top. Exeter, Bolton, Stevenage and Port Vale all have 13. Portsmouth and Oxford have 12. Cheltenham prop up everybody else with just a point, and they are yet to score in the league this season. The only EFL team yet to score. Fleetwood also have a point. Burton and Wigan both have 2. I'll give you the League 2 results after we go to Russell Fuller at the US Open.
Jack Draper is flying against Michael Moe, trying to reach the 4th round of a Grand Slam for the first time. 6-4, serving now with a game point for 4-love in the second set. Dan Evans, meanwhile, underway against the defending champion Carlos Alcaraz on the Arthur Ashe Stadium, and he's been broken in the opening game. 2017 semi-finalist Coco Vandeweghe is here. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Dan Evans, isn't it? The way he plays, it's almost meat and drink for Alcaraz.
Absolutely. It's just so hard for Dan Evans to be able to make any inroads here, especially, I mean, he's going to just try and chop him up a little bit with the slice, but I think Alcaraz is just too powerful from the baseline for Dan Evans.
Alcaraz has won the first game then. He's got the break. He's 40-15 on serve. And Cameron Norrie, the third of 4 British players in action today, is likely to take to court 17 in the next half an hour.
In League 2 today, in the lunchtime game, Wrexham won 1-0 at Tranmere. The morning leaders, MK Dons, were beaten 3-1 at Crewe. Elsewhere, Doncaster were down to 10, but ended goalless with Swindon. Grimsby 2, Gillingham 0. Harrogate 0, Barrow 1. Mansfield 0, Bradford 0. Morecambe 1, 10-man Salford 0. Newport 2, AFC Wimbledon 2. Notts County 3, Accrington 1. Stockport 3, Crawley 3. Sutton 0, Forest Green Rovers 1. And Walsall 1, Colchester 0. I'll give you the table after Vincent Company live on Sports Report with Matt.
Vincent, your thoughts after today's game?
Yeah, obviously, and it's always about the winning. It's always about winning, and obviously today the result is not something that we've enjoyed. But it's a difficult league. We played against a very good side today. We had our moments, but certainly we were too vulnerable, and at times, we made it a little bit too easy for them to score the goals. And I can take the fact that these are very, very good teams. But yeah, we knew it was always going to be a lot of hard work, and we're prepared for the challenge.
I guess the one thing you can say is that to score the goals that they did, they were all extremely world-class finishes.
Yeah.
Is that any consolation at all?
No, no, it isn't, because you want to avoid as much as you can. They'll get there every now and then. It's normal, but you want to avoid as much as you can for these players to get into these type of areas. And okay, like I said, there's still a lot of work for us to be done. There's still a lot of room to improve. Some of the things we've seen as a trend, though, is that we've been dangerous in every game. We've had our chances. So now, hopefully, if we can keep that side of our game and just make sure that we're a little bit more robust going the other side. It's still a team that can improve in all those things, so it's not a job that I'm surprised of that we have to do, or it's not something we knew that we had to do this work.
I guess at least you can say that your team didn't stop fighting until the end, and that's going to give you a big chance of staying in this division. Yeah,
and I had a little bit of worry, because after half-time we didn't come back out the way that really we would have liked to come back out. We got pinned for a little bit, and I didn't want that to be just a story of the game, because then that is what people remember. So the result is the most important. We weren't able to compete with Tottenham today, but in the end, the team fought, and it keeps fighting, and it keeps creating chances, and it's harder to create chances than to defend. So that's a side that we can still improve a lot on.
Thanks very much, Vincent.
Thank you.
Vincent Company live with Matt Newsom on Sports Report. The League 2 table then, Notts County are the new leaders. They have 13. MK Dons and Gillingham 12. Barrow 11. And then AFC Wimbledon, Newport, Mansfield, Accrington and Morecambe all have 10. Doncaster continue to prop up everybody else. They have 2. Sutton, Colchester and Tranmere all have 3. To round off all the results in the National League, there was in England. In the National League, there was some game at Aldershot as Chesterfield won by 4-3. Finished Altrincham 1, Bromley 2. Borehamwood 0, Barnet 1. Dagenham and Redbridge 3, AFC Fylde 1. Goalless between Dorking and Eastleigh. Ebbsfleet 4, York City 1. Hartlepool 2, Wealdstone 1. Maidenhead 0, Woking 0. Rochdale 0, Halifax 1. Solihull Moors 3, Oxford City 3. Southend 2, Kidderminster 1. Barnet and Chesterfield, the top two in the National League, both have 16 points. In the Northern Irish Premiership today, Coleraine 1, Linfield 3, Crusaders 1, Lowgall 1, Glenarvan 1, Ballymena 0, Glentoran 1, Cliftonville 0, and Larne 4, Newry City 0. In the Welsh Premier, Barlowtown 2, Pennybont 1, Colwyn Bay 1, Haverfordwest 2, and Pontypridd 1, Barry 0. To the Walker Cup at St Andrews, Ian Carter.
Well, Great Britain and Ireland led 3-1 after the morning foursomes. It's now 4-2 as the first two singles have been split. A vital match coming to its conclusion with Jack Bigham up against the world number one Gordon Sargent. That's just gone all square. They're coming up the 18th. There's only one other match in which Great Britain and Ireland lead. That's John Goff, 5 up after 11 against Nick Dunlap. The Americans are up in 2, and the other 2 matches are all square. Very tight.
More reaction to the day's football to come at half-time in our tea time game, and you'll want to get your calls in as well. 08085 909 693. We mentioned earlier Sri Lanka's women beat England's women in the T20 International by 8 wickets. The men's ODI between India and Pakistan has been interrupted, I'm presuming, because of the weather. India were bowled out for 266, and I think actually it's been abandoned because of the weather, so no result possible there. In Super League today, Hull FC 12, Leeds 28, and Warrington have thrashed Castleford by 66 points to 12. And the only other bit of sporting detail to give you is that in La Liga this afternoon, Jude Bellingham has just scored a 95th minute winner for Real Madrid as they've beaten Getafe by 2-1. On to our next commentary then. Brighton against Newcastle. This should be very entertaining. John Murray.
Well, let's hope you're right, Mark. And there's no worries about the weather here. I must say, it feels like it's summertime, even though it's September now. Great place to be on a day like this. The sun's shining, and the Brighton and Hove Albion Stadium is in great voice. These are the clubs that finished 6th and 4th in the Premier League last season. They both played at Wembley. They're both in Europe this season. They've just found out their fixtures today. So in the stands here, the supporters of both teams planning whether it's going to be Milan, Marseille, or whatever glamour spot of Europe they're going to go to, how they're going to get to, where they're going to stay. But I think 2 sets of players down on the pitch there who'll be thinking, we could do with 3 points from this match. James Collins is going to watch it alongside me, former Welsh international central defender. And as usual, it's all about the 3 points, isn't it?
It is, and you know, we saw with Brighton last week, you know, that we know the way they play. They're going to keep possession, and you know, 700 passes last week against West Ham. So, you know, I'm sure they don't change the way they play. They'll be playing the same way, but, you know, the 3 points are all that matters. You know, both teams, you know, could desperately do with them.
So here we are, first time you and I have commentated together. James Collins, former West Ham, Aston Villa, Cardiff City central defender, and we're watching Brighton and Hove Albion against Newcastle United on 5 Live from BBC Radio. And Brighton it is, the home team in the blue and white striped shirts, blue shorts and blue socks. Kick-off, they're playing from right to left, and that's a poor clearance actually by Verbruggen, their goalkeeper, but Newcastle couldn't take advantage. And Newcastle in their green change strip, the Saudi Arabian style green colour shirts with a black trim, white shorts and white socks. And Newcastle winning a throw-in down the right-hand side, just down to our right. The captain, Kieran Trippier, to take this. Brighton making 3 changes today. Danny Welbeck's not fit, so he's out. 2 changes in defence as well. Milner and Webster substitutes today. So Van Hecke and Veltman have come in, and Pedro, the club record signing, is playing in place of Welbeck. I'll run you through the teams in a moment, but the ball's played through to Isaac, edge of the area, could be in here. Van Hecke comes across and does very well. Isaac was through into the penalty area, but Van Hecke recovered extremely well, went to ground, put the challenge in, and actually played it off Isaac behind for a goal kick.
You could see, John, we've questioned how Newcastle were going to set up. Were they going to press high, and they've won the ball back. Great ball through. You've got to say to Van Hecke, it's an incredible challenge to get back, because it looks a goal all over.
Now, did he actually get the ball there? I'm just looking at this. It is a goal kick for Brighton, which, well, obviously they had a look at that. did wonder when I saw that one replay there whether he died in, missed the ball, got the man, and it bounced through behind. And Isak, did have a shout. He did make an appeal, but he didn't go down.
Either way, John, it's a great chance early on. He'd be disappointed he didn't take the shot a little bit earlier and at least hit the target.
Yeah, so Brighton making 3 changes. A little early drama for them there, and it's Stupinian can't keep the ball in after Verbruggen cracked a pass to him round about thigh height at pace next to the touchline. Couldn't control it. It's out of play for Newcastle throw, and their supporters in the end to our right are absolutely jubilant at that moment there. Brighton, as Newcastle go back into their own half, have Verbruggen in goal, back four of Veltman, Van Hecke, Captain Dunk and Stupinian. Then in midfield, Gross and Gilmore, and March on the right, Mitoma on the left, João Pedro and Evan Ferguson. But it's Newcastle who've dominated the early exchanges, and here they come again, halfway inside the Brighton half. They've made just one change. Almiron now tries to reach it, just knocks it back against Stupinian, who recovered well actually and plays it out to Mitoma, who then knocks it back to, that's a poor clearance from Stupinian. It was cut out by Tonali, and the ball into the middle is steered wide by Isak from near the penalty spot. It was a crowded penalty area. There were bodies in there in front of him, but he shot wide of the right post by 3 or 4 yards.
It's another great chance early on. You can see exactly what Newcastle are going to do, John. They're going to press Brighton and try and win the ball up as high as possible. You've got to say it's a great chance. He's on his own on the penalty spot, and he'd be disappointed again with it's come off his shin, if anything, and put it well wide.
Well, you know what? That Mark Chapman, he might be right.
Yeah, we look like we're in for goals.
This could have plenty of thrills, as there is a foul on João Pedro, 10 yards inside the Brighton half. They take a quick free kick downfield. March is saying that he was fouled by Dan Burn, who's in central defence, and it is free kick given. Referee Stuart Atwell, no yellow card, hence the boos. Roberto De Zerbi down there in front of us. He's lasted, James, 3 minutes and 30 seconds with his jumper on before he's peeled it off.
He lasted slightly longer than me and you, John.
He did, because it is a warm September's afternoon down here close to the south coast and the sparkling English Channel. And Pascal Gross is going to take this free kick for Brighton from just in front of the centre circle, curls it forward. Isak got a head to it for Newcastle, bounces down and is cleared away by Almiron. This is for Tonali to chase, but Stupinian got there first, and Brighton back in their own half. So the one change for Newcastle, Botman did not make it. He's out with the injury that he picked up late on in the match against Liverpool. So Burns in central defence. He's already committed that, one foul, and Targett comes in for his first start of the season, Matt Targett. But other than that, it's as Newcastle have been in all of the matches so far this season, with Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, then Burn and Targett. But then the same midfield, Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali and Joe Linton, who was a doubt but is okay, he plays, and Almiron, Isak and Anthony Gordon, the front line. But Brighton coming on the right hand side. Solly March through to Gross, little flick, took a touch off the defender. March hits the shot from near the right corner of the penalty area, left foot, struck it well, and it flew away high across Pope, but he knew it was going over by 3 or 4 feet.
I've got to say, it's a great opening 5 minutes. Both, you can't really call that a chance, Solly March on his left foot on the edge of the box. That's a clean strike, but he's put it over the bar. But credit to both teams, they've both come out with the intent of going to win this game, and like I said, it's been a great opening 5 minutes.
It has. 0-0. Brighton 0, Newcastle United 0, and the ball is charged down by Evan Ferguson, and it bounces out of play for a throw into Newcastle just down to our left, across the rich blue of the carpet that is just off the pitch here at the Brighton and Hove Albion Stadium. Kieran Trippier a bit short with that pass. Ferguson has picked it up, placed it to the edge of the area. March is there. March then couldn't find the pass back to Ferguson, and Newcastle were able to clear. Quick throw though, Stupinian. Brighton are in their stride now after that promising opening by Newcastle United, and Brighton go back towards the halfway line, just a little short from Kieran Trippier. Ferguson was almost in. Yeah,
there's been a couple of little mistakes, that both teams obviously like to play, like to get the ball off a goalkeeper. A little bit sloppy, both teams, they've given the ball away in bad areas and given the opposition chances to get shots on goal.
March now wriggles away down the right. March tries to cross, but in slides Matt Targett and puts it behind. Corner to Brighton from the right. March has already caught the eye. 3 goals this season. He's taken a quick corner. Oh, nice work then the cross on the right hand side, header right across the face of goal and wide by João Pedro. Goal kick, Newcastle 0-0.
I'm tired already, John, watching this with the pace of it. It's been a frantic 6.5 minutes already, but credit to both teams, both managers. They've set their teams out to come and get the 3 points.
Definitely the right decision to take your jumper off, my jacket off. Roberto De Zerbi in his black t-shirt down there, and excellent from Brighton, responding to the good Newcastle chances, the opportunities for Isak, and now Brighton have had their attempt at goal with March, and that head out wide from João Pedro, the record signing, the £30 million club record signing from Watford during the transfer window. Ball played forward for Newcastle. Isak near the edge of the penalty area, but Van Hecke comes across and it bounces down, and Veltman's able to clear it away, and then Dan Burn is in, absolutely towering all over Ferguson, and the end on it up in a heap on the floor together. Free kick is given, but nothing more than that. So that's 2 fouls now by Dan Burn in the middle of the pitch. Free kick fired forward, and Trippier's able to see it back to goalkeeper.
You can
Paul.
see already, John, Dan Burn and Evan Ferguson are having a battle. You know, you can see already the ball's getting played at. He's done well so far, Ferguson. The ball's come into him. Obviously, Dan Burn's a big lad, and he's held his own and got 2 or 3 vital free kicks already.
Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. If you just switched on to us on this tremendously busy sporting weekend, as it always seems to be at this time of year. Trippier challenging for the ball, but it's bounced out of play. Final touch was off Trippier. It's a throw into Brighton on the left-hand side. There is a choice of listening right now, and it's a good choice as well. Either this match in the Premier League or Dan Evans against Carlos Alcaraz, live from New York at the tennis on Sports Extra via BBC Sounds. We'll keep you regularly updated on what's happening in that match. I think I heard it said that Alcaraz had made the better start. Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. It's back with goalkeeper Verbruggen, who chips it out to Stupinian, but it bounces up rather awkwardly, and Newcastle are all over him, and Almiron's won it back, and now here's Bruno Guimaraes on the right hand side. His cross into the head of Gilmore, and it bounces away kindly for Brighton to Mitoma, who's off and running. He's off on one of his runs, Mitoma. He's 10 yards inside the Newcastle half, but Tonali just glided across and was able to put the challenge in. Beat 2 men though, Mitoma. He's already scored that brilliant goal, hasn't he, against Wolves, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's so nice to see, you know. Certainly me being an ex-defender, you know, you got a player like Mitoma who can pick the ball up, run it with ease, you know, 40, 50 yards up the pitch. It just takes the pressure off so bad. But I'll go back to Verbruggen, the Brighton goalkeeper. There's 3 or 4 times already he's tried to play a ball out to the left back. He's overhit it, or he's put too much weight on the pass, and Newcastle have pounced on it every time.
Yeah, and I read an interview with him in the build-up to this match, talking about how good he is with his feet. And that's a kiss of death.
I'm not a big fan of goalkeepers mentioning they're good with their feet.
Right. Okay, well, we know where we are there then. Here's Pedro. Mitoma on the left-hand side. Pedro's cross straight into Almiron. Shouts for handball, but he had his arm tucked into his chest. Did Almiron. Goes square. Now it's played out towards the right-hand side by Veltman. Here's Solly March, drops his shoulder, takes on the defender. Oh! And the cross comes into the near post, and Nick Pope was right down near the foot of his post. And actually,
I think it's almost caught him out, because it must be a deflection.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost... Nick Pope's gone for the cross, and it's a slight deflection, and it's almost nipped in at the front post.
Do you know, for a minute there, I thought he'd actually scooped it into the net. Yeah. But he did scoop it round the post. And corner then to Brighton as a result of that. This is good pressure now. Good game. 10 minutes played. High corner, deep to the back post. Headed across by Dunk to the edge of the area. Estupinian hits the shot. And Nis hit it quite badly. I mean, there was a whole gang of Newcastle defenders and Brighton players in front of him. But I mean, that was set up brilliantly. Worked brilliant.
We would have had the perfect angle as well, but it's a tough chance, you know, half volley, edge of the box, headed back from Dunk. You know, it is a tough skill to master the half volley from that far out, but yeah, quite a bad scuff.
Yes, it was. But Brighton now on top. Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. Brighton, who lost here to West Ham this time last week. Actually, I was listening to it. Alistair Bruce Ball was sitting in this very seat. That's when they had 73% In fact, they had more than that. They had 80-odd% of possession, didn't they, in that match? Brighton, yet lost to West Ham, who did an excellent job, your old club, on Brighton. But here come Brighton again, as in comes the challenge from Targett to put it out of play. So Brighton lost that match. Newcastle have lost their last two, but defeats to Manchester City and Liverpool, and actually led 1-0 in the 80-odd minute, and yet lost the match with those 2 goals from Darwin Núñez against the 10 men. Ball back with Verbruggen, the Brighton goalkeeper, the Dutchman. Long high clearance from him this time, but Targett does well, is able to beat Solly Marsh, and now Joe Linton out on the left-hand side, comes infield towards the edge of the penalty area. This is almost feels like this is the first moment in this match where the pace has just dropped, as Tonali, black hair bobbing, plays it infield towards Bruno Guimaraes, who went to drive the pass through the middle, but Van Hecke was able to intercept it, and Brighton have got it back on the edge of the penalty area with the captain, Lewis Dunk, back in the England squad again. I think he will get his chance to play if he stays fit. I think he would have done at the end of last season, actually, in the internationals, had he not had to withdraw through injury. Roberto De Zerbi, I don't know if you picked that up on our microphone down here, but that shout you could hear, that was Roberto De Zerbi.
I was saying about the passes he's been playing out to the left back here, and I think he wanted his goalkeeper to keep hitting that pass. They're obviously working on it, because they've done it 4 or 5 times today, and he was furious with his goalkeeper.
Well, if he repeats that at half-time, Bart Verbruggen's going to know about it. Cross on the right-hand side, March in field. Here's Pedro. Now Billy Gilmore, square from him towards the left-hand side, and then Estupiñán to Mitoma. Mitoma with Trippier in front of him, Almiron there as well, still 0-0 on 5 Live. Gilmore, that's a lovely ball through, Ferguson shoots left-footed, but Byrne went across actually, forced him wide, and the shot with his instep just ran through to Nick Pope, who was able to gather it up.
Great ball from Billy Gilmore, little slide up. They kept the ball well previous to that. Brighton, as we know they do, happy to keep possession. One good ball from Billy Gilmore into Evan Ferguson, and you've got to say it's a tight angle, but it's a chance.
Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. We're in, or just outside Brighton, and it is Brighton breezy. And De Zerbi just comes back towards the edge of his seat and puts his hands on the side of his head as if he's going off to sleep.
The first time I've seen him live, he's some character.
I've not seen him in this position before, because we're right down, just close to pitch level, and he's right in front of us. So this is going to entertain us. Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. Van Hecke, the tall, blonde, number 29, the Dutchman, turns, plays it back. Webster on the bench for this one, and Milner as well, after starting the first 3 matches. Gets a rest today against one of his former clubs. And now Lewis Dunk is just able to wander the ball forward. Newcastle have just sat off Brighton while they have the ball near the edge of their own penalty area, and it goes back to Verbruggen again, who finds Van Hecke, who's just walking the ball up towards the halfway line, then through.
They're sort of picking and choosing their times, Newcastle. Sometimes they're letting the back four have it and they don't press, and other times they're pressing and trying to catch them out. Anthony
Gordon wins the ball back. First time I think I've said his name in the match. He was very much in evidence in the early stages of the match last Sunday afternoon against Trent Alexander-Arnold. Comes to the right-hand side. In forward steps Cher to win it back for Newcastle. Tonali tried to play a first-time ball, comes back to him, then does play it again to Almiron. Almiron off and running into the penalty area on the right-hand side. Across, deflected off Duncan. Down went Verbruggen, actually to change direction and make a decent save down at the foot of his post to push it wide for a Newcastle corner.
Yeah, it's a deflection off Dunk, and he's expecting the cross, so he's sort of in the position for a cross. Deflections come off Dunk, and he's done well to get down to his left-hand side and tip it round.
So a corner for Newcastle, this there first. Looking to my right, Kieran Trippier just leaning over there and just pulling up the top of his left sock. Still 0-0, but bright opening after 15 minutes. Trippier drives this one in low, takes a touch off Solly March, but that touch has taken it to his teammate Estupiñán, and now Brighton sweep forward over the halfway line. Estupiñán to Mitoma running at Gordon. Mitoma cuts in field, right foot shot, hit the defender, and then bounced back to him, and he just really softly scooped it forward through to Pope.
Kieran Trippier has done unbelievable there, because he's took the corner that's been cut out, and Brighton are away. They put 4-1-3, I think, going the other way, full length of the pitch, Kieran Trippier, he's probably done an 80-yard sprint to get back and block the shot. Tremendous.
Started every Premier League match last season, Kieran Trippier. 32 now, 33 this month. But no sign of a lack of energy, and I'm sure he'll be involved with England in the matches against Ukraine and Scotland. You'll hear them both on 5 Live. In fact, the Ukraine game will be in Poland this time next week for the commentary on Ukraine against England. We're going to go to New York in a moment, but here is Pedro, João Pedro for Brighton, up into the penalty area. Trippier comes across, leans into him, Pedro goes down, ball still in the area from Newcastle. Well, shouts for a penalty, but I think Pedro went down rather easily there as Trippier came in. However, and now it is Bruno Guimaraes who goes down in the centre circle. No free kick there either. Gordon takes it up, gives it to Isak. Isak cutting in from the right-hand side, then goes wide. Defender goes down. Isak pulls it right across the penalty area, and there's no one there in a green Newcastle shirt, and Brighton can clear. We'll come back to that, but let's just get an update from the US Open from Russell Fuller.
Jack Draper, who gave himself just a 30% chance of playing in the US Open because of ongoing worries about his left shoulder injury, is now a set away from the 4th round. He leads Michael Mmoh by 2 sets to love, while on the Arthur Ashe Stadium, Dan Evans finds himself 1-5 down, first set to defending champion Carlos Alcaraz.
So I was right when I said that Alcaraz had made the better start. Brighton 0, Newcastle 0 on the 5 Live commentary match from the Premier League. 3 more commentaries tomorrow, but a real burst of action there. James Collins will have a word, but Brighton are building again. Here's Veltman, ball just ran away from him, had to play it back towards the halfway line. So what about Pedro then? Any shout for a penalty?
It would have been soft. Trippier again, I think.
Here he is again, Pedro, nice turn. Gives it to Mitoma to his left. Mitoma's shot comes off Trippier, bounces away and spins out for a corner.
This is almost like a basketball game, John. We haven't got time to comment on all the action, but the penalty shout, I think it's shoulder to shoulder, and Pedro's gone down a little bit easy, but then Newcastle go up the other end and have a chance themselves.
Yes, they did, and somehow the goals have not been breached, and we have got a stoppage. Referee's just come across to have a word with, Pedro and Trippier. I think they've continued the conversation there, haven't they? Trippier must have said to Pedro...
It would have been soft. I think he's just mentioning that he's probably a little bit stronger than him.
Yes, that's what I suspect. So it is a corner. Pascal Gross to take this. In the Germany squad this week, Gross. Cross to the back post, which is headed up and across. Mitoma jumps for it. Crowd of Newcastle players couldn't get there. Ball bounces down, still in play. Solly March. March crosses from the left. That's a high one. Dunk, who headed that initial ball back across. Dunk has to stretch. Somehow keeps it in over there. Well played, Lewis Dunk. And now Gross back centrally. And Brighton in possession. Veltman is going to play it back behind him to Van Hecke. 20 minutes played almost on the clock. Van Hecke square towards Gilmour. Gilmour's ball through, but Joe Linton stepped forward, gives it to Bruno Guimaraes. Bruno Guimaraes against Gilmour in the middle of the field, stood up, shoulder to shoulder, was able to pass the ball through to Isak on the left-hand side. Almiron making ground through the middle. Isak now weaving his way infield, evades a couple of challenges, then comes back to Bruno Guimaraes, who goes back out towards Gordon on the left-hand side. And Newcastle have possession inside the Brighton half. You know, two teams who love to have possession, and it's actually fascinating watching them tussling for possession of the football.
Exactly, and when they do that, I think this is good from Newcastle, trying to slow it down, because there's no doubt Brighton have been on top for the last 10 minutes. Just get a bit of possession, pass it around, let the game settle down. It's good to see from Newcastle as well, because we talked before the game whether they were going to press high and try and get after Brighton, and they're sort of picking and choosing. They're sort of, sometimes they're pressing high. You can see Isaac trying to get his teammates up behind him to press, but then sometimes they're dropping off, setting little traps, letting Brighton have the ball, and then going to close them down.
But they had that chance after the Pedro penalty shouts at down at one end. Isak, when he was free on the right side of the penalty area, just needed to pick someone out in a green Newcastle shirt in the middle.
Well, yeah, the game's that frantic. I didn't think anyone could get from the defending box up quick enough to get the cut back, but it's such an open game.
Yeah, so Isak's had a couple of chances for Newcastle. Brighton coming forward through the middle. This game was 0-0, by the way, last season. Here is Mitoma playing it across, but into the path of Tonali, who was underneath it and able to sweep it away towards the halfway line. Dunk steps forward. Mitoma. Newcastle with everyone apart from Isak back in that thrilling first weekend win against Aston Villa. Isak scored 2 goals, but he's failed to score in 9 of his last 10 Premier League appearances, apart from that day when he scored the 2 goals against Aston Villa. Could already have at least one in this match. But here's Van Hecke to Billy Gilmore, low ball through the middle, and now Gross is able to hold the possession against Gordon's challenge. Out to March on the right-hand side, then it comes back. Veltman turns with his left foot, gives it back to Solly March. March back to Veltman again, and then Veltman back to March down the right wing. Target dives in, March turns him, now he faces him, but Target back on his feet does well, and then March brings him down, sweeps his legs away, and it's a free kick to Newcastle, but he defended it well, Matt Target.
He did. It's a nice little battle developing over there. Solly March against Matt Target, you know, both great players. Solly March has started the game really well, but when Target's been asked, you know, he's defended well. So yeah, the pace of the game is incredible. I think Eddie Howe's just telling his goalkeeper to take his time here and try and let it settle down a little bit.
Brighton and Hove Albion 0, Newcastle United 0. If you've just been out watching any of the matches this afternoon, we're going to round everything up for you at half-time. But I think probably the headline, Erling Haaland scoring his first hat-trick of the season. The champions won 5-1 against Fulham, and they have won 4 out of 4 in the Premier League this season as they attempt once again to defend their title. As Brighton win a free kick, it was Anthony Gordon who's in on the challenge, and that has given us a free kick.
The Brighton players are not happy. Looking at the Brighton players' reaction, they're not happy with this.
They are not happy.
Seen the replay.
Well, Anthony Gordon had a right rivalry with Alexander Arnold last Sunday afternoon, and referee Atwell says yes, yellow card for Anthony Gordon for, well, we've just seen it again, James.
It probably is a yellow, you know. Van Heck's tried to clear the ball at the pitch, and Anthony Gordon's come in, tried to block it, a little bit clumsy and stood on the top of his foot, but they can be nasty, so probably correct decision for a yellow card.
Yellow card. So 0-0 here, 6:06 to come after this. So Manchester City 5-1 winners against Fulham. Son scored a hat-trick as well in our earlier commentary match. Tottenham's very good 5-2 win at Burnley, and we're going to hear from Son Heung-min as well at half-time. Here is Ferguson for Brighton, out to the right-hand side, chested down by Solly March. Veltman is there behind him, then infield again to Gilmore. It's been quite influential, Billy Gilmore, in the midfield. The Scotland international in the middle of the field, plays it out to the left-hand side, back to Dunk though, nearer the halfway line. Gilmore comes, wants the ball, then back to Dunk, who's going to go all the way back to his goalkeeper. And as well as that, finished Brentford 2, Bournemouth 2, also 2-2 between Sheffield United and Everton, so their first points. And Nottingham Forest winning at Chelsea as well, amongst the headlines earlier. Preston, top of the Championship after their win at Stoke, and St Mirren remain top of the Premiership. But it is Rangers Celtic tomorrow, and that's our first commentary match tomorrow afternoon, midday kick-off. So 5 Live Sport on air from 11:30 in the morning with Steve Crossman. Brighton go for a long ball forward out towards the far side, but the offside flag is up, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. James Collins.
Just going back to Billy Gilmore there, John, you know, it's great to see centre midfield. He's always looking for the ball, always wants the ball, always wants to be involved in the match. At every pass he's looking forward. You know, you see midfielders are happy to pass side to side whenever Billy Gilmore gets on the ball, and obviously that comes from the way Brighton play, but he's always looking forward, always looking for that killer pass.
Yeah, and he'll be involved against England, I'm sure, with Steve Clarke's in-form Scotland, as Newcastle bring the ball forward. Here's Joe Linton in field now, played across by Bruno Guimaraes, back into the centre circle. Cher is there. Most unusual to have a change at the back in central defence for Newcastle. Botman with this injury, clearly they'll be hoping he's okay for the challenges to come. Cher, what a ball forward, chested down by Joe Linton, but defenders were there for Brighton, and in the end Van Hecke just got a touch on it back to Verbruggen.
He did well getting back the Brighton defenders. It's a great ball from Cher, you know, on the halfway line. Joe Linton's made a great run, peeled off the defender. It's probably touch has let him down a little bit to give the Brighton defenders a chance to get back, but again, it's great play.
Van Hecke coming back in, started the first match against Luton, but then Webster took over. But the decision today, I suppose, will be one of the things that De Zerbi might be asked about after the match. But after he made that initial challenge on Isak, that excellent defensive challenge, when it looked as though Isak was going to open the scoring, Clearly it's helped his confidence, but Brighton play a long ball forward. Mitoma to chase. Pope comes out into the full-back position. He's cleared it to Estupinian. Estupinian then beats Trippier. Estupinian through. Mitoma now. Low ball across goal. Blocked by the leg of Pope. And it comes out now for a driving effort, which is dropped by Pope and scored by Ferguson. Gilmour with the initial shot. Pope couldn't hold it, even though it was straight into his chest. He spilled it out to Ferguson, who rammed it in with his right foot. And it is Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. And Nick Pope will not be happy with that.
Deserved, John. It's hell of a strike from Billy Gilmour, though. It's coming at him. It's bounced off. It's all come from, the goalkeeper's initial bad clearance. He's played it infield. He's out of goal. I've got to go back to it. Billy Gilmour's strike, he'd be disappointed. The goalkeeper should be holding it, but it's a great strike and nothing that Brighton don't deserve.
Absolutely caught it so sweetly from best part of 25 yards, slight angle outside the area when it came back to him after Nick Pope had blocked the initial effort from Mitoma. Then there was a half clearance from Tonali, but the drive. But it was right into his chest, Nick Pope. Yeah. Slightly higher, left side of chest. Put his arms up, just spilled it straight out.
I think Fabian Schär is just in front of him and tried to make a block, literally 6 yards in front of Nick Pope, and tried to block it, and it's just gone over his knee. So maybe that's taken his eye off it. But he'd be disappointed he didn't hold on to it. But I say it again, Brighton fully deserved their lead.
And also, as well as that, the poor clearance from Nick Pope, who was in the full-back position. So 1-0 Brighton, but here's Gordon now skipping across the edge of the penalty area, playing it square. Joe Linton, lovely footwork, and then steers it wide as Dunk slid in with his left foot. Thought that was bound for the bottom corner, but just wide.
It's so end-to-end. I think it's one of the most end-to-end Premier League games I've seen. It's again great play from Anthony Gordon. He's cut inside. Joe Linton probably should do better. It's a bit of a tame effort really from where he was, just on the edge of the box, side-footed it wide of the goalkeeper's right post.
Proving to be quite a challenge to keep a note on everything that's happening here. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. And Evan Ferguson, here is the goal scorer. The Irishman takes it on, plays it infield to Mitoma. Pedro outside the box. Pedro shoots over on the slide from near the penalty spot, just leaning back. But it was opened up. It opened up for him, but he couldn't keep the shot down.
I'm glad you're sat next to me for this, John, with your experience, because I'd be struggling to keep up with this myself. It's incredible. I've never seen a game so end-to-end in my life.
What are you saying?
No, you could do it. I'm struggling to keep up with it myself.
I'm just used to that Mark Chapman talking about my experience, but not always as kindly as you do. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0, with almost half an hour played. Super striker's finish as well, wasn't it, from Ferguson? I mean, people will say that was a simple finish, but that's kind of what he's building his reputation on, isn't it? This 18-year-old, let's not forget.
Yeah, such a young lad, when it comes back off the goalkeeper like that, just first of all the instinct to follow the shot in, and sometimes they fall through, sometimes they don't, and we've seen it before. They come at centre forwards like that sometimes, and they rush it and put it over the bar, but you've got to say he took it very well.
I was listening to one of our podcasts driving down, the one with Jermaine Defoe and Troy Deeney on yesterday afternoon, and in actual fact what part of that section there was them talking as goal scorers about how important it is to get in around the edge of the 6-yard box.
We used to say it at West Ham, to the centre forwards, follow it in. We used to have a saying, 10 a season, or even if it's 6 a season, you get them. And like you say, Anthony Gordon Evan Ferguson at such a young age has gone in and followed it in, and he's got his just deserves.
Yep, he has. That's his second of the season. Scored in the win against Luton when he came on as a substitute. And you say 10 goals a season. That's what he got last season. Young Player of the Year. And I must say, he looks like another Brighton player who, well, the world is his oyster, as Dan Burn is fouled by Solly March, and it's a free kick, an aerial challenge, and a free kick for Newcastle. Oysters being the operative word, having been down on the seafront in Brighton.
You had fish and chips earlier,
I had fish and chips, but there were oysters available.
Yeah.
And actually the car sat-nav took me away. I've never been before, driving from the middle of Brighton up here past the race course. Never been there before. the views from the racecourse must be sensational. On a day like this, you can see the English Channel, the rolling hills of the South Downs, as Gilmore is challenged, fouled by Joe Linton, and that's a free kick. And Billy Gilmore is saying there, you know, Joe Linton's put in a number of challenges to take a quick free kick. The referee allows them to as well. And Pedro, João Pedro, to Mitoma on the left-hand side. Mitoma into the box. Oh, does well, comes infield, but the ball across was deflected back out of the penalty area. But Gilmore's all over this. You know, he seems to be everywhere the ball is. Billy Gilmore's there.
He's constantly looking for the ball, John. Look, again, he's, you know, they're attacking. He's asking for the ball, and he's making it happen. Like I said, he passes forward 90% of the time, and he's making this Brighton team tick.
Yep. Didn't happen for him at Chelsea, when I think it was widely predicted that it would for Billy Gilmore, the former Rangers man. Actually started out at Celtic, so I'm sure he'll be paying attention in the morning. But just 17 appearances for Brighton last season. But if you know, it seems like he's showing his true self now. Here is Gross playing it square. Mitoma on the edge of the box. Brighton already 1-0 up, but Mitoma couldn't find the pass through to Stupinian. It was cut out. Groans from the Brighton fans in front of us, and the ball comes across the edge of the penalty area for Newcastle. Bruno Guimaraes back to Almiron, and then back to Trippier in the right back area, and Trippier plays it high and forward, but Isak slips over, and Brighton should have it back. In fact, it came out of play off Van Hecke, so Tonali takes a quick throw to Isak. Isak now dancing away from Dunk and from Gilmore. Isak still in possession. Tonali makes himself available on the right. Tonali's low ball right across the 6-yard box. Gordon couldn't get there. Raced in towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Couldn't get a touch on it, but Newcastle still in possession. 1-0 Brighton lead, but Newcastle now thinking they might be able to find an equaliser. Bruno Guimaraes 25 yards out, carrying it from left to right. Ball into Tonali. Stupinian with the challenge. Now Cher. Little ball through from Cher. Almiron on the edge of the box, but the challenge comes in on him, and now Cher out of position as Brighton break forward, but Pedro actually plays the ball back out towards the right-hand side. Breathless stuff.
It's incredible, the pace of the game. I'd mention it again, it's almost like a basketball game. You know, it's having little lulls where both teams are keeping possession. Let's try and slow it down, but a lot of the chances have come from mistakes. Not so much mistakes, you know, trying to play out the way both teams like to from the back, and the other team pouncing. But it's an incredible advert for Premier League football.
Yes, it is. And Ferguson is fouled from behind by Cher. This is 7 or 8 yards inside the Brighton half, but that was a challenge from behind. But referee Atwell deciding a free kick's enough for that, only a free kick. And so a free kick for Brighton. So they lead through the Evan Ferguson goal. It came from the poor clearance from Nick Pope in his full-back position. He delivered it straight to Stupinian, who was, 35, 40 yards out, drove it onto the edge of the penalty area. Mitoma's shot was actually saved by Pope, but the deflection bounced out of the box. And then you'll see it on Match of the Day tonight, a ferociously hit shot by Billy Gilmore from 23 yards, maybe that sort of range, that Pope couldn't hold as he tried to gather it into his chest, and it just bounced straight off his body out to Ferguson, who snaffled it into the net. So 1-0 the lead.
You look back to Pope, the initial clearance, you know, it's not a hard clearance. He should do better, there's no doubt about it, but there's nothing wrong there in just, you know, not rolling it out of play, but trying to get some yardage up the pitch, because if it does that, you know, obviously the goal doesn't come along.
And it's another match without a clean sheet for Newcastle United as well, which was their strength in the first half of last season, but now just 2 in their last 22 Premier League matches, and that habit, they've lost it for the time being. 1-0 down. Here's Ferguson. He looks full of confidence as well. Big guy, short brown hair, shaved at the sides, as so many of them do these days. Here's Mitoma, brilliant, pulls the ball down on the left wing, plays it into Stupinian inside the box, left-footed ball across the penalty area, though straight to Bruno Guimaraes for Newcastle, who's able to control and play it away. But that was Mahrez-like, actually, from Mitoma. That's what that was.
He's got into those little positions down the left-hand side here quite a few times. 3 or 4 times he's picked the wrong option, and it's sort of come to nothing. That time, picked the wrong option. Newcastle have gone for the cutback again, which they have, on a number of occasions and not quite had the runners.
Tonali playing the ball through towards the edge of the penalty area. Isak is there for Newcastle, forced wide, still in the box though. He's got Almiron behind him, comes back. Tonali puts his foot on the ball. Tonali now into the area, then back out towards Almiron, left-footed cross from him towards the back post. Joe Linton stretching, but Veltman did enough. Just did enough to block him, and the ball is through for a goal kick. And we've got less than 10 minutes to go to half-time. James Collins, just the one goal. Could have had many more.
I feel like we've done a full game already, John.
I do. You're needing more fish and chips after this.
Back down.
Yeah. Goal kick then for Brighton. Gilmour to take. And then the ball forward towards Pedro, who comes short. Gilmour misplaces the pass, but it runs to Gross. But Gross's ball over the top to Pope, who gets the ball in between his feet, just outside the penalty area. It spins, and the crowd are onto him straight away, and he's able to this time to gather.
He didn't. I don't think he fancied the clearance that time, John. So he sort of muddled himself up a little bit, but dealt with it in the end.
Well, he's such a good shot stopper, Nick Pope, one of the best, really. And I have to say, going to the England squad announcement on Thursday, I had him on my list, that Gareth Southgate, as he did in so many positions, said he was sticking with the players who played in June. And Nick Pope missed those matches because of a finger operation, so therefore has to play his way back in, one would assume, past Sam Johnston to get back in the squad. Tug on the shirt here. It's a free kick to Newcastle halfway inside their own half.
Going back to the chance, he should hold on to it, but how many times you've seen, John, goalkeepers try and park when the shot struck that fiercely, they try and palm it away or punch it away. Credit to him, he's tried to hold on to it, but it's not gone too well.
And I think you're right. I think the shot coming just past the outstretched foot of Cher was definitely a factor. Newcastle then played out to the left-hand side. Here's Target bursting forward down the left, the left back for Newcastle. Gordon's there as well. Gordon's cross headed away by Dunk, might come out for Almiron. No, Mitoma arrived from nowhere and was able to get a foot in to take the ball away into the full-back position. His clearance, though, has ended up with Cher, and now to the right-hand side to Trippier. Trippier back into the edge of the area. Bruno Guimaraes slides it forward. Tonali into the box. Stretch from Estupiñán. Just got a touch, and then a weak shot. That's blocked inside the penalty area. Tonali again, but Estupiñán is able to move across and strike the ball away past him downfield to the halfway line. Half-time approaching, when we will hear from, as I mentioned, Son Heung-min on his hat-trick, as Tonali is fouled by Estupiñán.
Estupiñán just come through the back there, bit too eager to win the ball. Quite a dangerous position for a free kick. The ball's been rolled into Tonali, and he's just a bit eager, tried to get his leg around him and caught him on the back of the ankle.
So a free kick. Tonali learned this morning, like the rest of us, that Newcastle's first match back in the Champions League will be in the San Siro, where he was playing for Milan last season, the team that he grew up supporting. I suppose for him, he'll feel, well, that script was right there, and so it is. He'll go back to his old club. So he'll want to be fit, and he is. He's okay after that challenge. Free kick, though, for Newcastle, who trail 1-0. High line held by Brighton. Trippier curls it in, but too close to Verbruggen, who comes tall, dressed in black, and is able to make the catch.
So disappointing when that happens. Like I said, it's a good position for a free kick, and you don't expect it from Kieran Trippier. His poor delivery put it straight into the goalkeeper's hands, but they should be taking more care of them. Set plays in football, we know how big they are, and when you get a chance like that, it's got to be better quality.
In fact, at half-time, we're going to hear from both Premier League hat-trick scorers. Erling Haaland will be on as well, so listen out for him. Mauricio Pochettino and Steve Cooper after Nottingham Forest's win at Stamford Bridge. And also, it says here, an angry Marco Silva. So that must be after that VAR decision in the Fulham game at Manchester City. So all of that at half-time, plus the latest on the tennis, live from New York. Tennis commentary continues on Sports Extra. As we'll have the latest on the Walker Cup as well, by the way. Long downfield for Brighton, for Mitoma, but he's adjudged to have fouled Kieran Trippier, and that's a free kick to Newcastle on the edge of their own penalty area. 5 minutes to go to half-time.
I think they have mixed it up a little bit more today, Brighton. They, like we have mentioned it, we all know how Brighton play. They like to pass it around, but you know, Verbruggen, the goalkeeper, occasionally has hit the long ball trying to catch Newcastle out, like I said, when they're trying to press. They are going slightly longer than we've seen them before.
That's a response to the way that Newcastle are playing, isn't it?
As I said, you know, sometimes they're pressing and sometimes they're trying to create traps. So you could see they've worked on it. You know, if Newcastle are going to press, they're going to go slightly longer than they normally do, and it's worked perfectly so far.
Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Brighton's first match in Europe will be here against AEK Athens, the Greek champions, as Bruno Guimaraes just has to battle to keep the ball under pressure from Gross and João Pedro. And Newcastle with Guimaraes again inside his own half. Tonali plays it infield, but Joe Linton couldn't get there. Gilmour did well there again, putting pressure on Joe Linton. Gilmour, blonde highlights in his hair, turns, plays it back to Solly March, who just for the time being has appeared over here on the left-hand side. I had him on my long list as well, Solly March, possibly to get into the England squad, as Gilmour is challenged on the halfway line, but it bounces for Van Hecke, who will have to be careful here because Isak is thinking that he might play it back to Verbruggen, the goalkeeper, which he does. But Verbruggen is able to take a couple of touches, and then that's the kind of thing he was talking about. A couple of touches and then a nice pass out towards Estupinian. Mitoma is challenged by Trippier. The ball bounces away to Brighton and Billy Gilmour, and then Gilmour into the centre circle. And Newcastle, a lovely turn from Billy Gilmour, took Bruno Guimaraes out of the game, and then Cher with a foul on Pedro. That's a free kick, and the cheers, you can tell that's going to be a yellow card for Cher. There it is.
Billy Gilmour again. It's easy to do, but it's not. If that's again, he's been brilliant.
Well, I think on the first weekend of the Premier League season, I stuck my neck on the line and I said that Match of the Day would do a set of analysis on Sandro Tonali after the Aston Villa game, which they did. Tonight, it's going to be Billy Gilmour, isn't it? They're going to break away, they're going to have a chat, and then it's going to be, and what about Billy Gilmour's influence on the game?
Well,
if things continue
what we've
to go
seen
for
so far, it would be fully deserved if they do.
Yes, it would. He's been excellent. Here is Gross, right-footed after the free kick was taken short, comes off the head of Gordon, under pressure from March, and that's going to be another corner for Brighton from the right, with half-time approaching. Blue skies over the stadium here, which nestles down in the rolling hills to the north of Brighton. Vapour trails across the sky, so one or two grey clouds coming in from the channel, it would appear. But a beautiful afternoon, and Brighton winning, and I think deserving it, but Newcastle could easily have scored themselves. Corner from the right then for Brighton, lots of pushing and shoving in the area. Here's the delivery towards the penalty spot. Dunk got up to get his head to it, but it dropped wide and behind for a goal kick to Newcastle. 1-0 Brighton lead.
Would have been an unbelievable header from Dunk. You know, balls whipped out. It's so hard. You know, he hasn't got. He's being marked quite tightly, and he's got up. But yeah, it would have been hell of a header.
Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Real feel-good atmosphere around this stadium. That's given away by Cher to Brighton. Gross takes it on. He's around Bruno Guimaraes, and then rather clumsily Joe Linton comes in. Gross goes down. That's no free kick. Roberto De Zerbi can't believe it. He's almost on his knees praying as Newcastle break away again, James.
Do you reckon there's ever been a manager getting the ice bath with the players after the game? Because I think he's done more work than some of the players.
How many red? I think he got 2 red cards last season and several yellows. He'll have got more cards than many players did last season. Here it is now, forward towards Almiron through the middle. Almiron did look like a foul, I have to say, for Brighton, but not given. Gordon now, nice footwork to the left-hand side to Tonali. Tonali curls it in, but Dunk is there near the penalty spot to head it down and away, out wide to the right-hand side. Trippier's going to allow it to roll over the white line now, which it does. Throw in. Newcastle captain takes it. Bruno Guimaraes, he'll be off with Brazil. So will Joe Linton, both in the Brazil squad. They start their World Cup qualifiers over the course of the next week or so. 2 minutes of added time, as has been indicated by Craig Pawson. Cher, high ball out towards the left-hand side. Gordon allows it to bounce. It bounces up to head height. Veltman puts in the challenge, but Gordon comes away with the ball. He's cutting in field, but he got a heavy touch there, and it was cleared away on the edge of the box by Gross. Back into the centre circle. Yes, Pascal Gross in the German squad at the age of 32, uncapped at senior level.
hope for us all, John.
Well, maybe not quite for all of us after earlier conversations. But Newcastle with Joe Linton on the left-hand side. Joe Linton plays it in field, and it bounces away and back into his own half, and then Byrne has to come across. Joe Linton was tripped over Ferguson, might have tripped over Byrne, and ended up in a heap on the ground. But it's out of play for a throw-in to Brighton. Yes, happy faces down in front of us. Not surprised as well, the Brighton fans. They've introduced the posh seats as well since I was last here to our right.
You felt it before the game, though. You know, that walking in from the car, you know, there's a good atmosphere outside the ground. The sun was shining. You could just see that there's a real buzz around the football club.
Yeah, they've broken out into a chorus of Sussex by the Sea as Brighton take the throw-in on the far side. Or what's happened here? The referee said take it again. Actually, yeah, the ball was moving. So it's a free kick to Brighton. I learned a new phrase as well this week that I'd never heard before. It's the motto of the local ale, the local beer that they brew in Sussex. And the motto is, "We won't be druv," which apparently is the unofficial motto of Sussex. Which means we will not be, cowed. Will not be. And there we are. They've not been cowed after the win after the defeat against West Ham last week. Here they are, great response from Brighton, but it's been a good game. Just the one goal somehow after the errors from Nick Pope, but a super striker's finish from Evan Ferguson. But incident at both ends, James Collins.
Yeah, the start was good. You know, we called it before the game. You know, both teams were going to come out and really press each other and try and play, and that's what they've certainly done. It's been a tremendous game. I think that Brighton deserved their win. Saying that, Newcastle had two, really good early chances, but a tremendous game of football, and like I said, I think Brighton deserved their 1-0 lead at half-time.
Yeah, looking forward to the second half. Brighton leading Newcastle at half-time by 1-0.
I'm back with John and James for that. Hat-tricks this afternoon in the Premier League for Son and Haaland as Tottenham won 5-2 at Burnley and Manchester City beat Fulham 5-1, but the crucial moment in that game was City's second goal to go 2-1 up. Marco Silva very happy with a baffling VAR decision. We'll hear from him during half-time. Big win for Nottingham Forest at Chelsea by a 0-0. The other two games ended 2-2 between Brentford and Bournemouth and Sheffield United and Everton. Preston are top of the Championship after a 2-0 win at Stoke. 4 teams are level on 13 points at the top of League One. Exeter lead them on goal difference. Notts County are the new leaders of League Two after a 3-1 win over Accrington, and St Mirren are top of the Scottish Premiership after a stoppage time equaliser at Livingston. Plenty of reaction to come during the next 15 minutes, but first here's the news with Nick.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The government is under growing pressure to uncover the full extent of buildings in England made with a concrete which is at risk of collapsing. More than 100 schools and colleges have been forced to shut classrooms because of concerns about the material. The Liberal Democrats say Rishi Sunak needs to call an emergency Cobra meeting. The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has ordered a review of police impartiality and activism. She says there's been an unacceptable rise in officers taking a side on controversial issues. The Police Federation says officers have been used as a political football. 2 people have been arrested on suspicion of murder after human remains were discovered close to a cliffside path in Dorset 9 days ago. A 38-year-old woman and 48-year-old man from Bournemouth have been held. Dorset police say the victim, found in Boscombe, was a 49-year-old man. And Australia has launched a rescue operation in Antarctica after a researcher based there fell ill. An icebreaker ship has been sent to the Casey outpost, where an air rescue was ruled out because of severe conditions.
A clergyman by trade, a wondrous game he hath made. Salford-born, globally known, drawn to a clock tower, combatants over his shoulder, kicked and ran, then ball in hand. Is this tale true? That conclusion is up to you. Rugby World Cup 2023
starts Friday.
Every game live.
On 5 Live, Radio 5 Sports Extra.
And the BBC Sport website.
This is 5 Live Sport.
Let's go straight to the US Open tennis, where Dan Evans is putting up a fight against Carlos Alcaraz. Russell Fuller.
Yes, one of 3 British players in action in the third round at the moment. There's commentary on 5 Sports Extra on BBC Sounds. Alcaraz brilliant for the first 4 games. He won them all. He took the first set 6-2, but he's having some difficulty here, trying to level at 2 games all, and back on serve it is now after Dan Evans got the early break. And Coco Vandeweghe, a semi-finalist at this US Open in 2017, after those first 4 games, this has actually been genuinely competitive.
Yes, Dan has done a much better job in staying in Alcaraz's service games. Alcaraz seems a little bit frustrated with himself, just certain plays that he's making mistakes, especially with the forehand. He's missed a couple easy rally ball forehands, just pushing it wide, not really having great shot selection on it.
Jack Draper is 2 sets up against Michael Mmoh, trying to reach the 4th round of a Grand Slam for the first time, but showing frustration just a minute or 2 ago, throwing his racket to the ground because he's 5-3 down in the 3rd set, and looks like he might drop his first set of the championships. And Cameron Norrie underway as well against Matteo Arnaldi, who's an unseeded player from Italy, and Arnaldi has the early break, leads set number 1 by 4 games to 3.
Opening day of golf's Walker Cup. Have Great Britain and Ireland edged it? Ian Carter.
It looks like they're going to, because as I speak, Mark Power holes a putt from short range on the 18th to beat David Ford, and that takes Great Britain and Ireland 7-4 ahead with 1 match left on the course. That's Preston Summerhays for the United States against Matt McLean. That's just gone all square on the 17th. So many of these single matches have gone the distance. Summerhays and McLean will as well. And what we do know for sure, Mark, is that GB and I will have the advantage going into the second and final day. They currently lead 7-4, 1 match left on the course.
England's women were thrashed by Sri Lanka in the T20 International, bowled out for 104. They lost by 8 wickets. Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari is on pole for the Italian Grand Prix tomorrow, which you can follow on the BBC Sport website from 2 o'clock. As far as the day's Premier League football is concerned, Anthony Elanga got the only goal of the game as Nottingham Forest won 1-0 at Stamford Bridge. Here's Steve Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, on the back of what went on at United last week and some decent spells at Arsenal, you know, great credit and respect for the boys for continuing to believe in themselves, in each other and the plan, and getting a result that's been a long time coming away from home, but to get it here at Stamford Bridge is amazing. And like I said, the players deserve it, the fans definitely deserve it for the way they've supported us. And I thought the game was always going to look like it did. You know, you don't come here expecting to dominate possession and create a lot of chances, but you do come here knowing that you can be dangerous and you can create chances in the right way and also keep a clean sheet. And you know, I thought we had the chance of the half from a set piece with Taiwo in the first half, and then we showed brilliant sort of tactical solidity in the goal in terms of how we won it, and then the athletic and technical breakaway, and it's a brilliant goal. So after that, it was always about just keeping the clean sheet, and there's no shame in that because that's what we've done. We got the 3 points. So just really pleased for everybody.
And it was Mauricio Pochettino's side's first home defeat of the season.
I think that we should not repeat the mistake that we made. I don't want to take credit to Nottingham Forest, but I think it's up to us to compete better, and in that way that we need to to learn from this type of game, that because the opponent compete and is aggressive, and I think we cannot make the mistake. We need to be focused 98 minutes on the game.
Mauricio, you say your players were naive at times today. Is that a concern, and how can you rectify that?
No, I think it's about to be strong and to compete and to get more experience in the Premier League. Premier League is the tougher competition. And of course, we are a young squad that we need to improve from our mistake, and we need to be more clinical in both areas. And I think today we create minimum chances to win the game, but we didn't score. And in football, if you don't score, you can explain, you can talk about philosophy, about methods, about experience, but in football it's all about to score and not concede goals.
You've obviously brought a lot of new players in, you've got a lot of injured players. Has this start been tougher than you thought it would have been?
No, we knew. I'm not going to put excuses. We should win. That is the mentality. But yes, we need to recover all the period to be stronger and to be better and being more competitive on the training ground to fight for their place and increase, the level of the team.
At the Etihad, it finished Manchester City 5, Fulham 1. But at 1-1, VAR decided to allow Nathan Ake's header despite Manuel Akanji being in an offside position and in the eye line of Fulham goalkeeper Bernd Leno. Here's Marco Silva.
This clearly is a huge mistake. Just people that never play football and don't understand nothing about football. If you are in office, you can say that is not, that player doesn't have influence in the goalkeeper decision. If the ball goes in the direction of the player, the goalkeeper just dive. If that player moves, the player when moves, of course, is a moment for the goalkeeper dives because the ball goes in the direction of that player, and the player pulled away from the moment to the ball goes inside the goal. The player is in clear offside position. Is a clear offside here, but in any part of the world.
So just to be clear, you feel that Leno had to hesitate because he was aware of Akanji and that delayed his dive?
Not that Leno. All the goalkeepers in the world, they have to see the direction of the ball. The direction of the ball goes in the direction of that player. He pulled away from that position, and after the ball goes inside the goal, that player influenced the moment, influenced the decision of Bernd, and influenced the decision, even the official, influenced the decision of the official. And they didn't see for us in the same way. And it's really because you speak ourselves, you are football people with the players, not just our players, their players as well, and no one believes how this decision was not offside.
2-1 at half-time then Erling Haaland got a second-half hat-trick.
Started a bit sloppy, but we ended in a good way, so important win, and 4-4, and we're going to national break with a really good start.
You'd not scored in your previous 4 games at the Etihad Stadium. I was beginning to get worried about you.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm back.
You certainly are. I mean, in terms of that today, you had to be patient, didn't you? You mentioned that it took a little bit of time for you guys to find your form. Why do you think that was?
Yeah, I think it still needs. I think every year is like this in this club. We sometimes start a bit late because we are playing the last games because we are the best team. So it's how it is, and we will only get better and better from this. But this start here has been phenomenal and important.
A brilliant week for you as well, of course, with winning the PFA Player of the Year, to get a hat-trick today as well. How do you keep on going? How do you keep motivated? How do you keep as hungry as you look today?
Yeah, no problem for me. I'm always hungry, and it's a new season, and I'm ready for it.
Hat-trick for Haaland, hat-trick for Son Heung-min as well, as Tottenham came from a goal down to beat Burnley 5-2. Here he is with Guy Mowbray.
Well, Son, how does that feel? I guess it's an obvious question, but good day at the office?
Very good, but still, I think we have still space to improvement, because away from home you can't consider a goal after 10 minutes. But I mean, the way we bounced back after 1-0 down, it was fantastic. Credit to every player who played, who was involved, but who came on the bench as well. I think they did a fantastic job, so I'm very, very happy to get 3 points in a difficult place.
You say space to improve. You had plenty of space on the field. Is that just the sort of game that you enjoy?
Yeah, obviously, I think everyone enjoys when you have a space, and we want to have a ball. We want to have always build up with the balls on the floor. So that's why I think everyone has to move in the right direction. But I think space, it looked like we have a lot of space, but I think we're creating that space of movement. Every player was moving the ball without the ball, so we scored that many goals in a difficult place. So I think we deserve it. I think to get goals like this, probably could more, but I think we still want to improve any kind of aspect, with the ball, without the ball.
And your 5th Spurs hat-trick, I think. Where do you keep the match balls?
It's going to my collection, obviously. Yeah, it is a very, very special moment, because it is not easy scoring the 3 goals in the Premier League. But look, I mean, without the teammates, can't make this. So obviously, football is a team sport. Credit to every player that gave me the assist, and I'm more happy that we got 3 points today.
Bournemouth were denied a First League win of the season thanks to a 93rd minute equaliser from Brentford. Ended 2-2. Here's Bournemouth's head coach Andoni Iraola.
It was close, but it's true that they were pushing a lot. No, I think we conceded in the 93rd, 94th minute, but we were probably finishing the game too tired. Probably before the last change, there were a couple, especially Milos, that was struggling. We should have changed before the last change, because he started asking for help after, and we couldn't do anything then, and I think that we need to improve.
No Lloyd Kelly in your squad today. Presumably that had something to do with
yesterday's interest in him from Spurs?
Yeah, I think yesterday's overall day it was tough for some players because they were not thinking probably in today's game, and today we needed players really focused in the game against Brentford, and I think is the way we've moved with these cases, because Jadon Anthony he finally ended going to Leeds. Also with Keith the situation was not clear, with Kelly, so it's difficult to play after so many emotion next day, no?
Sheffield United got their first point of the season. In fact, Everton got their first point of the season, well, in a 2-2 draw at Bramall Lane. New signing Cameron Archer got one of the goals on his debut. Here's Paul Heckingbottom.
The pleasing thing for me is it was a really good game, and if we play like that, I'm happy and proud of him. It just shows how tough the challenge is. The margins are so fine. We're disappointed with the goals we conceded, but big parts of our performance we're really pleased with.
A lot of people build this as a relegation six-pointer. I know that you were playing that down, but how important is it to get a first point on the board at least?
Listen, it is, because we could have had more and we've not, and that's how tough it is to earn points in the Premier League. But I've just been saying, there's a lot of our staff, a lot of our players understand how tough this league is, and then we can help the younger players, the younger squad that we're putting together to understand that, and that's why we bang on about the margins and the standards. So a point is important, but right now, in all honesty, I'm just focusing on the performances.
Just away from the Premier League, Jude Bellingham got a 95th minute winner for Real Madrid as they beat Getafe by 2-1. In the Bundesliga this evening, Harry Kane and Bayern Munich are behind at the break. Borussia Mönchengladbach 1, Bayern Munich 2. Carlos Alcaraz broke Dan Evans in the second set at the US Open, and I think he's just held his serve on his turn and leads 4-2 in the second set, having taken the first set 6-2. That's on Sports Extra if you want to listen to it. More of the same, though, please, in the second half here on 5 Live. Brighton lead Newcastle by 1-0 at the Amex. Let's return to James Collins and the experienced John Murray.
Yeah, he apologised for that at half-time.
It was a compliment.
It was a compliment.
Exactly.
That's what I said to him.
He's very sensitive about these things.
It's not my fault he took it the wrong way.
Well, that's John all over, James, really.
Right, second half is underway, and certainly agree with Mark in the sense that what we want to see is more of the same. Brighton leading Newcastle by 1-0, but more of the same in terms of the match that we saw in the first half, which was tremendously entertaining. And off we go, still sun shining on the sloping roofs of the stadium here. Newcastle in possession with the green shirts, white shorts and white socks, with the black tops, playing it back into their own half. No changes at half-time. So Brighton with Verbruggen in goal, the back four of Veltman, Van Hecke, Dunk and Estupinian, then Gross and Gilmore, March, Pedro, Mitoma and Ferguson the goal scorer. And Newcastle still in possession with Pope, Trippier, Schär, Byrne and Target. No Botman today. Guimarães, Tonali and John Linton either side of him, and then Almiron, Isak and Gordon. So no changes yet, but Callum Wilson, Harvey Barnes, obvious candidates if Eddie Howe wants to make changes. But Gordon is sent speeding away down the left-hand side, but Veltman did well and shepherded it behind. So James Collins watching with us here, former Welsh international central defender. And what do you think Newcastle need to do, James?
Well, they started the game, first 10 minutes, John, really well. On the front foot, pressing, closing down and winning the ball high up off Brighton. So, they haven't been terrible. They haven't been out of the game. They've had their own chances, but I think, that in the final third, they just need a little bit more quality, and I'm sure the chances will come.
Fouled by Target on March on the halfway line, or at least they came together. It's not given as a foul. Play continues with Newcastle in possession. Referee Stuart Atwell, and Target plays the ball back into central defence. Still, quite a number of people are coming back to their seats. Lots of attractions here at the Brighton Stadium. Tonali on the right-hand side just holds the ball strongly, takes it infield. He's got João Pedro running after him, but Tonali strong, then whips a pass across field, and Target takes it into Brighton territory. Newcastle are playing from right to left as we look from our low position just in front of the two managers. Certainly Roberto De Zerbi's kept us entertained, and Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe very often in the technical area together, which isn't allowed, as The ball is brought forward by Almiron. Then Bruno Guimaraes flips it forward into the area. Tonali now rolls it across, but couldn't find the pass to Isak near the penalty spot. Van Hecke just stepped in, and then there's a foul out there by Trippier and a free kick to Brighton.
Yes, again, John, I just mentioned it about the quality in the final third. Tonali's done really well, took a good touch. He just can't find that pass. You've got to say Brighton got defenders back and covered good areas, but like I mentioned it again, just a little bit more quality, and Newcastle will get chances.
Yeah. So Evan Ferguson scoring the goal with almost half an hour played, and it looks as though Brighton might be going to make a change. So whether someone has just picked up something, or whether there was someone at half-time who said, I'll give it 5 minutes in the second half. I think it's Milner, isn't it, that is being spoken to in the comfortable blue seats just about 15-20 yards down in front of us. So James Milner coming on, having been left out of the starting lineup today, with Veltman coming in. Here's March on the right-hand side, with Gordon and Targett do a job together, and it bounces out of play.
I'm just looking at the Brighton players, I haven't seen anyone signal or anyone struggling or stretching anything off. So
well, when it's James Milner getting ready, I mean, that could be almost anyone. Could fit in anywhere. As Veltman is going to take this, which he does, the throw down the line to March, who then has to step for it. Poor touch from Veltman. Not a classic piece of play from Brighton.
It might be Veltman that's injured.
Yeah, well, maybe it is. I don't think Roberto De Zerbi will be showing that to any potential employers for his famous brand of football. But however, Brighton can't go right all the time, can it, James, as everyone knows. Ball bounces out of play off Ferguson, and that's a throw into Newcastle in their own left back position. Anthony Gordon just steps off the pitch, has a bottle there, has a slurp of water. Probably is a hot afternoon. Hot work this. Seagulls, or gulls if you prefer, wheeling away over the top of the stadium, landing on that white metalwork on the far side as Brighton win possession back with Dunk, and then Veltman goes back to play it to the goalkeeper with those massive white gloves. Verbruggen putting his foot on the ball and then hopping backwards with his foot on top of the ball, and then passing it out eventually, and Estupiñán is now off and away down the left-hand side. Tonali catches up with him, so the pace of that just drops again. Brighton in the blue and white striped shirts, just like the deck chairs on Brighton Beach. Van Hecke now to the right-hand side. Veltman then plays it back to the tall blonde Dutchman Van Hecke, who rolls his foot over the top of the ball, then passes it forward to Veltman. Forward from him, Gross with the pass down the line, out to the right-hand side to March. March then overhits it into the area to Ferguson. I'm surprised.
Just delayed his pass. I think, a couple of seconds before, and it looked like Ferguson would have been it. Maybe not a shot on goal, but he was certainly in. But it's great play from Brighton. Steady build-up at the back with Dunk. And just nice play, easy passes and cut Newcastle open.
Yeah, really fascinatingly poised this with Brighton. The narrow lead, second goal for Brighton would make it very difficult for Newcastle. And now actually Newcastle have lost it playing out from the back, but an important challenge by Cher, or a tackle I should say, won it back, and then that might have been a foul by Mitoma on Tonali. No, it's not. Must have just slipped under pressure from Mitoma, and he's conceded a throw-in on the far side, level with the edge of the Newcastle penalty area. So Estupiñán is coming up to take it, the Ecuadorian international. Estupiñán takes it back towards the halfway line. By the way, good to see Tariq Lamptey back among the substitutes for Brighton today, who's had his injury problems, the young man. Not played since March, but is among the Brighton subs today. Ball played through the middle for Ferguson. Nice turn. Ferguson now approaching the penalty area. Oh no, then gets it all wrong. Slips the ball through for the run of Pedro, which never came, and so Pope was able to come forward and take it out, then underarm it, bowling it out to Gordon, but it comes back to the edge of the Newcastle penalty area. Joe Linton near the edge of his own box, got to be careful. Gross put the challenge in. Joe Linton almost lost it. Target has been robbed. March now into the area. March's ball across. Pedro with the control, but the defender was able to nip in. It's Bruno Guimaraes actually, who's now running the ball away across his own 6-yard box to comparative safety, but he's passed it out for a throw to Brighton.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that. John dribbled it, put 2 yards off his own line straight across the goal.
Well, not in 11-a-side football. It's like something out of 5-a-side. And actually, the referee spotted something in there. which has resulted in a Newcastle. There must have been an offside in there.
Offside.
Must have been. And it's a free kick to Newcastle that Pope is going to take. So Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Both of tomorrow's Premier League games, you'll hear them on 5 Live. Very interesting ones as well. Liverpool against in-form Aston Villa, who've not looked back since the 5-1 at St James's Park. Excellent play by risky but excellent from Almiron, doing a Guimarães, running the ball across his own half, but then did find the pass, but then Gordon's attempted ball, that was cut out by Estupiñán, and then important challenge from Trippier on Mitoma on that far side to put that out for a throw-in.
A few little mistakes at the start of this first half. It hasn't been as crisp, and the passing hasn't been as good. Nothing major, just cross-field passes that have been getting cut out. But it looks like Newcastle more around their box. They've taken a few risky chances, and like I said, if they go 2-0 down in this, you do well to see them getting back into it.
Yeah, tough. However, currently it's 1-0. Ball back with Verbruggen. So yes, Liverpool Villa tomorrow live from Villa Park. Then Arsenal Manchester United live from the Emirates. And before that, do not miss Rangers Celtic live from Ibrox with Alistair Bruce Ball and Pat Nevin. Ball passed forward by Veltman. Groves into the full-back position. Good ball across. Cut it back towards the penalty spot. Newcastle don't clear. Pedro's won it back. Pedro now trying to find a position, trying to flick it back, and then Pedro fouls Trippier, and it's a free kick to Newcastle.
Newcastle are causing themselves so many problems. Just trying to play out. Kevin Trippier, you wouldn't expect it from him. He's a bit lazy, a bit lax. They've had 3-4 passes in their own defensive, in the 18-yard box. Only from Brighton, lack of quality that they haven't conceded again.
They've been fortunate there that Brighton haven't made more of any of these recent incidents. Newcastle determined to play it out from the back, to play through Brighton. Now that's what they're doing again, and Target charged down by March, wins the throw-in off the Newcastle left back. So a throw-in for Solly March to take from the right. Actually leaves it for Veltman. So Veltman, the experienced Dutchman, comes up, the number 34. Just holds the ball above his head. The Newcastle fans in their striped shirts behind that goal to our right. Throw-in taken, headed back to Groves. Now March is in there near the dead ball line. Bruno Guimarães puts in the challenge to deflect it out of play for a throw-in to Brighton, a corner to Brighton from the right.
It's come from Newcastle again, not wanting to clear the ball, not wanting to get the ball at the pitch. I know it's it's not fashionable, if you like, or not how Eddie Howe wants him to play, but sometimes you've got to clear lines and get up the pitch.
They can't get out. I think Eddie Howe's going to respond by making a change. Brighton, whatever they were planning to do with James Milner, that hasn't happened yet. So Elliot Anderson's been called forward. Triple change. Corner then for Brighton towards the back post. Stretch from Ferguson, who leapt high for it, got ahead to it, but from him just glanced off his head and behind, and it is a goal kick. Well, that's the response from Eddie Howe then.
I think he's seen enough. I think we're going to see a triple substitution here. Like I said, it's all their own doing though. Trying to play too much. Sometimes you've got to clear the ball, get up the pitch, but they're trying it again. Just watching it now, starting from a goal kick.
It's going to be 2 changes in midfield, so Anderson and Longstaff coming on, and Callum Wilson as well. So it'd be interesting if Tonali is going to make way again, as he did against Liverpool last week. You'd think that would be the natural change to make, Longstaff for Tonali. Here is Bruno Guimarães for Newcastle. They're in the Brighton half, which is not often happened, but Joe Linton, I think he'll be off in a minute, loses out to Pedro, and then Mitoma. Ferguson, lovely change of feet from him, but there was cover there for Newcastle, and actually Ferguson, as he was stretching for it, committed a foul and has possibly injured Target. So Eddie Howe might just have to hold off. I think he's okay. Yeah, free kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, bit tricky. He's trying, they're trying to get back, gone in for a little challenge. He's caught him on the ankle. He's done well, Target, to get back actually, because Brighton were in again on the break after Newcastle, losing the ball.
So yes, Joe Linton is off, and I think Almiron is sprinting across. Yes, he is. So it looks as though Gordon is going to go out to the right-hand side, and it is Tonali. So Tonali substituted again with more than half an hour to go.
He's had a few bright spots, John. He hasn't, you know, he hasn't stood out. He hasn't done anything, you know, that like I said, stood out. But he looks very disappointed to be coming off, as you would be.
I'm still surprised.
Yeah, well, you think he's their sort of creator, their flair play, and they need to get back in the game.
I know that Eddie Howe felt that Anderson and Longstaff did really well pre-season. You know, young Anderson, who's come on now, so Joe Linton, who was a doubt for this game, so I'm not surprised he's come off anyway. And Almiron, who I know has received a little bit of criticism after the chances that he wasn't able to take against Liverpool. Here's Isak down the left-hand side, so he's got Isak and Wilson on the field together, Eddie Howe, and Isak wins a corner with that attempted low cross that's deflected behind.
Well, like I said, you know, with Callum Wilson up there now, you know, at least, you know, like I said, mentioned it, they keep getting caught out at the back. At least they know they can hit that longer ball. Not, I don't want to say a long ball, a more, you know, ball into the corner, and Callum Wilson will run it. You know, he runs the channels really well. So, you know, 2 up front, I think it's a good move from Eddie Howe.
Yeah, or perhaps Isak maybe out to the left. We'll see. Corner. Trippier to take this, swings it into the back post. Oh, but Bruggen comes for it, and I'm not sure if he got a touch on that. Referee says no, he didn't. Not absolutely certain, but it is a goal kick to Brighton.
Looks like he's got wicket keeper gloves on, so he probably should have come and claimed it.
Yes, it does. They're absolutely massive, aren't they? I did go. I went up to the county ground Hove this morning, because I've never been there before. Saw the Morris Tate Memorial Gates, and I think it's Morris. I've been all over
tour of Brighton this morning.
I feel like I've been on my holidays. As Brighton take this free kick out from the back, and then Wilson has rather dived in there on Veltman, and that is a free kick to Brighton. He's okay, Wilson's okay. Right, let's go from down here in Sussex to St Andrews on what sounds as though it's been a terrific first day at the Walker Cup, the amateur equivalent of the Ryder Cup, if you like, and Ian Carter is lucky enough to be there.
Yeah, it's been a sensational day today, John, and it was capped by a very tense half at the last between Matt McLean for the GB&I and the American Preston Summerhays, and that means that the big underdogs, the home team, Great Britain and Ireland, will take a 7.5 points to 4.5 points lead into the final day tomorrow.
Thank you, Ian. So coverage of that tomorrow, as well as all of the football. Also, the Italian Grand Prix tomorrow, so you can hear that online actually from 2 o'clock via the BBC Sport website and app. But all of tomorrow's sport, and the US Open tennis continues on Sports Extra with 4 British players in action. But last we heard Dan Evans up against it against Carlos Alcaraz. So all of that and more tomorrow. Here's Gross. Brighton leading by 1-0. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Lines open for 606 as well, incidentally, to talk to Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. Longstaff playing it forward for Isak. Isak now down the left-hand side into the penalty area against Van Hecke, who recovers well against him. And actually is able to turn it out for a throw next to the corner flag.
Did really well. Van Hecke there, you know, he's obviously, you know, jockeying back towards his own goal. Is sometimes, you know, you see defenders dive in, but he's done really well. He's watched the ball, hasn't gone with the movement of Isak, and defended really well.
He's had a good day against him, hasn't he?
He has done very well. Yeah. Coming into the team, done very well.
And actually, the fact it did bounce the other side of the post, the corner flag. So it is a corner to Newcastle. Trippier to take this. Newcastle have packed the Brighton 6-yard box. Brighton still leading 1-0. Here's the delivery. Goalkeeper doesn't get there. Misses his punch. Still in the area. Bounces down and is volleyed away. Pedro got there first for Brighton and walloped it to the halfway line, where it's being battled for by Gilmour, but also for Newcastle.
It looked a little bit more dangerous. The two corners or 3 corners we've had in the second half. Newcastle, great delivery as well. Again, you've got to say, right under the crossbar, and the keeper struggled with all 3 of them. So I'm sure Eddie Howe will be thinking that's a chance where they can get back in the game.
Yeah, and Newcastle dealt with that. I think it was Target actually who won that. Newcastle long and forward again. That's headed away by Veltman. The substitutions have changed and helped Newcastle. Remember last week against Liverpool how it was felt that Liverpool's substitutes had changed things against Newcastle. Isak might have been hauled over there. No free kick. Now Gilmour halfway inside his own half, running the ball forward and passing it forward. This is one for Ferguson to chase. Byrne, the former Brighton man, pushes out his chest and gets there first, and then clears it via a deflection out of play on the halfway line. That's caught by Roberto De Zerbi. who throws the ball back for what is given as a Newcastle throw, a Brighton throw near the halfway line. Brighton fans getting behind their team. Absolutely packed the place. Great times here. James Collins was telling me before the match how you played against Brighton at the Withdean Stadium when they were there.
Showing my age, John. Showing my age.
But what it also shows is
where the football club has gone, yeah.
Transformation. Spent almost 16 years without a home ground, but this really feels like a happy home.
The old Withdean was the longest walk in football history from the dressing room to the dugout. One of my early memories of being at Cardiff City.
Yeah, good for you. Good for youth to experience that. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0, as you were at the time. As the ball's played out towards Pedro, challenged by Cher. Newcastle got it back. Here's Gordon, who's now on the right-hand side, switching across from the left. So it's Gordon up against Estupiñán, but comes infield to Bruno Guimaraes. Here's Isak now towards the left. Isak low ball in towards the edge of the area. Anderson is there, but can't take it on. Brighton have got it away. March is bringing it forward. Solly March. Isak comes back. March beats him. Still inside his own half, then plays it through to Pedro. Pedro takes it on now. He's got Ferguson to his right. Slightly overhits the pass. Down into the full-back position, and Dan Burn gets there first. Clears it. Ball still in play. Isak. This has been shielded now by Anderson, but Gross has got it back for Brighton against him. Gross. Little ball back. March to Ferguson, who's still out towards the right-hand side now. Veltman behind him. Still 1-0 Brighton lead. 5 Live and the World Service from the BBC. Lines open to talk to Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 08 085 909 693. So book your call now. You can talk about the weekend's football every Saturday and every Sunday night with those two. Chris was at Burnley today for our earlier commentary. You might want to talk to him about that. Ferguson turns, shoots. Oh, he scored! What a finish! The 18-year-old, a poacher's goal in the first half, but that was outstanding from 25 yards. Evan Ferguson 2, Brighton and Hove Albion 2, Newcastle 0.
It's a great goal, John, it really is. I was just going to mention it before, you know, we're talking about his hold-up play. He's put in hell of a shift today. His first goal is a nice composed finish. This is brilliant. For a centre-half, he's come off the centre defenders. No one's followed him. He's turned, had a touch, and bent it with his right foot in the corner. It's a great goal.
Came centrally. It was Gilmore's little ball through. He had space there,
so much time. You know, you look at it, being a bit critical of, you know, looking at the defenders. Dan Burn's got to come tight with him. He hasn't. He's got on the ball, turned sharp, 1-2 touches forward, and bent it in there. He hasn't struck it hard. Quality, real quality with his right foot, and bent it in the bottom left-hand corner.
Pinpoint it was. The cheers, because it's just been shown on the big screens. And as that right foot shot from, 23, 24 yards, something like that, he hit it perfectly. A little bit of bend in, Pope diving to his left. And as you heard there, the big cheer when it found the bottom corner.
Sort of a signs of a real, you know, natural finisher, John. He hasn't had to hit it hard. You know, a lot of players would. They think they've got to strike it. He's just bent it lovely in the corner, and he deserves it. I was just going to mention his work rate, the way he's marshalled the front line. He's been superb today, he really has.
And Billy Gilmore will get an assist for that as well, with a simple pass, really.
To go to his highlights on Match of the Day this evening.
Exactly. And I think they might be now. 2-0, the lead. Newcastle have got a lot to do here. They need a goal quickly. 2-0 down. But Isak, Anderson does well to Isak. Back to Anderson, left side of the area, pulls it back. It's gone all the way. Gordon, oh, he steered it wide. There were players in the way, teammates and opponents. But Gordon arriving on that right side of the box.
Got to hit the target, John. You know, like just gone 2-0 down, such a big opportunity. Worked the ball really well, Newcastle. Cut back, he's coming all on his own on the edge of the box. And it's not even close, if I'm honest. From probably 13, 14 yards side foot. There is players, but he's got to be hitting the target. It's gone six yards wide.
He's screwed it horribly wide as he arrived onto it. Dear, oh dear. But I think that Ferguson second goal, followed swiftly by that miss, You know, that's all making it harder for Newcastle.
Doesn't look great, does it?
And now we've got a little bit of pushing and shoving between Targett, who I think's been yellow carded for the initial foul, but he was shoved there. Free kick was taken quickly. Referee's going to bring it back towards the halfway line. And Matt Targett was yellow carded for the initial challenge, which conceded the free kick. So while they organise themselves, let's get an update from the latest. The British players in action at the US Open. Russell Fuller is there in New York.
Dan Evans is making Carlos Alcaraz work hard, John. It's very enjoyable, but Alcaraz leads by 2-0, and he's won the first game of the third set. Jack Draper now 2-1 up on Michael Moe of the States. 3-2 Draper on serve in the fourth as he tries to reach his first Grand Slam last 16 match. And Cameron Norrie lost the last 14 points of the first set to drop it to the unseeded Matteo Arnaldi. 3 games all in the second.
Brighton doing it cockily now, I'll tell you in a moment, but Pedro carrying it forward, but Anderson was able to come across and stop his progress. However, only temporarily. It comes through the middle. Ferguson might have another Premier League hat-trick today after Haaland and Son. Ferguson, scorer of both goals in this match. But just while we were listening to Russell, James, at the other end, Bart Verbruggen really took a chance for the ball at his feet against Anthony Gordon.
I gave him a little bit of stick for saying he was good with his feet in the first half, but fair play to him. He's done a little drag back or a little Cruyff, and it's worked out perfectly. Got at the other end and had another chance from it.
Yeah. Did the Bartman.
I was just going to say, Evan Ferguson, just watching him run around, he reminds me of a Rooney. Do you know, just his stature and the way he's running around, and that finish even, that was something that Wayne Rooney was doing probably 20 years ago, that sort of cultured finish, and he's got this sort of stature with him as well.
Yeah, a taller man, but that finish, I mean, people will see it if they haven't seen it already. I can see exactly what you mean, the way that he put that away. Brighton 2, Newcastle 0, and Gordon having that chance shortly after Ferguson made it 2-0. If you think back, Joe Linton had an opportunity that he made for himself shortly after Ferguson scored the first goal. But Mitoma now to the edge of the area. Here is Ferguson, shoots, deflected in! It's 3 for Brighton. That's a big deflection, but I think he might get it for the hat-trick. What a day for the 18-year-old. Brighton 3, Newcastle 0. And it's 3 points coming Brighton's way, as well as 3 goals collected by Evan Ferguson, surely.
Brilliant from Evan Ferguson again. Like I say, it is a big deflection, but, you know, you deserve it when you've played as well as he is. You've worked as hard as him. It's again, I think it's Newcastle giving the ball away quite comfortable. It's 2 or 3 Billy Gilmore's involved. You know, it's brilliant. You know, the instinct, he's had a touch, bit of space is opened, he's took the shot. You know, it's his deflection. Yeah, of course it is, but he's took his touch and had the shot, and like I said, there's nothing he doesn't deserve. He's been spectacular.
And is it going to be his goal? Yes, it is. Yeah, we've just shown the angle from behind the shot that came off Cher, I think, but it looked like it was on target, but a massive deflection off Cher, so Pope was going the wrong way, and that big deflection took it into, well, he was trying from his point of view to bend it into the bottom left corner. It ended up going in the bottom right corner.
Similar again with his showing his quality with his left foot. You know, he was bending that one with his left foot into the far corner. He deserves his luck, he really does.
So 3-0, Brighton 3, Newcastle 0. It wasn't meant to be like this for Newcastle after their romp against Aston Villa on the first Saturday of the season, when they won so well, so impressively, so excitingly against Aston Villa. After that, it's going to be 3 defeats in a row against 3 of the best teams around.
Yeah, but still, this will worry Eddie Howe, this one. You know, like we said, they mentioned the other 2, the last 2 losses against Man City and Liverpool. He would have come here today, Eddie Howe, with his team, expecting to get 3 points. Put Brighton under pressure. Like I said, they started all right for 10 minutes, but after that, Brighton really taking control with their quality. And to be honest, I think they've got to be a little bit careful here now, you know, because there's still 18 minutes to go. Brighton are having all the possession and still creating chances.
I'm just wondering what the timing was of the 3rd goal. We'll see if I can find that out. I think the second one was 65. Just wonder how how soon after that it was scored. It must have been within 5 minutes, you would think. But it does, you know, the chances, as I just mentioned, in the build-up to the goal, the opportunities Newcastle had, you know, they weren't able to take chances against Liverpool that could have won them the game last Sunday. And here,
it's the fine margins, John. They had a chance, you know, early on, first 3-4 minutes, and you know, if that goes in, it's a different game. But that's football, that's Premier League football. You know, you don't take your chances against a quality side like Brighton. They're going to cause you trouble.
And now Cher's in trouble against Mitoma. It just managed to get back and put in a challenge, and Trippier was able to come across. But actually, you know, when you think about the nature of the goals, they've been quite easy to score against Newcastle today without Botman.
Well,
as Brighton win a goal kick.
They're 3-0 down, Newcastle, and they're putting a centre defender on, so that would probably say how Eddie Howe's thinking at the minute.
Yeah, Jamal Lascelles is going to come on. In fact, there's going to be a double change. So Alexander Isak is making way. Harvey Barnes is going to come on to play on the left-hand side. But I mean, this game must have gone for Newcastle. And I know what happened here last week. And what's happened here for Brighton against Newcastle could easily have happened for them against West Ham last week.
Yeah, and again, it's the fine margins, John. Take your chances. I think West Ham obviously set up slightly differently to Newcastle. They have come out at times and tried to press Brighton, which this Brighton team want, because they want teams to press them, and then they can do their little patterns of play that we all see and get round them. So the game probably suited West Ham, you know, last week, but you've got to say Brighton have been very, very impressive this afternoon.
Again, I mean, they could have really, Brighton could have won all 4 matches, just Roberto De Zerbi is not happy. You can hear him perhaps shouting in the background because Brighton's substitutes were not ready.
I mean, it would be frustrating. He strikes me as a man that I wouldn't want to make angry either, John. He's fiery, to say the least.
He certainly is. Roberto De Zerbi, he gave them an absolute volley. Here's Longstaff for Newcastle, but Brighton are winning this 3-0. And here's Barnes into the action for the first time. Barnes goes for the curl. This diving header away by Van Hecke inside the penalty area. Or Gross might have injured himself, just clearing that away. I hope not. As there's a slip centre field by Gilmour, and Longstaff, little ball to the edge of the area, totally breaks down, trying to find Gordon, just passed it to Estupiñán. And Gross, who, as I say, has been named in the Germany squad with the Euros in Germany next summer, and he's doing his best to try and run this off. There's a foul on March by Dan Burn, and that's going to be a yellow card. March was trying to sprint away, blocked by Burn. Yellow card, and that's now 3 of the Newcastle back 4 have been booked.
Yeah, I think he had to do it, to be fair. I think he knew he was in trouble. Dan Burn, you know, he doesn't want to get in a foot race with Solly March, because, you know, there's only going to be one winner, so he's took the cynical foul and took the yellow card. But I said it's all looking a little bit desperate for Newcastle now. You know, they're trying, you know, they're puffing and puffing and trying to create chances, but it's just not happening. And again, you've got to give all the credit to Brighton, the way they've closed them down, the way they've, you know, passed the ball, the way they've created chances. They've been magnificent.
Billy Gilmour is coming off, João Pedro as well. These are the first 2 changes for Brighton, and it's João Pedro just turning away first and coming onto the field. Mahmoud Dahoud, one of the signings that Brighton have made this summer, free transfer actually from Borussia Dortmund, German international, experienced midfielder. And Billy Gilmour getting an excellent reception off, and even though Ferguson will be named as the man of the match almost certainly because he scored a hat-trick, but I think Billy Gilmour's been excellent.
He's been brilliant again, as all the Brighton players are, you know, and we mentioned it first half. It's great to see, you know, a centre midfielder wanting the ball constantly, you know, making space, not hiding, not wanting the ball, and every time he gets it, trying to turn, trying to play a forward pass. And you've got to say, I know, like you say, Evan Ferguson's going to get all the headlines, but I think a special mention needs to go to Billy Gilmour today.
And Tariq Lamptey is back onto the field, so that's great to see. Had some nasty injury problems, been out of the game since March, has eased his way back, and the young man, 22 years old, who we thought he might be an England international, but he's committed himself to Ghana, and he is onto the field and actually playing in an advanced role on the right-hand side. So he's taken over from Solly March there, who seems to have moved more centrally. So Brighton 3, Newcastle 0. Newcastle United fans might be calling Chris and Robbie to talk about just how things are with Newcastle. Tough run of games though. They knew that before the start of the season, but the optimism was so high as there's a foul centre field. Kieran Trippier colliding with Ferguson, and also Estupinian has gone down there as well. And I think that is going to be given as a Brighton free kick.
Dropping like flies out there, John.
Yeah. So Mahmoud Dahoud coming on into the midfield, and it's actually Bruno Guimaraes, wasn't it, who was involved in conceding the free kick. But it was Kieran Trippier who was caught. It looked as if he was caught initially, and this
was all of it just a bit clumsy.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
several players ended up careering down, but Trippier, he did grab the back of his hamstring.
Yeah, like he went straight for his hamstring.
He did.
He's trying to run it off, but if he's done his hamstring, he won't be running that off.
Suddenly now for Newcastle, you know, the great excitement about the Champions League group. But
you've also got to take that into it, John, as well. The added games, the added pressure, the added expectation that's around Newcastle. This obviously wouldn't have been in the plan, losing 3 out of their first games, 4 games. But again, it's only going to build, you know, more games, more pressure, more pressure from the fans expecting. So it's not desperate times for Newcastle by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly not the start they would have wanted.
So Newcastle, so Dan Burn is now back at left back. So Targett, did I say that? I'm not sure if I did. Targett is one of the players who left the field, and Burn's back at left back, and Jamal Lascelles alongside Cher in central defence. Jamal Lascelles, who obviously was involved in what seemed like a really nasty incident. You might well have heard about it this week, a late night incident in Newcastle. His brother was involved. Eddie Howe was talking about it yesterday, but I don't think there was any suggestion that Jamal Lascelles would have lost the captaincy after that because of the set of circumstances that were involved. But he has warned his players, Eddie Howe, that really they shouldn't be out in the early hours. And the point he was making, with all of the matches Newcastle have, and certainly now the pressure is on, I think the full focus for Newcastle is going to have to be on the matter in hand. Brighton 3, Newcastle 0. Veltman can't keep the ball in here, and Brighton are going to make another double substitution. The old mates from Liverpool.
I was going to say, if there's 2 lads you want to bring on to shore a game up and make sure you get the 3 points, it's James Milner and Adam Lallana.
Yeah, coming on. So Solly March is the first man off. He's played well as well. And here's Evan Ferguson leaving the field. The 18-year-old turns 19 next month. What a day he's had. Slaps hands with James Milner. Roberto De Zerbi does not go across to him.
Didn't even look at him.
He did not even look at him.
It's clear. He clearly did. That's what he expects from the young lad. Brilliant. Didn't even look at him.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. Roberto De Zerbi stood on the edge of the coaching area looking the other way as the new hero, the hat-trick man, following in the footsteps today of none other than Erling Haaland and Son Heung-min in scoring a Premier League hat-trick.
I'm sure when the cameras and all that and the press are not here and the fans, he'll have a special talk with him, or speak to him when he gets in the dressing room. But that was strange. You think he'd be first one over?
Yeah, people talk about the similarities between De Zerbi and Guardiola in terms of how they.
It's probably what they expect from their players, though, John. To be honest,
I'm not sure you see that from Guardiola, would you? He has Lamptey on the right-hand side, back towards Veltman. So quite changed now, Brighton, after all of the alterations that have been made. Dahoud playing the ball out towards the left-hand side. Estupinian is still there, but the game's gone. Really, you can take time away, give Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton a call. Alternatively, Sports Extra has the commentary live from New York on what Could be a long night, actually, an exciting night of tennis on there. Lamptey playing it infield. Gross passes it back. Here is Lamptey flying, and he's away. He's away from the challenge that came in on him. Lamptey into the area. Burns back there, tried to pull it across, but Bruno Guimaraes was able to step in for Newcastle. Oh, and that's a nasty one from Lamptey. He's dived in there on Bruno Guimaraes. That was a bad challenge. And that's a yellow card for the Brighton number 2. And Bruno Guimaraes, I don't think, will be best pleased about that at all.
It's not needed either, John. It was just a bit of a rash challenge at the time. He didn't need to do it, but it's again from Newcastle, on the break. Shared diving in, Fabian Shared diving in, and then he's gone for his hamstring. Like he's pulled his hamstring, but he's got up and run on. But this game is completely gone for Newcastle.
James Collins with us. Newcastle trying to get out, which they do. Ball played back to Lascelles, and Jamal Lascelles passes it forward towards the halfway line, where Wilson is beaten by Dunk. They'll be training against each other, or with each other, for England this week.
Bit of a strange one, but because I'm in the centre-backs club, John, I'm going to give a bit of a mention to Van Hecke for Brighton. I know we've talked about their flair, and Dunk as well next to him. The flair and the way Brighton play in their passing, but I think coming into the team today, I think he's been excellent with what he's asked to do. Second half, not a lot, but everything he's done it well. He's been crisp. He's defended very well.
Started from that very first challenge on Isak, which actually, when we look back at it, thought it might have had a shout for a penalty, but anyway, it looked great as he put the challenge in, as Newcastle send a long pass forward. But in common with the afternoon that they've had here, and there's the crowd, 31,620. Amazing support, as the man on the loudspeaker says. It's truly been Brighton's day here, and it's going to be 3 wins out of 4 this season, and they're singing their songs, and Roberto De Zerbi is demanding more of the remaining. He's made 4 so far, hasn't he? So he still has 1 more that he can make.
It's unbelievable watching him and his staff, though. You'd think that they were drawing the game, or they were trying to go for the win. The way they're trying to get their substitutes ready, the way they, it's great to see that the intensity of it.
Yeah, 6th place finish as last season, the highest Brighton have ever finished in the whole of their history. 122 years, highest they've finished in the league, and that's after finishing 9th under Graham Potter the previous season, which was also the highest they've finished. That's the route this team are on, and that Europa League group that they've got, Ajax, Marseille and AEK Athens, is an excellent draw for them. As Gross actually is caught in possession by Elliot Anderson. Lascelles then passes it forward, but Estupinian comes back, prevents the ball from reaching Gordon, who then puts in the challenge, and he's one of the Newcastle players on a yellow card. Got to be careful. Newcastle's next match also doesn't look terribly comfortable, as the ball is played forward and there's a foul out on the far side, and that is a yellow card, I think, for James Milner on Anthony Gordon. That's ex-Liverpool on ex-Everton, that one. Yeah, just clipped him and went down, and that's a yellow card to the newly arrived James Milner. And the final change is going to see for Brighton Simon Adingra coming on. Evan Ferguson inevitably is named as the man of the match, but as you've heard, if you've been listening throughout, I've made my case for Billy Gilmour. James Collins has had a big mention for Jan-Paul Van Hecke at the back, but it's a free kick to Newcastle on the right hand side, and Brighton have yet to keep a clean sheet this season. I think that's what they'll be after here. But a free kick to be swung in from the right-hand side. It's a deep one to Share at the back post, who heads it back across goal, but straight into the outstretched gloves of Bart Verbruggen. James.
Yeah, it's a chance for Newcastle, but it's more hit and hope. It's all they can do. They can toss it into the box at this late stage, but it's so comfortable. The whole second half, to be honest, for Brighton. We've seen. They had a little blip last week where West Ham did really well against them and sort of tactically outdid them with the way they defended. But this is back to the Brighton we've seen, for the last couple of years. They've really been good. Newcastle, on the other hand, started strongly but really faded in this game. And Eddie Howe's, got things to look at, got decisions to make.
So Evan Ferguson named as the man of the match. And despite, and you're absolutely right, I agree with you about Van Hecke, but I don't think he's going to be picked out for the analysis
I
tonight.
don't think I want him to be man of the match, but I just thought ex-centre-back, watching him play, and I thought I'd give him a little mention.
No, it'll be Evan Ferguson as Adingra will come on. This is another of the young Brighton stars, Ivory Coast international, who was away on loan last season at Union Saint-Gilloise, who are the club that is owned by Tony Bloom, the Brighton owner. So he was there, did very well actually, scored 15 goals for Union Saint-Gilloise as a winger, and he's come on as a substitute in a couple of the matches this season, his first appearances, senior competitive appearances for Brighton, and he's coming on for Pascal Gross, who did wonder whether he had a little injury.
He did get a handshake from the manager.
Did he? It's interesting, isn't it? Maybe he was just happened to be in the area at the time.
It caught his eye.
Brighton 3, Newcastle 0. Free kick for Newcastle, fired from the halfway line, long to the edge of the area, flick headed on by Byrne, but all the way through to Verbruggen, and it's just not happening for Newcastle United. It hasn't happened, and it's going to be 3 defeats in a row. And I mean, how
it's one of them.
It's difficult to know, isn't it? How concerned should we be about them?
I mean, not overly is the truth. You know, that they'll be disappointed. It's not the start they wanted. But you look back at this game, you know, they've had chances early on. They had a good chance to go 1-0 up, and it's a different game.
Here's Estupinian streaking away down the left-hand side, plays it to Matoma inside the area. Lovely footwork from him, plays it across. Then the control on the shot from Adingra, who's just come onto the field, but there were defenders back in there. It bounced away, and it was hooked away by Cher, who's still feeling his hamstring, incidentally, Cher, and that was an issue for him pre-season, if I remember rightly. He was a doubt for the first match against Aston Villa, but the opportunity there for Adingra. He bounced up for him, went for a sort of overhead kick style, but it was blocked inside the box. So we're in the 90th minute now, not far away from 6:06, with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. 08085 909 693 is the number to book your call, or you can text 85058. Get in touch, hashtag BBC 606. 5 Live and BBC Sounds, where you can listen to the live radio, listen back to any of our commentaries as well. If you've been at the match, you can listen to them all over again. Newcastle fans heading back tonight won't be listening to this again, I'm sure. Absolutely. I mean, bearing in mind the train strike, they've done terrifically well with the difficulties of that.
Well, they're not really listening to it because of me and you, John? Or
well, maybe might switch up, might go back to listen again. You're thinking, oh, not those two. Evan Ferguson, by the way, joins other 18-year-olds to score Premier League hat-tricks. Michael Owen, Robbie Fowler, Chris Bart-Williams. It's not bad company, that, is it, for Evan Ferguson? And big deflection for his last one, but it would appear that he is getting it as Brighton come forward again in added time, but there's an offside flag, and it's a free kick to Newcastle halfway inside their own half. Deep inside their own half. The point I was making, James, Newcastle's next match is actually against Brentford. It's at St James's Park, but it's against Brentford. Difficult opponent. Anderson is fouled on the halfway line by Mahoud, although that will have to change. That was due to be a Sunday 4:30, but that's the Sunday before the Tuesday that Newcastle are going to be in Milan, so that'll have to be brought forward.
And as I mentioned, that's going to be the problem. You know, it's thick and fast. You know, you get success as Newcastle have and deserved last year in the Champions League, but there's no rest. You know, it's going to be new to them back in the Champions League, but new to this sort of, you know, regime, and it's going to be tough on the squad. And like you say, if you're getting beat, you know, I know it's early days, but if you're getting beat, it does knock your confidence.
Longstaff, long ball, high to Wilson inside the area, beats Van Hecke and scores! And it's a goal back for Newcastle. And their supporters at the other end of the ground. They've got something to cheer down here in Sussex. Shirts off, twirling them above their heads. So many bare chests in there. And it's Brighton 3, Newcastle 1. And Callum Wilson has scored his second of the season.
it's a bit of a hit and hope ball, really. You know, like we mentioned, the game has gone for Newcastle. Done it, the old commentator's curse on Van Hecke. You know, he's dived in a little bit and tried to win the ball and missed it. And Callum Wilson's great finish with the outside of his right foot. But yeah, it's something. All we could say is it's probably something for the Newcastle fans to talk about on the way home.
So a goal for Callum Wilson, but it won't affect the outcome. Does mean as well that Brighton, like Newcastle, yet to keep a clean sheet this season. They'll be annoyed about that. Roberto De Zerbi, I think it goes without saying that he'll be annoyed, standing there on the side of the pitch with his hand on his chin. He'll be shouting at them about that, I'm sure, in the dressing room. Shout, shout and shout again. Here's Gordon on the right-hand side, back to the halfway line. I can't get over him not shaking the hand of Evan Ferguson. I mean, that's one of the highlights of the afternoon. The hat-trick man.
I think he's that intense. He sort of saw him come off, and he was shouting at other players on the pitch, you know, to do their jobs, and he's just forgot to shake his hand. But like I said, I'm sure they'll speak in the dressing room after.
Harvey Barnes being fouled by Tariq Lamptey, who's already been booked. And they thought for a moment there, the Brighton fans, that the referee was coming across to show him a second yellow card, but he hasn't. It's just a free kick. But I know Pep Guardiola wasn't there today, was he, because of his back operation, but I'm sure if he'd been there, you would have given a hug to Haaland. Here's Trippier with the free kick for Newcastle towards the edge of the area. Newcastle's not given this up. You know, let's not be too previous here. We've still got plenty of added time to play. We're in the 5th minute now of added time. Brighton, though, defend this latest ball to the edge of the area, and then Adingra is pulled over by Lascelles, so that'll be a free kick to Brighton, half inside their own half. In added time here, 3-1 to Brighton. Back to New York, Russell Fuller.
Dan Evans fighting back. 2 sets down to Carlos Alcaraz, but 5-3 up in the third. Jack Draper's into the 4th round of a Grand Slam for the first time after a 4-set win over Michael Moe. But Cameron Norrie's having a shocking day so far. 2 sets and 2-love down to the unseeded Matteo Arnaldi.
And the commentary continues right now on Sports Extra. So we have Rangers Celtic, Liverpool Aston Villa, Arsenal Manchester United, as well as all of the top football, all of the top sport covered for you tomorrow. 11:30 start to 5 Live Sport because of the Old Firm lunchtime kickoff.
Fabian Schär's got to come off here. He's doing himself more damage. He felt his hamstring about 10 minutes ago down here, and I think he's just gone for a sprint and gone again. But I think Newcastle have used all the subs. I'd rather get him off because he's doing himself some damage here.
They've used all 5. So Schär, hamstring injury. Botman, and I think he did train Botman this week, so I don't think it's long-term that. Here is excellent work from Lallana. Lallana getting away from the challenge that was put in on him, just wriggled away from it. That's classic Lallana. Then Lamptey's been fouled by Byrne, and Brighton go all the way back to Verbruggen on the edge of his penalty area. The Brighton goalkeeper passing it out to Dahoud, who got a shove from Longstaff but kept his feet. And then Milner playing it back to the edge of the area. Dunk strikes it forward. Lovely touch by Lallana. Centre field gets it back as well from Estupiñán. And then he sets off Milner down the left-hand side. Mitoma in an offside position, so it's a free kick to Brighton. We're in the 6th minute of added time now, so not long until 6:06 once we round things up here. But Robbie and Chris waiting for your calls. 08085 909 693. Read all about it on the football pages of the BBC website. Match of the day tonight, anytime on the iPlayer, and the 5 Live Football Daily podcast from BBC Sounds in the morning. Here come Newcastle. Barnes flicking it back. We'll have the live interviews as well. Roberto De Zerbi and Eddie Howe. You'll hear them within the body of 6:06 too, so stay tuned for that. The contrasting interviews as Lamptey nicks it away from Schär, and he's got the freedom of the right side into the box, pulls it across, and somehow Mitoma couldn't finish sliding into the back post, and it was through him and behind for a goal kick.
It's all come from Schär. We mentioned it, you know, he can't move, and Lamptey's done really well, nicked the ball, and he's played a great ball across. But just watching the replay, I think he's just missed the ball. Oh no, there's a touch from Trippier in front of him.
Should have been a corner. It was. Well played, Trippier. But the Newcastle fans still singing their songs in that section behind the goal, never mind the scoreline. They might be staying down in Brighton tonight as Bruno Guimaraes is fouled, and that's going to be a yellow card for Lallana. That was a cheap one in the circumstances, but